Chapter 1 of Rilla of Ingleside. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mary Anderson. Rilla of Ingleside by Lucy Maud Montgomery. Chapter 1, GLEN Notes and Other Matters. It was a warm, golden, cloudy, lovable afternoon. In the big living room at Ingleside, Susan Baker sat down with a certain grim satisfaction hovering about her like an aura. It was 4 o'clock, and Susan, who had been working incessantly since 6 that morning, felt that she had fairly earned an hour of repose and gossip. Susan just then was perfectly happy. Everything had gone almost uncannily well in the kitchen that day. Dr. Jekyll had not been Mr. Hyde, and so had not grated on her nerves. From where she sat, she could see the pride of her heart, the bed of peonies of her own planting and culture, blooming as no other peony plot in Glen St. Mary ever did or could bloom, with peonies crimson, peonies silvery pink, peonies white as drifts of winter snow. Susan had on a new black silk blouse, quite as elaborate as anything Mrs. Marshall Elliott ever wore, and a white starched apron trimmed with complicated crocheted lace, fully 5 inches wide, not to mention insertion to match. Therefore, Susan had all the comfortable consciousness of a well-dressed woman as she opened her copy of the Daily Enterprise and prepared to read the GLEN Notes, which, as Miss Cornelia had just informed her, filled half a column of it and mentioned almost everybody at Ingleside. There was a big black headline on the front page of the Enterprise, stating that some Archduke Ferdinand or other had been assassinated at a place bearing the weird name of Sarajevo. But Susan tarried not over uninteresting, immaterial stuff like that. She was in quest of something really vital. Oh, here it is, Jottings from Glen St. Mary. Susan settled down keenly, reading each one over aloud to extract all possible gratification from it. Mrs. Blythe and her visitor, Miss Cornelia, alias Mrs. Marshall Elliott, were chatting together near the open door that led to the veranda, through which a cool, delicious breeze was blowing, bringing whiffs of phantom perfume from the garden and charming, gay echoes from the vine-hung corner, where Rilla and Miss Oliver and Walter were laughing and talking. Wherever Rilla Blythe was, there was laughter. There was another occupant of the living room, curled up on a couch, who must not be overlooked, since he was a creature of marked individuality, and moreover had the distinction of being the only living thing whom Susan really hated. All cats are mysterious, but Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde, Doc for short, was trebly so. He was a cat of double personality, or else, as Susan vowed, he was possessed by the devil. To begin with, there had been something uncanny about the very dawn of his existence. 4 years previously, Rilla Blythe had had a treasured darling of a kitten, white as snow with a saucy black tip to its tail, which she called Jack Frost. Susan disliked Jack Frost, though she could not or would not give any valid reason therefor. "Take my word for it, Mrs. Dr. dear," she was wont to say ominously, "that cat will come to no good." "But why do you think so?" Mrs. Blythe would ask. "I do not think, I know," was all the answer Susan would vouchsafe. With the rest of the Ingleside folk, Jack Frost was a favourite. He was so very clean and well groomed and never allowed a spot or stain to be seen on his beautiful white suit. He had endearing ways of purring and snuggling, he was scrupulously honest. And then a domestic tragedy took place at Ingleside. Jack Frost had kittens. It would be vain to try to picture Susan's triumph had she not always insisted that that cat would turn out to be a delusion and a snare. Now they could see for themselves. Rilla kept one of the kittens, a very pretty one with a peculiarly sleek, glossy fur of a dark yellow crossed by orange stripes, and large, satiny golden ears. She called it Goldie, and the name seemed appropriate enough to the little frolicsome creature, which during its kittenhood gave no indication of the sinister nature it really possessed. Susan, of course, warned the family that no good could be expected from any offspring of that diabolical Jack Frost. But Susan's Cassandra-like croakings were unheeded. The Blythes had been so accustomed to regard Jack Frost as a member of the male sex that they could not get out of the habit, so they continually used the masculine pronoun, although the result was ludicrous. Visitors used to be quite electrified when Rilla, referring casually to Jack and his kitten, or told Goldie sternly, "Go to your mother and get him to wash your fur." "It is not decent, Mrs. Dr. dear," poor Susan would say bitterly. She herself compromised by always referring to Jack as "it" or "the white beast," and one heart at least did not ache when "it" was accidentally poisoned the following winter. In a year's time Goldie became so manifestly an inadequate name for the orange kitten that Walter, who was just then reading Stevenson's story, changed it to Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde. In his Dr. Jekyll mood, the cat was a drowsy, affectionate, domestic, cushion-loving puss who liked petting and gloried in being nursed and patted. Especially did he love to lie on his back and have his sleek, cream-colored throat stroked gently while he purred in somnolent satisfaction. He was a notable purrer. Never had there been an Ingleside cat who purred so constantly and so ecstatically. "The only thing I envy a cat is its purr," remarked Dr. Blythe once, listening to Doc's resonant melody. "It is the most contented sound in the world." Doc was very handsome. His every movement was grace, his poses magnificent. When he folded his long, dusky ringed tail about his feet and sat him down on the veranda to gaze steadily into space for long intervals, the Blythes felt that an Egyptian sphinx could not have made a more fitting deity of the portal. When the Mr. Hyde mood came upon him, which it invariably did before rain or wind, he was a wild thing with changed eyes. The transformation always came suddenly. He would spring fiercely from a reverie with a savage snarl and a bite at any restraining or caressing hand. His fur seemed to grow darker and his eyes gleamed with a diabolical light. There was really an unearthly beauty about him. If the change happened in the twilight, all the Ingleside folk felt a certain terror of him. At such times he was a fearsome beast, and only Rilla defended him, asserting that he was such a nice prowly cat. Certainly he prowled. Dr. Jekyll loved new milk. Mr. Hyde would not touch milk and growled over his meat. Dr. Jekyll came down the stairs so silently that no one could hear him. Mr. Hyde made his tread as heavy as a man's. Several evenings when Susan was alone in the house, he scared her stiff, as she declared, by doing this. He would sit in the middle of the kitchen floor with his terrible eyes fixed unwinkingly upon hers for an hour at a time. This played havoc with her nerves, but poor Susan really held him in too much awe to try to drive him out. Once she had dared to throw a stick at him, and he had promptly made a savage leap towards her. Susan rushed out of doors and never attempted to meddle with Mr. Hyde again, though she visited his misdeeds upon the innocent Dr. Jekyll, chasing him ignominiously out of her domain whenever he dared to poke his nose in, and denying him certain savoury tidbits for which he yearned. The many friends of Miss Faith Meredith, Gerald Meredith, and James Blythe, read Susan, rolling the names like sweet morsels under her tongue, were very much pleased to welcome them home a few weeks ago from Redmond College. James Blythe, who was graduated in arts in 1913, had just completed his first year in medicine. Faith Meredith has really got to be the most handsomest creature I ever saw, commented Miss Cornelia above her fillet crochet. It's amazing how those children came on after Rosemary West went to the manse. People have almost forgotten what imps of mischief they were once. Annie, dearie, will you ever forget the way they used to carry on? It's really surprising how well Rosemary got on with them. She's more like a chum than a stepmother. They all love her, and Una adores her. As for that little Bruce, Una just makes a perfect slave of herself to him. Of course, he is a darling, but did you ever see any child look as much like an aunt as he looks like his Aunt Ellen? He's just as dark and just as emphatic. I can't see a feature of Rosemary in him. Norman Douglas always vows at the top of his voice that the stork meant Bruce for him and Ellen and took him to the manse by mistake. Bruce adores Jem, said Mrs. Blythe. When he comes over here, he follows Jem about silently like a faithful little dog, looking up at him from under his black brows. He would do anything for Jem, I verily believe. Are Jem and Faith going to make a match of it? Mrs. Blythe smiled. It was well known that Miss Cornelia, who had been such a virulent man-hater at one time, had actually taken to matchmaking in her declining years. They are only good friends yet, Miss Cornelia. Very good friends, believe me, said Miss Cornelia emphatically. I hear all about the doings of the young fry. I have no doubt that Mary Vance sees that you do, Mrs. Marshall Elliott, said Susan significantly. But I think it is a shame to talk about children making matches. Children? Jem is 21 and Faith 19, retorted Miss Cornelia. You must not forget, Susan, that we old folks are not the only grown-up people in the world. Outraged, Susan, who detested any reference to her age, not from vanity, but from a haunting dread that people might come to think her too old to work, returned to her notes. Carl, Meredith, and Shirley Blythe came home last Friday evening from Queen's Academy. We understand that Carl will be in charge of the school at Harbour Head next year, and we are sure he will be a popular and successful teacher. He will teach the children all there is to know about bugs anyhow, said Miss Cornelia. He is through with Queen's now, and Mr. Meredith and Rosemary wanted him to go right on to Redmond in the fall. But Carl has a very independent streak in him and means to earn part of his own way through college. He'll be all the better for it. Walter Blythe, who has been teaching for the past 2 years at Lowbridge, has resigned, read Susan. He intends going to Redmond this fall. Is Walter quite strong enough for Redmond yet? Queried Miss Cornelia anxiously. We hope that he will be by the fall, said Mrs. Blythe. An idle summer in the open air and sunshine will do a great deal for him. Typhoid is a hard thing to get over, said Miss Cornelia emphatically, especially when one has had such a close shave as Walter had. I think he'd do well to stay out of college another year. But then he's so ambitious. Are Di and Nan going too? Yes, they both wanted to teach another year, but Gilbert thinks they had better go to Redmond this fall. I'm glad of that. They'll keep an eye on Walter and see that he doesn't study too hard. I suppose," continued Miss Cornelia, with a side glance at Susan, "that after the snub I got a few minutes ago, it will not be safe for me to suggest that Jerry Meredith is making sheep's eyes at Nan." Susan ignored this and Mrs. Blythe laughed again. "Dear Miss Cornelia, I have my hands full, haven't I, with all these boys and girls sweethearting around me? If I took it seriously, it would quite crush me. But I don't. It is too hard yet to realize that they're grown up. When I look at those two tall sons of mine, I wonder if they can possibly be the fat, sweet, dimpled babies I kissed and cuddled and sang to slumber the other day. Only the other day, Miss Cornelia. Wasn't Jem the dearest baby in the old house of dreams? And now he's a B.A. and accused of courting." "We're all growing older," sighed Miss Cornelia. "The only part of me that feels old," said Mrs. Blythe, "is the ankle I broke when Josie Pye dared me to walk the Barry Ridgepole in the Green Gables days. I have an ache in it when the wind is east. I wouldn't admit that it is rheumatism, but it does ache. As for the children, they and the Merediths are planning a gay summer before they have to go back to studies in the fall. They are such a fun-loving little crowd. They keep this house in a perpetual whirl of merriment." "Is Rilla going to Queen's when Shirley goes back?" "It isn't decided yet. I rather fancy not. Her father thinks she is not quite strong enough. She has rather outgrown her strength. She's really absurdly tall for a girl not yet 15. I am not anxious to have her go. Why, it would be terrible not to have a single one of my babies home with me next winter. Susan and I would fall to fighting with each other to break the monotony." Susan smiled at this pleasantry. The idea of her fighting with Mrs. Dr. dear. "Does Rilla herself want to go?" asked Miss Cornelia. "No, the truth is, Rilla is the only one of my flock who isn't ambitious. I really wish she had a little more ambition. She has no serious ideals at all. Her sole aspiration seems to be to have a good time." "And why should she not have it, Mrs. Dr. dear?" cried Susan, who could not bear to hear a single word against any one of the Ingleside folk, even from one of themselves. "A young girl should have a good time, and that I will maintain. There will be time enough for her to think of Latin and Greek. I should like to see a little sense of responsibility in her, Susan, and you know yourself that she is abominably vain." "She has something to be vain about," retorted Susan. "She is the prettiest girl in Glen St. Mary. Do you think that all those over harbour McAllisters and Crawfords and Elliots could scarce up a skin like Rilla's in 4 generations? They could not. No, Mrs. Dr. dear. I know my place, but I cannot allow you to run down Rilla. Listen to this, Mrs. Marshall Elliott." Susan had found a chance to get square with Miss Cornelia for her digs at the children's love affairs. She read the item with gusto. "Miller Douglas has decided not to go west. He says old PEI is good enough for him and he will continue to farm for his aunt, Mrs. Alec Davis." Susan looked keenly at Miss Cornelia. "I have heard, Mrs. Marshall Elliott, that Miller is courting Mary Vance." This shot pierced Miss Cornelia's armor. Her sonsy face flushed. "I won't have Miller Douglas hanging around Mary," she said crisply. "He comes of a low family. His father was sort of an outcast from the Douglases. They never really counted him in. And his mother was one of those terrible Dillons from the Harbour Head." "I think I have heard, Mrs. Marshall Elliott, that Mary Vance's own parents were not what you would call aristocratic." Mary Vance has had a good bringing up, and she is smart, clever, capable girl," retorted Miss Cornelia. "She is not going to throw herself away on Miller Douglas, believe me. She knows my opinion on the matter, and Mary has never disobeyed me yet." "Well, I do not think you need worry, Mrs. Marshall Elliott, for Mrs. Alec Davis is as much against it as you could be, and says no nephew of hers is ever going to marry a nameless nobody like Mary Vance." Susan returned to her mutton, feeling that she had got the best of it in this passage of arms, and read another note. "We are pleased to hear that Miss Oliver has been engaged as teacher for another year. Miss Oliver will spend her well-earned vacation at her home in Lowbridge." "I'm so glad Gertrude is going to stay," said Mrs. Blythe. "We would miss her horribly, and she has an excellent influence over Rilla, who worships her. They are chums in spite of the difference in their ages." "I thought I heard she was going to be married." "I believe it was talked of, but I understand it is postponed for a year." "Who is the young man?" "Robert Grant. He is a young lawyer in Charlottetown. I hope Gertrude will be happy. She has had a sad life, with much bitterness in it, and she feels things with a terrible keenness. Her first youth is gone, and she is practically alone in the world. This new love that has come into her life seems such a wonderful thing to her that I think she hardly dares believe in its permanence. When her marriage had to be put off, she was quite in despair, though it certainly wasn't Mr. Grant's fault. There were complications in the settlement of his father's estate. His father died last winter, and he could not marry till the tangles were unravelled. But I think Gertrude felt it was a bad omen, and that her happiness would somehow elude her yet. It does not do, Mrs. Dr. dear, to set your affections too much on a man, remarked Susan solemnly. Mr. Grant is quite as much in love with Gertrude as she is with him, Susan. It is not he whom she distrusts, it is fate. She has a little mystic streak in her. I suppose some people would call her superstitious. She has an odd belief in dreams, and we have not been able to laugh it out of her. I must own, too, that some of her dreams, but there, it would not do to let Gilbert hear me hinting such heresy. What have you found of much interest, Susan? Susan had given an exclamation. Listen to this, Mrs. Dr. dear. Mrs. Sophia Crawford has given up her house at Lowbridge and will make her home in future with her niece, Mrs. Albert Crawford. Why, that is my own cousin Sophia. Mrs. Dr. dear, we quarreled when we were children over who should get a Sunday school card with the words God is love wreathed in rosebuds on it, and have never spoken to each other since. And now she is coming to live right across the road from us. You will have to make up the old quarrel, Susan. It will never do to be at outs with your neighbors. Cousin Sophia began the quarrel, so she can begin the making up also, Mrs. Dr. dear, said Susan loftily. If she does, I hope I am a good enough Christian to meet her halfway. She is not a cheerful person and has been a wet blanket all her life. The last time I saw her, her face had 1,000 wrinkles, maybe more, maybe less, from worrying and foreboding. She howled dreadful at her first husband's funeral, but she married again in less than a year. The next note I see describes the special service in our church last Sunday night and says the decorations were very beautiful. Speaking of that reminds me that Mr. Pryor strongly disapproves of flowers in church, said Miss Cornelia. I always said there would be trouble when that man moved here from Lowbridge. He should never been put in as elder. It was a mistake, and we shall live to rue it, believe me. I have heard that he has said that if the girls continue to mess up the pulpit with weeds, that he will not go to church. The church got on very well before old Whiskers-on-the-Moon came to the Glen, and it is my opinion it will get on without him after he is gone," said Susan. "Who in the world ever gave him that ridiculous nickname?" asked Mrs. Blythe. "Why, the Lowbridge boys have called him that ever since I can remember, Mrs. Dr. dear. I suppose because his face is so round and red, with that fringe of sandy whisker about it. It does not do for anyone to call him that in his hearing, though, and that you may tie to. But worse than his whiskers, Mrs. Dr. dear, he is a very unreasonable man and has a great many queer ideas. He is an elder now, and they say he is quite religious. But I can well remember the time, Mrs. Dr. dear, 20 years ago, when he was caught pasturing his cow in the Lowbridge graveyard. Yes, indeed, I have not forgotten that, and I always think of it when he is praying in meeting. Well, that is all the notes, and there is not much else in the paper of any importance. I never take much interest in foreign parts. Who is this Archduke man who has been murdered?" "What does it matter to us?" asked Miss Cornelia, unaware of the hideous answer to her question, which Destiny was even then preparing. "Somebody is always murdering or being murdered in those Balkan states. It's their normal condition, and I don't really think that our papers ought to print such shocking things. The Enterprise is getting far too sensational with its big headlines. Well, I must be getting home. No, Anne dearie, it's no use asking me to stay to supper. Marshall has got to thinking that if I'm not home for a meal, it's not worth eating, just like a man. So off I go." "Merciful goodness, Anne dearie, what is the matter with that cat? Is he having a fit?" This, as Doc suddenly bounded to the rug at Miss Cornelia's feet, laid back his ears, swore at her, and then disappeared with one fierce leap through the window. "Oh no, he's merely turning into Mr. Hyde, which means that we shall have rain or high wind before morning. Doc is as good as a barometer." "Well, I am thankful he has gone on the rampage outside this time and not in my kitchen," said Susan, "and I'm going out to see about supper. With such a crowd as we have at Ingleside now, it behooves us to think about our meals betimes." End of chapter 1.
Chapter 2 of Rilla of Ingleside. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Anne-Marie Mauchamp. Rilla of Ingleside by Lucy Maud Montgomery. Chapter 2. Dew of Morning. Outside, the Ingleside lawn was full of golden pools of sunshine and plots of alluring shadows. Rilla Blythe was swinging in the hammock under the big Scotch pine. Gertrude Oliver sat at its roots beside her, and Walter was stretched at full length on the grass, lost in a romance of chivalry, wherein old heroes and beauties of dead and gone centuries lived vividly again for him. Rilla was the baby of the Blythe family, and was in a chronic state of secret indignation because nobody believed she was grown up. She was so nearly 15 that she called herself that, and she was quite as tall as Di and Nan. Also, she was nearly as pretty as Susan believed her to be. She had great, dreamy, hazel eyes, a milky skin dappled with little golden freckles, and delicately arched eyebrows, giving her a demure, questioning look, which made people, especially lads in their teens, want to answer it. Her hair was ripply, ruddily brown, and a little dent in her upper lip looked as if some good fairy had pressed it in with her finger at Rilla's christening. Rilla, whose best friends could not deny her share of vanity, thought her face would do very well, but worried over her figure, and wished her mother could be prevailed upon to let her wear longer dresses. She who had been so plump and roly-poly in the old Rainbow Valley days was incredibly slim now, in the arms and legs period. Jem and Shirley harrowed her soul by calling her Spider. Yet she somehow escaped awkwardness. There was something in her movements that made you think she never walked, but always danced. She had been much petted, and was a wee bit spoiled. But still, the general opinion was that Rilla Blythe was a very sweet girl, even if she were not so clever as Nan and Di. Miss Oliver, who was going home that night for vacation, had boarded for a year at Ingleside. The Blythes had taken her to please Rilla, who was fathoms deep in love with her teacher, and was even willing to share her room, since no other was available. Gertrude Oliver was 28, and life had been a struggle for her. She was a striking-looking girl, with rather sad, almond-shaped brown eyes, a clever, rather mocking mouth, and enormous masses of black hair twisted about her head. She was not pretty, but there was a certain charm of interest and mystery in her face, and Rilla found her fascinating. Even her occasional moods of gloom and cynicism had allurement for Rilla. These moods came only when Miss Oliver was tired. At all other times she was a stimulating companion, and the gay set at Ingleside never remembered that she was so much older than themselves. Walter and Rilla were her favorites, and she was the confidante of the secret wishes and aspirations of both. She knew that Rilla longed to be out, to go to parties as Nan and Di did, and to have dainty evening dresses, and yes, there's no mincing matters, beaux, in the plural at that. As for Walter, Miss Oliver knew that he had written a sequence of sonnets to Rosamond, i.e. Faith Meredith, and that he aimed at a professorship of English literature in some big college. She knew his passionate love of beauty and his equally passionate hatred of ugliness. She knew his strength and his weakness. Walter was, as ever, the handsomest of the Ingleside boys. Miss Oliver found pleasure in looking at him for his good looks. He was so exactly like what she would have liked her own son to be. Glossy black hair, brilliant dark gray eyes, faultless features, and a poet to his fingertips. That sonnet sequence was really a remarkable thing for a lad of 20 to write. Miss Oliver was no partial critic, and she knew that Walter Blythe had a wonderful gift. Rilla loved Walter with all her heart. He never teased her as Jem and Shirley did. He never called her Spider. His pet name for her was Rilla my Rilla, a little pun on her real name, Marilla. She had been named after Aunt Marilla of Green Gables, but Aunt Marilla had died before Rilla was old enough to know her very well, and Rilla detested the name as being horribly old-fashioned and prim. Why couldn't they have called her by her first name, Bertha, which was beautiful and dignified, instead of that silly Rilla? She did not mind Walter's version, but nobody else was allowed to call her that, except Miss Oliver, now and then. Rilla my Rilla, in Walter's musical voice, sounded very beautiful to her, like the lilt and ripple of some silvery brook. She would have died for Walter if it would have done him any good, so she told Miss Oliver. Rilla was as fond of italics as most girls of 15 are, and the bitterest drop in her cup was her suspicion that he told Di more of his secrets than he told her. "He thinks I'm not grown up enough to understand," she had once lamented rebelliously to Miss Oliver. "But I am, and I would never tell them to a single soul, not even to you, Miss Oliver. I tell you all my own. I just couldn't be happy if I had any secret from you, dearest. But I would never betray his. I tell him everything. I even show him my diary. and it hurts me dreadfully when he doesn't tell me things. He shows me all his poems, though. They are marvelous, Miss Oliver. Oh, I just live in hope that some day I shall be to Walter what Wordsworth's sister Dorothy was to him. Wordsworth never wrote anything like Walter's poems, nor Tennyson either. I wouldn't say just that. Both of them wrote a great deal of trash, said Miss Oliver dryly. Then, repenting, as she saw a hurt look in Rilla's eye, she added hastily, "But I believe Walter will be a great poet too, some day, and you will have more of his confidence as you grow older." "When Walter was in the hospital with typhoid last year, I was almost crazy," sighed Rilla, a little importantly. "They never told me how ill he really was until it was all over. Father wouldn't let them. I'm glad I didn't know. I couldn't have borne it. I cried myself to sleep every night as it was. But sometimes," concluded Rilla bitterly. She liked to speak bitterly now and then in imitation of Miss Oliver. "Sometimes I think Walter cares more for Dog Monday than he does for me." Dog Monday was the Ingleside dog, so called because he had come into the family on a Monday when Walter had been reading Robinson Crusoe. He really belonged to Jem, but was much attached to Walter also. He was lying beside Walter now, with nose snuggled against his arm, thumping his tail rapturously whenever Walter gave him an absent pat. Monday was not a collie, or a setter, or a hound, or a Newfoundland. He was just, as Jem said, plain dog. Very plain dog, uncharitable people added. Certainly Monday's looks were not his strong point. Black spots were scattered at random over his yellow carcass, one of them apparently blotting out an eye. His ears were in tatters, for Monday was never successful in affairs of honor. But he possessed one talisman. He knew that not all dogs could be handsome, or eloquent, or victorious, but that every dog could love. Inside his homely hide beat the most affectionate, loyal, faithful heart of any dog since dogs were. And something looked out of his brown eyes that was nearer akin to a soul than any theologian would allow. Everybody at Ingleside was fond of him, even Susan, although his one unfortunate propensity of sneaking into the spare room and going to sleep on the bed tried her affection sorely. On this particular afternoon, Rilla had no quarrel on hand with existing conditions. "Hasn't June been a delightful month?" she asked, looking dreamily afar at the little, quiet, silvery clouds hanging so peacefully over Rainbow Valley. "We've had such lovely times, and such lovely weather. It has just been perfect every way." "I don't half like that," said Miss Oliver with a sigh. "It's ominous somehow. A perfect thing is a gift of the gods, a sort of compensation for what is coming afterwards. I've seen that so often I don't care to hear people say they've had a perfect time. June has been delightful, though." "Of course it hasn't been very exciting," said Rilla. "The only exciting thing that has happened in the Glen for a year was old Miss Mead fainting in church. Sometimes I wish something dramatic would happen once in a while." "Don't wish it. Dramatic things always have a bitterness for someone." "What a nice summer all you gay creatures will have, and me moping at Lowbridge." "You'll be over often, won't you? I think there's going to be lots of fun this summer, though I'll just be on the fringe of things as usual, I suppose. Isn't it horrid when people think you're a little girl when you're not?" "There's plenty of time for you to be grown up, Rilla. Don't wish your youth away. It goes too quickly. You'll begin to taste life soon enough." "Taste life! I want to eat it," cried Rilla, laughing. "I want everything. Everything a girl can have. I'll be 15 in another month, and then nobody can say I'm a child any longer. I heard someone say once that the years from 15 to 19 are the best years in a girl's life. I'm going to make them perfectly splendid. Just fill them with fun. There's no use thinking about what you're going to do. You are tolerably sure not to do it." "Oh, but you do get a lot of fun out of the thinking," cried Rilla. "You think of nothing but fun, you monkey," said Miss Oliver indulgently, reflecting that Rilla's chin was really the last word in chins. "Well, what else is 15 for? But have you any notion of going to college this fall?" "No, nor any other fall. I don't want to. I never cared for all those ologies and isms Nan and Di are so crazy about. And there's 5 of us going to college already. Surely that's enough. There's bound to be one dunce in every family. I'm quite willing to be a dunce, if I can be a pretty, popular, delightful one. I can't be clever. I have no talent at all, and you can't imagine how comfortable it is. Nobody expects me to do anything, so I'm never pestered to do it. And I can't be a housewifely, cookly creature either. I hate sewing and dusting. And when Susan couldn't teach me to make biscuits, nobody could. Father says, 'I toil not, neither do I spin. Therefore, I must be a lily of the field,'" concluded Rilla with another laugh. "You are too young to give up on your studies altogether, Rilla." "Oh, Mother will put me through a course of reading next winter. It will polish up her B.A. degree. Luckily, I like reading. Don't look at me so sorrowfully and so disapprovingly, dearest. I can't be sober and serious. Everything looks so rosy and rainbowy to me. Next month I'll be 15, and next year 16, and the year after that 17. Could anything be more enchanting?" "Rap wood," said Gertrude Oliver, half laughingly, half seriously. "Rap wood, Rilla, my Rilla." End of chapter 2.
Chapter 3 of Rilla of Ingleside. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jeannie Hall. Rilla of Ingleside by Lucy Maud Montgomery. Chapter 3. Moonlit Mirth. Rilla, who still buttoned up her eyes when she went to sleep so that she always looked as if she were laughing in her slumber, yawned, stretched, and smiled at Gertrude Oliver. The latter had come over from Lowbridge the previous evening, and had been prevailed upon to remain for the dance at the Four Winds Lighthouse the next night. "The new day is knocking at the window. What will it bring us, I wonder?" Miss Oliver shivered a little. She never greeted the days with Rilla's enthusiasm. She had lived long enough to know that a day may bring a terrible thing. "I think the nicest thing about days is their unexpectedness," went on Rilla. "It's jolly to wake up like this on a golden fine morning and wonder what surprise packet the day will hand you. I always daydream for 10 minutes before I get up, imagining the heaps of splendid things that may happen before night." "I hope something very unexpected will happen today," said Gertrude. "I hope the mail will bring us news that war has been averted between Germany and France." "Oh, yes," said Rilla vaguely. "It will be dreadful if it isn't, I suppose, but it won't really matter much to us, will it? I think a war would be so exciting. The Boer War was, they say, but I don't remember anything about it, of course. Miss Oliver, shall I wear my white dress tonight or my new green one? The green one is by far the prettier, of course, but I'm almost afraid to wear it to a shore dance for fear something will happen to it. And will you do my hair the new way? None of the other girls in the Glen wear it yet, and it will make such a sensation." "How did you induce your mother to let you go to the dance?" "Oh, Walter coaxed her over. He knew I would be heartbroken if I didn't go. It's my first really, truly grown-up party, Miss Oliver, and I've just lain awake at night for a week thinking it over. When I saw the sun shining this morning, I wanted to whoop for joy. It would be simply terrible if it rained tonight. I think I'll wear the green dress and risk it. I want to look my nicest at my first party. Besides, it's an inch longer than my white one. And I'll wear my silver slippers, too. Mrs. Ford sent them to me last Christmas, and I've never had a chance to wear them yet. They're the dearest things. Oh, Miss Oliver, I do hope some of the boys will ask me to dance. I shall die of mortification, truly I will, if nobody does and I have to sit stuck up against the wall all evening. Of course, Carl and Jerry can't dance because they're the minister's sons, or else I could depend on them to save me from utter disgrace. You'll have plenty of partners. All the Over-Harbour boys are coming. There'll be far more boys than girls. I'm glad I'm not a minister's daughter, laughed Rilla. Poor Faith is so furious because she won't dare to dance tonight. Una doesn't care, of course. She has never hankered after dancing. Somebody told Faith there would be a taffy pull in the kitchen for those who didn't dance, and you should have seen the face she made. She and Jem will sit out on the rocks most of the evening, I suppose. Did you know that we are all to walk down as far as that little creek below the old House of Dreams and then sail to the lighthouse? Won't it just be absolutely divine? When I was 15, I talked in italics and superlatives too, said Miss Oliver sarcastically. I think the party promises to be pleasant for young fry. I expect to be bored. None of those boys will bother dancing with an old maid like me. Jem and Walter will take me out once out of charity. So you can't expect me to look forward to it with your touching young rapture. Didn't you have a good time at your first party, though, Miss Oliver? No, I had a hateful time. I was shabby and homely, and nobody asked me to dance except one boy, homelier and shabbier than myself. He was so awkward I hated him, and even he didn't ask me again. I had no real girlhood, Rilla. It's a sad loss. That's why I want you to have a splendid, happy girlhood, and I hope your first party will be one you'll remember all your life with pleasure. I dreamed last night I was at the dance, and right in the middle of things I discovered I was dressed in my kimono and bedroom shoes, sighed Rilla. I woke up with a gasp of horror. Speaking of dreams, I had an odd one, said Miss Oliver absently. It was one of those vivid dreams I sometimes have. They're not the vague jumble of ordinary dreams. They're as clear-cut and real as life. What was your dream? I was standing on the veranda steps here at Ingleside, looking down over the fields of the Glen. All at once, far in the distance, I saw a long, silvery, glistening wave breaking over them. It came nearer and nearer, just a succession of little white waves, like those that break on the sandshore sometimes. The Glen was being swallowed up. I thought, surely the waves will not come near Ingleside, but they came nearer and nearer, so rapidly, before I could move or call, they were breaking right at my feet, and everything was gone. There was nothing but a waste of stormy water where the Glen had been. I tried to draw back, and I saw that the edge of my dress was wet with blood, and I woke shivering. I don't like the dream. There was some sinister significance in it. That kind of vivid dream always comes true with me. I hope it doesn't mean there's a storm coming up from the east to spoil the party, murmured Rilla. Incorrigible 15, said Miss Oliver dryly. No, Rilla, my Rilla. I don't think there is any danger that it foretells anything so awful as that. There had been an undercurrent of tension in the Ingleside existence for several days. Only Rilla, absorbed in her own budding life, was unaware of it. Dr. Blythe had taken to looking grave and saying little over the daily paper. Jem and Walter were keenly interested in the news it brought. Jem sought Walter out in excitement that evening. Oh, boy! Germany has declared war on France. This means that England will fight too, probably, and if she does, well, the piper of your old fancy will have come at last. It wasn't the fancy, said Walter slowly. It was a presentiment, a vision. Jem, I really saw him for a moment that evening long ago. Suppose England does fight? Why, we'll all have to turn in and help her, cried Jem gaily. We couldn't let the old grey mother of the northern sea fight it out alone, could we? But you can't go. The typhoid has done you out of that. Sort of a shame, eh? Walter did not say whether it was a shame or not. He looked silently over the Glen, to the dimpling blue harbor beyond. "We're the cubs. We've got to pitch in tooth and claw if it comes to a family row," Jem went on cheerfully, rumpling up his red curls with a strong, lean, sensitive brown hand. The hand of the born surgeon, his father often thought. "What an adventure it would be! But I suppose Gray or some of those wary old chaps will patch matters up at the 11th hour. It'll be a rotten shame if they leave France in the lurch, though. If they don't, we'll see some fun. Well, I suppose it's time to get ready for the spree at the light." Jem departed, whistling "With 100 Pipers Anda Anda," and Walter stood for a long time where he was. There was a little frown on his forehead. This had all come up with the blackness and suddenness of a thundercloud. A few days ago, nobody had even thought of such a thing. It was absurd to think of it now. Some way out would be found. War was a hellish, horrible, hideous thing. Too horrible and hideous to happen in the 20th century between civilized nations. The mere thought of it was hideous and made Walter unhappy in its threat to the beauty of life. He would not think of it. He would resolutely put it out of his mind. How beautiful the old glen was, in its August ripeness, with its chain of bowery old homesteads, tilled meadows, and quiet gardens. The western sky was like a great golden pearl. Far down, the harbor was frosted with a dawning moonlight. The air was full of exquisite sounds. Sleepy robin whistles, wonderful, mournful, soft murmurs of wind in the twilit trees, rustle of aspen poplars, talking in silvery whispers and shaking their dainty heart-shaped leaves, lilting young laughter from the windows of rooms where the girls were making ready for the dance. The world was steeped in maddening loveliness of sound and color. He would think only of these things, and of the deep, subtle joy they gave him. "Anyhow, no one will expect me to go," he thought. "As Jem says, typhoid has seen to that." Rilla was leaning out of her room window, dressed for the dance. A yellow pansy slipped from her hair and fell out over the sill like a falling star of gold. She caught at it vainly, but there were enough left. Miss Oliver had woven a little wreath of them for her pet's hair. "It's so beautifully calm. Isn't that splendid? We'll have a perfect night. Listen, Miss Oliver, I can hear those old bells in Rainbow Valley quite clearly. They've been hanging there for over 10 years. Their wind chime always makes me think of the aerial, celestial music Adam and Eve heard in Milton's Eden," responded Miss Oliver. "We used to have such fun in Rainbow Valley when we were children," said Rilla dreamily. Nobody ever played in Rainbow Valley now. It was very silent on summer evenings. Walter liked to go there to read. Jem and Faith trysted there considerably. Jerry and Nan went there to pursue uninterruptedly the ceaseless wrangles and arguments on profound subjects that seemed to be their preferred method of sweethearting. And Rilla had a beloved little sylvan dell of her own there, where she liked to sit and dream. "I must run down to the kitchen before I go and show myself off to Susan. She would never forgive me if I didn't." Rilla whirled into the shadowy kitchen at Ingleside, where Susan was prosaically darning socks, and lighted it up with her beauty. She wore her green dress with its little pink daisy garlands, her silk stockings and silver slippers. She had golden pansies in her hair and at her creamy throat. She was so pretty and young and glowing that even Cousin Sophia Crawford was compelled to admire her, and Cousin Sophia Crawford admired few transient earthly things. Cousin Sophia and Susan had made up, or ignored, their old feud since the former had come to live in the Glen, and Cousin Sophia often came across in the evenings to make a neighborly call. Susan did not always welcome her rapturously, for Cousin Sophia was not what could be called an exhilarating companion. "Some calls are visits, and summer visitations, Mrs. Doctor dear," Susan said once, and left it to be inferred that Cousin Sophia's were the latter. Cousin Sophia had a long, pale, wrinkled face, a long, thin nose, a long, thin mouth, and very long, thin, pale hands, generally folded resignedly on her black calico lap. Everything about her seemed long and thin and pale. She looked mournfully upon Rilla Blythe and said sadly, "Is your hair all your own?" "Of course it is," cried Rilla indignantly. "Ah, well," Cousin Sophia sighed. "It might be better for you if it wasn't. Such a lot of hair takes from a person's strength. It's a sign of consumption, I've heard. But I hope it won't turn out like that in your case. I suppose you'll all be dancing tonight. Even the minister's boys, most likely. I suppose us girls won't go that far." "Ah, well, I never held with dancing. I knew a girl once who dropped dead while she was dancing. How anyone could ever dance again after a judgment like that, I cannot comprehend." "Did she ever dance again?" asked Rilla pertly. "I told you she dropped dead. Of course she never danced again, poor creature. She was a Kirk from Lowbridge. You ain't a-going off like that with nothing on your bare neck, are you?" "It's a hot evening," protested Rilla. "But I'll put on a scarf when we go on the water." "I knew of a boatload of young folks who went sailing on that harbor 40 years ago, just such a night as this. Just exactly such a night as this," said Cousin Sophia lugubriously. "And they were upset and drowned, every last one of them. I hope nothing like that'll happen to you tonight. Do you ever try anything for the freckles? I used to find plantain juice real good." "You certainly should be a judge of freckles, Cousin Sophia," said Susan, rushing to Rilla's defense. "You were more speckled than any toad when you was a girl. Rilla's only come in summer, but yours stayed put, season in and season out, and you had not a ground color like hers behind them neither. You look real nice, Rilla, and that way of fixing your hair is becoming. But you are not going to walk to the harbor in those slippers, are you?" "Oh, no, we'll all wear our old shoes to the harbor and carry our slippers. Do you like my dress, Susan?" "It minds me of a dress I wore when I was a girl," sighed Cousin Sophia before Susan could reply. "It was green, with pink posies on it, too, and it was flounced from the waist to the hem. We didn't wear the skimpy things girls wear nowadays. Ah, me, times has changed, and not for the better, I'm afraid. I tore a big hole in it that night, and someone spilled a cup of tea all over it. Ruined it completely. But I hope nothing will happen to your dress. It orter be a bit longer, I'm thinking. Your legs are so terrible long and thin." "Mrs. Dr. Blythe does not approve of little girls dressing like grown-up ones," said Susan stiffly, merely intending a snub to Cousin Sophia. But Rilla felt insulted. A little girl indeed! She whisked out of the kitchen in high dudgeon. Another time she wouldn't go down to show herself off to Susan, who thought nobody was grown up until she was 60. And that horrid Cousin Sophia with her digs about freckles and legs. What business had an old beanpole like that to talk of anybody else being long and thin? Rilla felt all her pleasure in herself and her evening clouded and spoiled. The very teeth of her soul were set on edge, and she could have sat down and cried. But later on, her spirits rose again when she found herself one of the gay crowd bound for the Four Winds Light. The Blythes left Ingleside to the melancholy music of howls from Dog Monday, who was locked up in the barn lest he make an uninvited guest at the light. They picked up the Merediths in the village, and others joined them as they walked down the old harbor road. Mary Vance, resplendent in blue crepe with lace overdress, came out of Miss Cornelia's gate and attached herself to Rilla and Miss Oliver, who were walking together, and who did not welcome her over warmly. Rilla was not very fond of Mary Vance. She had never forgotten the humiliating day when Mary had chased her through the village with a dried codfish. Mary Vance, to tell the truth, was not exactly popular with any of her set. Still, they enjoyed her society. She had such a biting tongue that it was stimulating. Mary Vance is a habit of ours. We can't do without her, even when we are furious with her, Di Blythe had once said. Most of the little crowd were paired off after a fashion. Jem walked with Faith Meredith, of course, and Jerry Meredith with Nan Blythe. Di and Walter were together, deep in confidential conversation which Rilla envied. Carl Meredith was walking with Miranda Pryor, more to torment Joe Milgrave than for any other reason. Joe was known to have a strong hankering for the said Miranda, which shyness prevented him from indulging on all occasions. Joe might summon enough courage to amble up beside Miranda if the night were dark, but here, in this moonlit dusk, he simply could not do it. So he trailed along after the procession and thought things not lawful to be uttered of Carl Meredith. Miranda was the daughter of Whiskers on the Moon. She did not share her father's unpopularity, but she was not much run after, being a pale, neutral little creature, somewhat addicted to nervous giggling. She had silvery blonde hair, and her eyes were big china blue orbs that looked as if she had been badly frightened when she was little and had never got over it. She would much rather have walked with Joe than with Carl, with whom she did not feel in the least at home. Yet it was something of an honor, too, to have a college boy beside her, and a son of the manse at that. Shirley Blythe was with Una Meredith, and both were rather silent because such was their nature. Shirley was a lad of 16, sedate, sensible, thoughtful, full of a quiet humor. He was Susan's little brown boy yet, with his brown hair, brown eyes, and clear brown skin. He liked to walk with Una Meredith because she never tried to make him talk or badgered him with chatter. Una was as sweet and shy as she had been in the Rainbow Valley days, and her large, dark blue eyes were as dreamy and wistful. She had a secret, carefully hidden fancy for Walter Blythe that nobody but Rilla ever suspected. Rilla sympathized with it and wished Walter would return it. She liked Una better than Faith, whose beauty and aplomb rather overshadowed other girls, and Rilla did not enjoy being overshadowed. But just now she was very happy. It was so delightful to be tripping with her friends down that dark, gleaming road, sprinkled with its little spruces and firs, whose balsam made all the air resinous around them. Meadows of sunset afterlight were behind the westerning hills. Before them was the shining harbor. A bell was ringing in the little church over harbor, and the lingering dream notes died around the dim amethystine points. The gulf beyond was still silvery blue in the afterlight. Oh, it was all glorious. The clear air with its salt tang, the balsam of the firs, the laughter of her friends. Rilla loved life, its bloom and brilliance. She loved the ripple of music, the hum of merry conversation. She wanted to walk on forever over this road of silver and shadow. It was her first party, and she was going to have a splendid time. There was nothing in the world to worry about, not even freckles and overlong legs. Nothing except one little haunting fear that nobody would ask her to dance. It was beautiful and satisfying just to be alive, to be 15, to be pretty. Rilla drew a long breath of rapture and caught it midway rather sharply. Jem was telling some story to Faith, something that had happened in the Balkan War. The doctor lost both his legs. They were smashed to pulp, and he was left on the field to die. And he crawled about from man to man, to all the wounded men round him, as long as he could, and did everything possible to relieve their sufferings, never thinking of himself. He was tying a bit of bandage round another man's leg when he went under. They found him there. The doctor's dead hands still held the bandage tight. The bleeding was stopped, and the other man's life was saved. Some hero, wasn't he, Faith? I tell you, when I read that... Jem and Faith moved on out of hearing. Gertrude Oliver suddenly shivered. Rilla pressed her arm sympathetically. Wasn't it dreadful, Miss Oliver? I don't know why Jem tells such gruesome things at a time like this, when we're all out for fun. Do you think it dreadful, Rilla? I thought it wonderful, beautiful. Such a story makes one ashamed of ever doubting human nature. That man's action was godlike, and how humanity responds to the ideal of self-sacrifice. As for my shiver, I don't know what caused it. The evening is certainly warm enough. Perhaps someone is walking over the dark, star-shiny spot that is to be my grave. That is the explanation the old superstition would give. Well, I won't think of that on this lovely night. Do you know, Rilla, that when nighttime comes, I'm always glad I live in the country. We know the real charm of night here, as town dwellers never do. Every night is beautiful in the country, even the stormy ones. I love a wild night storm on this old Gulf shore. As for a night like this, it is almost too beautiful. It belongs to youth and dreamland, and I'm half afraid of it. I feel as if I were part of it, said Rilla. Ah, yes, you're young enough not to be afraid of perfect things. Well, here we are at the House of Dreams. It seems lonely this summer. The Fords didn't come? Mr. and Mrs. Ford and Persis didn't. Kenneth did, but he stayed with his mother's people over harbor. We haven't seen a great deal of him this summer. He's a little lame, so didn't go about very much. Lame? What happened to him? He broke his ankle in a football game last fall and was laid up most of the winter. He has limped a little ever since, but it is getting better all the time, and he expects it will be all right before long. He has been up to Ingleside only twice. Ethel Reese is simply crazy about him, said Mary Vance. She hasn't got the sense she was born with where he is concerned. He walked home with her from the Over Harbor Church last prayer meeting night, and the airs she has put on since would really make you weary of life. As if a Toronto boy like Ken Ford would ever really think of a country girl like Ethel. Rilla flushed. It did not matter to her if Kenneth Ford walked home with Ethel Reese a dozen times. It did not. Nothing that he did mattered to her. He was ages older than she was. He chummed with Nan and Di and Faith and looked upon her, Rilla, as a child whom he never noticed except to tease. And she detested Ethel Reese, and Ethel Reese hated her, always had hated her, since Walter had pummeled Dan so notoriously in Rainbow Valley days. But why need she be thought beneath Kenneth Ford's notice because she was a country girl, pray? As for Mary Vance, she was getting to be an out-and-out gossip, and thought of nothing but who walked home with people. There was a little pier on the harbor shore below the House of Dreams, and 2 boats were moored there. One boat was skippered by Jem Blythe, the other by Joe Milgrave, who knew all about boats and was nothing loath to let Miranda Pryor see it. They raced down the harbor, and Joe's boat won. More boats were coming down from the harbor head and across the harbor from the western side. Everywhere there was laughter. The big white tower on Four Winds Point was overflowing with light, while its revolving beacon flashed overhead. A family from Charlottetown, relatives of the light's keeper, were summering at the light, and they were giving the party to which all the young people of Four Winds and Glen St. Mary and Over Harbor had been invited. As Jem's boat swung in below the lighthouse, Rilla desperately snatched off her shoes and donned her silver slippers behind Miss Oliver's screening back. A glance had told her that the rock-cut steps climbing up to the light were lined with boys and lighted by Chinese lanterns, and she was determined she would not walk up those steps in the heavy shoes her mother had insisted on her wearing for the road. The slippers pinched abominably, but nobody would have suspected it as Rilla tripped smilingly up the steps, her soft, dark eyes glowing and questioning, her color deepening richly on her round, creamy cheeks. The very minute she reached the top of the steps, an Over-Harbor boy asked her to dance, and the next moment they were in the pavilion that had been built seaward of the lighthouse for dances. It was a delightful spot, roofed over with fir boughs and hung with lanterns. Beyond was the sea in a radiance that glowed and shimmered. To the left the moonlit crests and hollows of the sand dunes. To the right, the rocky shore with its inky shadows and its crystalline coves. Rilla and her partner swung in among the dancers. She drew a long breath of delight. What witching music Ned Burr of the Upper Glen was coaxing from his fiddle. It was really like the magical pipes of the old tale which compelled all who heard them to dance. How cool and fresh the Gulf breeze blew. How white and wonderful the moonlight was over everything. This was life, enchanting life. Rilla felt as if her feet and her soul both had wings. End of Chapter 3. Recording by Jeannie Hall, Eldersburg, Maryland.
Chapter 4 of Rilla of Ingleside. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Stacy Colon. Rilla of Ingleside by Lucy Maud Montgomery, Chapter 4, The Piper Pipes. Rilla's first party was a triumph, or so it seemed at first. She had so many partners that she had to split her dances. Her silver shoes seemed verily to dance of themselves, and though they continued to pinch her toes and blister her heels, that did not interfere with her enjoyment in the least. Ethel Reese gave her a bad 10 minutes by beckoning her mysteriously out of the pavilion and whispering, with a Reese-like smirk, that her dress gaped behind and that there was a stain on the flounce. Rilla rushed miserably to the room in the lighthouse which was fitted up for a temporary ladies' dressing room, and discovered that the stain was merely a tiny grass smear, and that the gap was equally tiny where a hook had pulled loose. Irene Howard fastened it up for her and gave her some oversweet condescending compliments. Rilla felt flattered by Irene's condescension. She was an Upper Glen girl of 19 who seemed to like the society of younger girls. Spiteful friends said because she could queen it over them without rivalry. But Rilla thought Irene quite wonderful and loved her for her patronage. Irene was pretty and stylish. She sang divinely and spent every winter in Charlottetown taking music lessons. She had an aunt in Montreal who sent her wonderful things to wear. She was reported to have had a sad love affair. Nobody knew just what, but its very mystery allured. Rilla felt that Irene's compliments crowned her evening. She ran gaily back to the pavilion and lingered for a moment in the glow of the lanterns at the entrance looking at the dancers. A momentary break in the whirling throng gave her a glimpse of Kenneth Ford standing at the other side. Rilla's heart skipped a beat, or if that be a physiological impossibility, she thought it did. So he was here after all. She had concluded he was not coming, not that it mattered in the least. Would he see her? Would he take any notice of her? Of course he wouldn't ask her to dance. That couldn't be hoped for. He thought her just a mere child. He had called her Spider not 3 weeks ago when he had been at Ingleside one evening. She had cried about it upstairs afterwards and hated him. But her heart skipped a beat when she saw that he was edging his way round the side of the pavilion towards her. Was he coming to her? Was he? Was he? Yes, he was! He was looking for her. He was here beside her. He was gazing down at her with something in his dark gray eyes that Rilla had never seen in them. Oh, it was almost too much to bear, and everything was going on as before. The dancers were spinning round. The boys who couldn't get partners were hanging about the pavilion. Canoodling couples were sitting out on the rocks. Nobody seemed to realize what a stupendous thing had happened. Kenneth was a tall lad, very good-looking, with a certain careless grace of bearing that somehow made all the other boys seem stiff and awkward by contrast. He was reported to be awesomely clever, with the glamour of a faraway city and a big university hanging around him. He had also the reputation of being a bit of a lady-killer, but that probably accrued to him from his possession of a laughing, velvety voice, which no girl could hear without a heartbeat, and a dangerous way of listening as if she were saying something he had longed all his life to hear. "Is this Rilla, my Rilla?" he asked in a low tone. "Yes," said Rilla, and immediately wished she could throw herself headlong down the lighthouse rock, or otherwise vanish from a jeering world. Rilla had lisped in early childhood, but she had grown out of it. Only on occasions of stress and strain did the tendency reassert itself. She hadn't lisped for a year, and now, at this very moment, when she was so especially desirous of appearing grown-up and sophisticated, she must go and lisp like a baby. It was too mortifying. She felt as if tears were going to come into her eyes. The next minute she would be blubbering, yes, just blubbering. She wished Kenneth would go away. She wished he had never come. The party was spoiled. Everything had turned to dust and ashes. And he had called her Rilla my Rilla, not Spider, or Kid, or Puss, as he had been used to call her when he took any notice whatever of her. She did not at all resent his using Walter's pet name for her. It sounded beautifully in his low, caressing tones, with just the faintest suggestion of emphasis on the "my." It would have been so nice if she had not made a fool of herself. She dared not look up lest she see laughter in his eyes. So she looked down, and as her lashes were very long and dark, and her lids very thick and creamy, the effect was quite charming and provocative, and Kenneth reflected that Rilla Blythe was going to be the beauty of the Ingleside girls after all. He wanted to make her look up, to catch again that little demure questioning glance. She was the prettiest thing at the party, there was no doubt of that. What was he saying? Rilla could hardly believe her ears. "Can we have a dance?" "Yes," said Rilla. She said it with such a fierce determination not to lisp that she fairly blurted the word out. Then she writhed in spirit again. It sounded so bold, so eager, as if she were fairly jumping at him. What would he think of her? Oh, why did dreadful things like this happen just when a girl wanted to appear at her best? Kenneth drew her in among the dancers. "I think this game ankle of mine is good for one hop around at least," he said. "How is your ankle?" said Rilla. Oh, why couldn't she think of something else to say? She knew he was sick of inquiries about his ankle. She had heard him say so at Ingleside, heard him tell Di he was going to wear a placard on his breast announcing to all and sundry that the ankle was improving, etc. And now she must go and ask this stale question again. Kenneth was tired of inquiries about his ankle, but then he had not often been asked about it by lips with such an adorable, kissable dent just above them. Perhaps that's why he answered very patiently that it was getting on well and didn't trouble him much if he didn't walk or stand too long at a time. "They tell me it will be as strong as ever in time, but I'll have to cut football out this fall." They danced together, and Rilla knew every girl in sight envied her. After the dance they went down the rock steps, and Kenneth found a little flat, and they rowed across the moonlit channel to the sand shore. They walked on the sand until Kenneth's ankle made protest, and then they sat down among the dunes. Kenneth talked to her as he talked to Nan and Di. Rilla, overcome with a shyness she did not understand, could not talk much, and thought he would think her frightfully stupid. But in spite of this, it was all very wonderful. The exquisite moonlit night, the shining sea, the tiny little wavelets swishing on the sand, the cool and freakish wind of night crooning in the stiff grasses on the crest of the dunes, the music sounding faintly and sweetly over the channel. "A merry lilt to moonlight for mermaiden revelry," quoted Kenneth softly from one of Walter's poems. And just he and she alone together in the glamour of sound and sight. Only her slippers didn't bite so, and if only she could talk cleverly like Miss Oliver. Nay, if she could only talk as she did herself to other boys. But words would not come. She could only listen and murmur little commonplace sentences now and again. But perhaps her dreamy eyes and her dented lip and her slender throat talked eloquently for her. At any rate, Kenneth seemed in no hurry to suggest going back, and when they did go back, supper was in progress. He found a seat for her near the window of the lighthouse kitchen, and sat on the sill beside her while she ate her ices and cake. Rilla looked about her and thought how lovely her first party had been. She would never forget it. The room re-echoed to laughter and jest. Beautiful young eyes sparkled and shone. From the pavilion outside came the lilt of the fiddle and the rhythmic steps of the dancers. There was a little disturbance among a group of boys crowded about the door. A young fellow pushed through and halted on the threshold, looking about him rather somberly. It was Jack Elliott from Over-Harbour, a McGill medical student, a quiet chap, not much addicted to social doings. He had been invited to the party, but had not been expected to come, since he had to go to Charlottetown that day and could not be back until late. Yet here he was, and he carried a folded paper in his hand. Gertrude Oliver looked at him from her corner and shivered again. She had enjoyed the party herself after all, for she had foregathered with a Charlottetown acquaintance who, being a stranger and much older than most of the guests, felt himself rather out of it, and had been glad to fall in with this clever girl who could talk of world doings and outside events with the zest and vigor of a man. In the pleasure of his society she had forgotten some of her misgivings of the day. Now they suddenly returned to her. What news did Jack Elliott bring? Lines from an old poem flashed unbidden into her mind. There was a sound of revelry by night. Hush! Hark! A deep sound strikes like a rising knell. Why should she think of that now? Why didn't Jack Elliott speak, if he had anything to tell? Why did he just stand there glowering importantly? Ask him, she said feverishly to Alan Daly. But somebody else had already asked him. The room grew very silent all at once. Outside, the fiddler had stopped for a rest, and there was silence there too. Afar off they heard the low moan of the Gulf, the presage of a storm already on its way up the Atlantic. A girl's laugh drifted up from the rocks and died away as if frightened out of existence by the sudden stillness. England declared war on Germany today, said Jack slowly. The news came by wire just as I left town. God help us, whispered Gertrude Oliver under her breath. My dream! The first wave has broken. She looked at Alan Daly and tried to smile. Is this Armageddon? She asked. I'm afraid so, he said gravely. A chorus of exclamations had arisen round them. Light surprise and idle interest for the most part. Few there realized the import of the message. Fewer still realized that it meant anything to them. Before long the dancing was on again, and the hum of pleasure was as loud as ever. Gertrude and Alan Daly talked the news over in low, troubled tones. Walter Blythe had turned pale and left the room. Outside, he met Jem hurrying up the rock steps. Have you heard the news, Jem? Yes, the piper has come, hurrah! I knew England wouldn't leave France in the lurch. I've been trying to get Captain Josiah to hoist the flag, but he says it isn't the proper caper till sunrise. Jack says they'll be calling for volunteers tomorrow. What a fuss over nothing, said Mary Vance disdainfully as Jem dashed off. She was sitting out with Millard Douglas on a lobster trap, which was not only an unromantic but an uncomfortable seat. But Mary and Miller were both supremely happy on it. Millard Douglas was a big, strapping, uncouth lad who thought Mary Vance's tongue uncommonly gifted, and Mary Vance's white eyes stars of the first magnitude. And neither of them had the least inkling why Jem Blythe wanted to hoist the lighthouse flag. What does it matter if there's going to be a war over there in Europe? I'm sure it doesn't concern us. Walter looked at her and had one of his odd visitations of prophecy. Before this war is over, he said, or something said through his lips, every man and woman and child in Canada will feel it. You, Mary, will feel it. Feel it in your heart's core. You will weep tears of blood over it. The piper has come. And he will pipe until every corner of the world has heard his awful and irresistible music. It will be years before the dance of death is over. Years, Mary, and in those years millions of hearts will break. Fancy now, said Mary, who always said that when she couldn't think of anything else to say. She didn't know what Walter meant, but she felt uncomfortable. Walter Blythe was always saying odd things. That old piper of his. She hadn't heard anything about him since their play days in Rainbow Valley. And now here he was bobbing up again. She didn't like it, and that was the long and short of it. Aren't you painting it rather strong, Walter? Asked Harvey Crawford, coming up just then. This war won't last for years. It'll be over in a month or two. England will just wipe Germany off the map in no time. Do you think a war for which Germany has been preparing for 20 years will be over in a few weeks? Said Walter passionately. This isn't a paltry struggle in a Balkan corner, Harvey. It's a death grapple. Germany comes to conquer or die. And do you know what will happen if she conquers? Canada will be a German colony. Well, I guess a few things will have to happen before that, said Harvey, shrugging his shoulders. The British Navy would have to be licked for one. And for another, Miller here now, and we'd raise a dust, wouldn't we, Miller? No Germans need apply for this old country, eh? Harvey ran down the steps laughing. I declare, I think all you boys talk the craziest stuff, said Mary Vance in disgust. She got up and dragged Miller off the rock shore. It didn't happen often that they had a chance to talk together. Mary was determined that this one shouldn't be spoiled by Walter Blythe's silly blather about pipers and Germans and such like absurd things. They left Walter standing alone on the rock steps, looking out over the beauty of Four Winds with brooding eyes that saw it not. The best of the evening was over for Rilla, too. Ever since Jack Elliott's announcement, she had sensed that Kenneth was no longer thinking about her. She felt suddenly lonely and unhappy. It was worse than if he had never noticed her at all. Was life like this? Something delightful happening, and then, just as you were reveling in it, slipping away from you? Rilla told herself pathetically that she felt years older than when she had left home that evening. Perhaps she did. Perhaps she was, who knows? It does not do to laugh at the pangs of youth. They are very terrible because youth has not yet learned that this too will pass. Rilla sighed and wished she were home, in bed, crying into her pillow. Tired? Said Kenneth gently but absently. Oh, so absently. He really didn't care a bit whether she was tired or not, she thought. Kenneth, she ventured timidly, you don't think this war will matter much to us in Canada, do you? Matter? Of course it will matter to the lucky fellows who will be able to take a hand. I won't, thanks to this confounded ankle. Rotten luck, I call it. I don't see why we should fight England's battles, cried Rilla. She's quite able to fight them herself. That isn't the point. We are part of the British Empire. It's a family affair. We've got to stand by each other. The worst of it is, it will be over before I can be of any use. Do you mean that you would really volunteer to go if it wasn't for your ankle? Asked Rilla incredulously. Sure I would. You see, they'll go by thousands. Jem will be off, I'll bet a cent. Walter won't be strong enough yet, I suppose. And Jerry Meredith, he'll go. And I was worrying about being out of football this year. Rilla was too startled to say anything. Jem? And Jerry? Nonsense! Why, Father and Mr. Meredith wouldn't allow it. They weren't through college. Oh, why hadn't Jack Elliott kept his horrid news to himself? Mark Warren came up and asked her to dance. Rilla went, knowing Kenneth didn't care whether she went or stayed. An hour ago on the sand shore he had been looking at her as if she were the only being of any importance in the world. And now she was nobody. His thoughts were full of this great game, which was to be played out on blood-stained fields with empires for stakes. A game in which womankind could have no part. Women, thought Rilla miserably, just had to sit and cry at home. But all this was foolishness. Kenneth couldn't go. He admitted that himself. And Walter couldn't, thank goodness for that. And Jem and Jerry would have more sense. She wouldn't worry. She would enjoy herself. But how awkward Mark Warren was. How he bungled his steps. Why, for mercy's sake, did boys try to dance who didn't know the first thing about dancing, and who had feet as big as boats? There, he had bumped her into somebody. She would never dance with him again. She danced with others, though the zest was gone out of the performance, and she'd begun to realize that her slippers hurt her badly. Kenneth seemed to have gone. At least nothing was to be seen of him. Her first party was spoiled, though it had seemed so beautiful at one time. Her head ached, her toes burned, and worse was yet to come. She had gone down with some over-harbor friends to the rock shore, where they all lingered as dance after dance went on above them. It was cool and pleasant, and they were tired. Rilla sat silent, taking no part in the gay conversation. She was glad when someone called down that the over-harbor boats were leaving. A laughing scramble up the lighthouse rock followed. A few couples still whirled about in the pavilion, but the crowd had thinned out. Rilla looked about her for the Glen group. She could not see one of them. She ran into the lighthouse. Still no sign of anybody. In dismay, she ran to the rock steps, down which the over-harbor guests were hurrying. She could see the boats below. Where was Jem's? Where was Joe's? "Why, Rilla Blythe, I thought you'd be gone home long ago," said Mary Vance, who was waving her scarf at a boat skimming up the channel, skippered by Miller Douglas. "Where are the rest?" gasped Rilla. "Why, they're gone. Jem went an hour ago. Una had a headache. And the rest went with Joe about 15 minutes ago. See? They're just going round Birch Point. I didn't go because it's getting rough, and I knew I'd be seasick. I don't mind walking home from here. It's only 1.5 miles. I supposed you'd gone. Where were you?" "Down on the rocks with Jem and Molly Crawford." "Oh, why didn't they look for me?" "They did, but you couldn't be found. Then they concluded you must have gone in the other boat. Don't worry, you can stay all night with me, and we'll phone up to Ingleside where you are." Rilla realized there was nothing else to do. Her lips trembled, and tears came into her eyes. She blinked savagely. She would not let Mary Vance see her crying. But to be forgotten like this! To think nobody had thought it worthwhile to make sure where she was, not even Walter. Then she had a sudden dismayed recollection. "My shoes!" she exclaimed. "I left them in the boat." "Well, I never!" said Mary. "You're the most thoughtless kid I ever saw. You'll have to ask Hazel Lewison to lend you a pair of shoes." "I won't," cried Rilla, who didn't like the said Hazel. "I'll go barefoot first." Mary shrugged her shoulders. "Just as you like. Pride must suffer pain. It'll teach you to be more careful. Well, let's hike." Accordingly they hiked, but to hike along a deep-rutted, pebbly lane in frail, silver-hued slippers with high French heels is not an exhilarating performance. Rilla managed to limp and totter along until they reached the harbor road, but she could go no further in those detestable slippers. She took them and her dear silk stockings off and started barefoot. That was not pleasant either. Her feet were very tender, and the pebbles and ruts of the road hurt them. Her blistered heels smarted, but physical pain was almost forgotten in the sting of humiliation. This was a nice predicament. If Kenneth Ford could see her now, limping along like a little girl with a stone bruise. And what a horrid way for her lovely party to end. She just had to cry. It was too terrible. Nobody cared for her. Nobody bothered about her at all. Well, if she caught cold from walking home barefoot on a dew-wet road and went into a decline, perhaps they would be sorry. She furtively wiped her tears away with her scarf. Handkerchiefs seemed to have vanished like shoes. But she could not help sniffling worse and worse. "You've got a cold, I see," said Mary. "You ought to have known you would, sitting down in the wind on those rocks. Your mother won't let you go out again in a hurry, I can tell you. It's certainly been something of a party. The Lewisons know how to do things, I'll say that for them, though Hazel Lewison is no choice of mine. My, how black she looked when she saw you dancing with Ken Ford. And so did that little hussy of an Ethel Reese. What a flirt he is." "I don't think he's a flirt," said Rilla as defiantly as 2 desperate sniffs would let her. "You'll know more about men when you're as old as I am," said Mary patronizingly. "Mind you, it doesn't do to believe all they tell you. Don't let Ken Ford think that all he has to do to get you on a string is to drop his handkerchief. Have more spirit than that, child." To be thus hectored and patronized by Mary Vance was unendurable. And it was unendurable to walk on stony roads with blistered heels and bare feet. And it was unendurable to be crying and have no handkerchief, and not to be able to stop crying. "I'm not thinking about Kenneth Ford at all," cried tortured Rilla. "There's no need to fly off the handle, child. You ought to be willing to take advice from older people. I saw how you slipped over to the sands with Ken. and stayed there ever so long with him. Your mother wouldn't like it if she knew." "I'll tell my mother all about it, and Miss Oliver and Walter." Rilla gasped between sniffs. "You sat for hours with Miller Douglas on that lobster trap, Mary Vance. What would Mrs. Elliott say to that if she knew?" "Oh, I'm not going to quarrel with you," said Mary, suddenly retreating to high and lofty ground. "All I say is, you should wait until you're grown up before you do things like that." Rilla gave up trying to hide the fact that she was crying. Everything was spoiled. Even that beautiful, dreamy, romantic, moonlit hour with Kenneth on the sands was vulgarized and cheapened. She loathed Mary Vance. "Why, whatever's wrong?" cried mystified Mary. "What are you crying for?" "My feet hurt so," sobbed Rilla, clinging to the last shred of her pride. It was less humiliating to admit crying because of your feet than because somebody had been amusing himself with you, and your friends had forgotten you, and other people patronized you. "I dare say they do," said Mary, not unkindly. "Never mind. I know where there's a pot of goose grease in Cornelia's tidy pantry, and it beats all the fancy cold creams in the world. I'll put some on your heels before you go to bed." Goose grease on your heels. So this is what your first party and your first beau and your first moonlit romance ended in. Rilla gave over crying in sheer disgust at the futility of tears, and went to sleep in Mary Vance's bed in the calm of despair. Outside, the dawn came grayly in on wings of storm. Captain Josiah, true to his word, ran up the Union Jack at the Four Winds Light, and it streamed on the fierce wind against the clouded sky like a gallant, unquenchable beacon. End of Chapter 4. Chapter 5 of Rilla of Ingleside. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Stacey Colon. Rilla of Ingleside by Lucy Maud Montgomery. Chapter 5. The Sound of a Going. Rilla ran down through the sunlit glory of the maple grove behind Ingleside to her favorite nook in Rainbow Valley. She sat down on a green moss stone among the fern, propped her chin on her hands, and stared unseeingly at the dazzling blue sky of the August afternoon. So blue, so peaceful, so unchanged, just as it had arched over the valley in the mellow days of late summer ever since she could remember. She wanted to be alone, to think things out, to adjust herself, if it were possible, to the new world into which she seemed to have been transplanted with a suddenness and completeness that left her half bewildered as to her own identity. Could she be the same Rilla Blythe who had danced at Four Winds Light 6 days ago? Only 6 days ago. It seemed to Rilla that she had lived as much in those 6 days as in all her previous life. And if it be true that we should count time by heart-throbs she had. That evening, with its hopes and fears and triumphs and humiliations, seemed like ancient history now. Could she really have ever cried just because she had been forgotten, and had to walk home with Mary Vance? Ah, thought Rilla sadly, how trivial and absurd such a cause of tears now appeared to her. She could cry now with a right good will, but she would not. She must not. What was it her mother had said, looking with her white lips and stricken eyes, as Rilla had never seen her mother look before? "When our women fail in courage, shall our men be fearless still?" Yes, that was it. She must be brave, like Mother, and Nan, and Faith. Faith who had cried with flashing eyes, "Oh, if I were only a man to go too!" Only when her eyes ached and her throat burned like this, she had to hide herself in Rainbow Valley for a little. Just to think things out and remember that she wasn't a child any longer. She was grown up, and women had to face things like this. But it was nice to get away alone now and then, where nobody could see her, and where she needn't feel that people thought her a little coward if some tears came in spite of her. How sweet and woodsy the ferns smelled. How softly the great feathery boughs of the firs waved and murmured over her. How elfinly rang the bells of the tree lovers, just a tinkle now and then as the breeze swept by. How purple and elusive the haze where incense was being offered on many an altar of the hills. How the maple leaves whitened in the wind until the grove seemed covered with pale silvery blossoms. Everything was just the same as she had seen it hundreds of times, and yet the whole face of the world seemed changed. How wicked I was to wish that something dramatic would happen, she thought. Oh, if we could only have those dear, monotonous, pleasant days back again. I would never, never grumble about them again. Rilla's world had tumbled to pieces the very day after the party. As they lingered around the dinner table at Ingleside, talking of the war, the telephone had rung. It was a long-distance call from Charlottetown for Jem. When he had finished talking, he hung up the receiver and turned around, with a flushed face and glowing eyes. Before he had said a word, his mother and Nan and Di had turned pale. As for Rilla, for the first time in her life, she felt that everyone must hear her heart beating and that something had clutched at her throat. "They are calling for volunteers in town, Father," said Jem. "Scores have joined up already. I'm going in tonight to enlist." "Oh, little Jem!" cried Mrs. Blythe brokenly. She had not called him that for many years, not since the day he had rebelled against it. "Oh, no, no, little Jem." "I must, Mother." "I'm right, am I not, Father?" said Jem. Dr. Blythe had risen. He was very pale, too, and his voice was husky, but he did not hesitate. "Yes, Jem, yes. If you feel that way, yes." Mrs. Blythe covered her face. Walter stared moodily at his plate. Nan and Di clasped each other's hands. Shirley tried to look unconcerned. Susan sat as if paralyzed, her piece of pie half eaten on her plate. Susan never did finish that piece of pie, a fact which bore eloquent testimony to the upheaval in her inner woman, for Susan considered it a cardinal offense against civilized society to begin to eat anything and not finish it. That was willful waste, hence to the contrary notwithstanding. Jem turned to the phone again. "I must ring the manse. Jerry will want to go too." At this Nan had cried out, "Oh!" as if a knife had been thrust into her, and rushed from the room. Di followed her. Rilla turned to Walter for comfort, but Walter was lost to her in some reverie she could not share. "All right," Jem was saying, as coolly as if he were arranging the details of a picnic. "I thought you would. Yes, tonight. The 7 o'clock. Meet me at the station. So long." "Mrs. Doctor dear," said Susan, "I wish you would wake me up. Am I dreaming or am I awake? Does that blessed boy realize what he's saying? Does he mean that he's going to enlist as a soldier? You do not mean to tell me that they want children like him. It is an outrage. Surely you and the doctor will not permit it." "We can't stop him," said Mrs. Blythe chokingly. "Oh, Gilbert." Dr. Blythe came up behind his wife and took her hand gently, looking down into the sweet gray eyes that he had only once before seen filled with such imploring anguish as now. They both thought of that other time, the day years ago, in the house of dreams when little Joyce had died. "Would you have him stay, Anne, when the others are going, when he thinks it his duty? Would you have him so selfish and small-souled?" "No, no, but, oh, our firstborn son. He's only a lad. Gilbert, I'll try to be brave after a while. Just now I can't. It's all come so suddenly. Give me time." The doctor and his wife went out of the room. Jem had gone. Walter had gone. Shirley got up to go. Rilla and Susan remained staring at each other across the deserted table. Rilla had not yet cried. She was too stunned for tears. Then she saw that Susan was crying. Susan, whom she had never seen shed a tear before. "Oh, Susan, will he really go?" she asked. It is just ridiculous, that's what it is," said Susan. She wiped away her tears, gulped resolutely, and got up. "I'm going to wash the dishes. That has to be done, even if everybody has gone crazy. There now, dearie. Do not you cry. Jem will go, most likely. But the war will be over long before he gets anywhere near it. Let us take a brace and not worry your poor mother." "In the Enterprise today it was reported that Lord Kitchener says the war will last 3 years," said Rilla dubiously. "I'm not acquainted with Lord Kitchener," said Susan composedly, "but I dare say he makes mistakes as often as other people. Your father says it will be over in a few months, and I have as much faith in his opinion as I have in Lord Anybody's. So just let us be calm and trust in the Almighty, and get this place tidied up. I'm done with crying, which is a waste of time and discourages everybody." Jem and Jerry went to Charlottetown that night, and 2 days later they came back in khaki. The Glen hummed with excitement over it. Life at Ingleside had suddenly become a tense, strained, thrilling thing. Mrs. Blythe and Nan were brave and smiling and wonderful. Already Mrs. Blythe and Miss Cornelia were organizing a Red Cross. The doctor and Mr. Meredith were rounding up the men for a patriotic society. Rilla, after the first shock, reacted to the romance of it all, in spite of her heartache. Jem certainly looked magnificent in his uniform. It was splendid to think of the lads of Canada answering so speedily and fearlessly and uncalculatingly to the call of their country. Rilla carried her head high among the girls whose brothers had not so responded. In her diary she wrote, "He goes to do what I had done had Douglas's daughter been his son," and was sure she meant it. If she were a boy, of course she would go too. She hadn't the least doubt of that. She wondered if it was very dreadful of her to feel glad that Walter hadn't got strong as soon as they had wished after the fever. "I couldn't bear to have Walter go," she wrote. "I love Jem ever so much, but Walter means more to me than anyone in the world, and I would die if he had to go. He seems so changed these days. He hardly ever talks to me. I suppose he wants to go too and feels badly because he can't. He doesn't go about with Jem and Jerry at all. I shall never forget Susan's face when Jem came home in his khaki. It worked and twisted as if she were going to cry, but all she said was, 'You look almost like a man in that, Jem.'" Jem laughed. He never minds because Susan thinks him just a child still. "Everybody seems busy but me. I wish there was something I could do, but there doesn't seem to be anything. Mother and Nan and Di are busy all the time, and I just wander about like a lonely ghost. What hurts me terribly, though, is that Mother's smiles and Nan's just seem put on from the outside. Mother's eyes never laugh now. It makes me feel that I shouldn't laugh either, that it's wicked to feel laughy. And it's so hard for me to keep from laughing, even if Jem is going to be a soldier. When I laugh, I don't enjoy it either as I used to do. There's something behind it all that keeps hurting me, especially when I wake up in the night. Then I cry because I'm afraid that Kitchener of Khartoum is right and the war will last for years, and Jem may be... But no, I won't write it. It would make me feel as if it were really going to happen. The other day Nan said, 'Nothing can ever be quite the same for any of us again.' It made me feel rebellious. Why shouldn't things be the same again, when everything is over and Jem and Jerry are back? We'll all be happy and jolly again, and these days will seem just like a bad dream. The coming of the mail is the most exciting event of every day now. Father just snatches a paper. I never saw Father snatch before, and the rest of us crowd round and look at the headlines over his shoulder. Susan vows she does not and will not believe a word the papers say, but she always comes to the kitchen door and listens and then goes back shaking her head. She is terribly indignant all the time, but she cooks up all the things Jem likes especially, and she did not make a single bit of fuss when she found Monday asleep on the spare room bed yesterday night on top of Mrs. Rachel Lynde's apple leaf spread. The Almighty only knows where your master will be having to sleep before long, you poor dumb beast, she said as she put him quite gently out. But she never relents towards Doc. She says the minute he saw Jem in khaki, he turned into Mr. Hyde then and there, and she thinks that ought to be proof enough of what he really is. Susan is funny, but she is an old dear. Shirley says she is one half angel and the other half good cook, but then Shirley is the only one of us she never scolds. Faith Meredith is wonderful. I think she and Jem are really engaged now. She goes about with a shining light in her eyes, but her smiles are a little stiff and starched, just like Mother's. I wonder if I could be as brave as she if I had a lover and he was going to the war. It is bad enough when it's your brother. Bruce Meredith cried all night, Mrs. Meredith says, when he heard Jem and Jerry were going, and he wanted to know if the K of K his father talked about was the King of Kings. He is the dearest kitty. I just love him. Though I don't really care much for children. I don't like babies one bit. Though when I say so, people look at me as if I had said something perfectly shocking. Well, I don't. And I've got to be honest about it. I don't mind looking at a nice, clean baby if somebody else holds it, but I wouldn't want to touch it for anything, and I don't feel a single real spark of interest in it. Gertrude Oliver says she just feels the same. She is the most honest person I know. She never pretends anything. She says babies bore her until they're old enough to talk, and then she likes them, but still a good ways off. Mother and Nan and Di all adore babies and seem to think I'm unnatural because I don't. I haven't seen Kenneth since the night of the party. He was here one evening after Jem came back, but I happened to be away. I don't think he mentioned me at all. At least nobody told me he did, and I was determined I wouldn't ask. But I don't care in the least. All that matters absolutely nothing to me now. The only thing that does matter is that Jem has volunteered for active service and will be going to Valcartier in a few more days. My big, splendid brother Jem. Oh, I'm so proud of him. I suppose Kenneth would enlist too if it weren't for his ankle. I think that is quite providential. He is his mother's only son, and how dreadful she would feel if he went. Only sons should never think of going. Walter came wandering through the valley as Rilla sat there, with his head bent and his hands clasped behind him. When he saw Rilla, he turned abruptly away. Then, as abruptly, he turned and came back to her. "Rilla, my Rilla, what are you thinking of?" "Everything is so changed, Walter," said Rilla wistfully. "Even you're changed. A week ago we were all so happy, and now I just can't find myself at all. I'm lost." Walter sat down on a neighboring stone and took Rilla's little appealing hand. "I'm afraid our world has come to an end, Rilla. We've got to face that fact." "It's so terrible to think of Jem," pleaded Rilla. "Sometimes I forget for a little while what it really means and feel excited and proud. And then it comes over me again like a cold wind. I envy Jem," said Walter moodily. "Envy Jem? Oh, Walter, you don't want to go too." "No," said Walter, gazing straight before him down the emerald vistas of the valley. "No, I don't want to go. That's just the trouble, Rilla. I'm afraid to go. I'm a coward." "You're not," Rilla burst out angrily. "Why, anybody would be afraid to go. You might be killed." "I wouldn't mind that if it didn't hurt," muttered Walter. "I don't think I'm afraid of death itself. It's of the pain that might come before death. It wouldn't be so bad to die and have it over, but to keep on dying. Rilla, I've always been afraid of pain. You know that. I can't help it. I shudder when I think of the possibility of being mangled or blinded. Rilla, I cannot face that thought. To be blind. Never to see the beauty of the world again. Moonlight on four winds. The stars twinkling through the fir trees. Mist on the gulf. I ought to go. I ought to want to go, but I don't. I hate the thought of it. I'm ashamed. Ashamed." "But, Walter, you couldn't go anyhow," said Rilla piteously. She was sick with a new terror that Walter would go after all. "You're not strong enough." "I am. I felt as fit as ever I did this last month. I'd pass any examination, I know it. Everybody thinks I'm not strong yet, and I'm skulking behind that belief. I should have been a girl," Walter concluded in a burst of passionate bitterness. "Even if you were strong enough, you oughtn't to go," sobbed Rilla. "What would Mother do? She's breaking her heart over Jem. It would kill her to see you both go." "Oh, I'm not going, don't worry." "I tell you I'm afraid to go. Afraid." "I don't mince the matter to myself. It's a relief to own up even to you, Rilla. I wouldn't confess it to anybody else. Nan and Di would despise me. But I hate the whole thing. The horror, the pain, the ugliness. War isn't a khaki uniform or a drill parade. Everything I've read in old histories haunts me. I lie awake at night and see things that have happened. See the blood and filth and misery of it all. And a bayonet charge. If I could face the other things, I could never face that. It turns me sick to think of it. Sicker even to think of giving it than receiving it. To think of thrusting a bayonet through another man." Walter writhed and shuddered. "I think of these things all the time. And it doesn't seem to me that Jem and Jerry ever think of them. They laugh and talk about potting Huns, but it maddens me to see them in the khaki, and they think I'm grumpy because I'm not fit to go." Walter laughed bitterly. It is not a nice thing to feel yourself a coward. But Rilla got her arms about him and cuddled her head on his shoulder. She was so glad he didn't want to go. For just 1 minute she had been horribly frightened, and it was so nice to have Walter confiding his troubles to her, not Di. She didn't feel so lonely and superfluous any longer. "Don't you despise me, Rilla, my Rilla?" asked Walter wistfully. Somehow it hurt him to think Rilla might despise him. Hurt him as much as if it had been Di. He realized suddenly how very fond he was of this adoring kid sister, with her appealing eyes and troubled girlish face. "No, I don't. Why, Walter, hundreds of people feel just as you do. You know what that verse of Shakespeare in the Old Fifth Reader says. The brave man is not he who feels no fear. No, but it is he whose noble soul its fear subdues. I don't do that. We can't gloss over it, Rilla. I'm a coward." "You're not. Think of how you fought Dan Reese long ago. One spurt of courage isn't enough for a lifetime." "Walter, one time I heard Father say that the trouble with you was a sensitive nature and a vivid imagination. You feel things before they really come, feel them all alone, when there isn't anything to help you bear them, to take away from them. It isn't anything to be ashamed of. When you and Jem got your hands burned, when the grass was fired on the sand hills 2 years ago, Jem made twice the fuss over the pain that you did. As for this horrid old war, there'll be plenty to go without you. It won't last long. I wish I could believe it. Well, it's supper time, Rilla. You'd better run. I don't want anything." "Neither do I. I couldn't eat a mouthful. Let me stay here with you, Walter. It's such a comfort to talk things over with someone. The rest all think I'm too much of a baby to understand." So they two sat there in the old valley until the evening stars shone through a pale gray, gauzy cloud over the maple grove, and a fragrant, dewy darkness filled their little sylvan dell. It was one of the evenings Rilla was to treasure in remembrance all her life. The first one on which Walter had ever talked to her as if she were a woman and not a child. They comforted and strengthened each other. Walter felt for the first time being, at least, that it was not such a despicable thing after all to dread the horror of war, and Rilla was glad to be made the confidant of his struggles, to sympathize with and encourage him. She was of importance to somebody. When they went back to Ingleside, they found callers sitting on the veranda. Mr. and Mrs. Meredith had come over from the manse, and Mr. and Mrs. Norman Douglas had come up from the farm. Cousin Sophia was there also, sitting with Susan in the shadowy background. Mrs. Blythe and Nan and Di were away, but Dr. Blythe was home, and so was Dr. Jekyll sitting in golden majesty on the top step. And of course they were all talking of the war except Dr. Jekyll, who kept his own counsel and looked contempt as only a cat can. When 2 people forgathered in those days, they talked of the war, and old Highland Sandy of the Harbour Head talked of it when he was alone and hurled anathemas at the Kaiser across all the acres of his farm. Walter slipped away, not caring to see or be seen. But Rilla sat down on the steps, where the garden mint was dewy and pungent. It was a very calm evening, with a dim golden afterlight irradiating the glen. She felt happier than at any time in the dreadful week that had passed. She was no longer haunted by the fear that Walter would go. "I'd go myself if I was 20 years younger," Norman Douglas was shouting. Norman always shouted when he was excited. "I'd show the Kaiser a thing or two. Did I ever say there wasn't a hell? Of course there's a hell. Dozens of hells, hundreds of hells, where the Kaiser and all his brood are bound for." "I knew this war was coming," said Mrs. Norman triumphantly. "I saw it coming right along. I could have told all those stupid Englishmen what was ahead of them. I told you, John Meredith, years ago, what the Kaiser was up to, but you wouldn't believe it. You said he would never plunge the world in war. Who was right about the Kaiser, John? You or I? Tell me that." "You were, I admit," said Mr. Meredith. "It's too late to admit it now," said Mrs. Norman, shaking her head as if to intimate that if John Meredith had admitted it sooner, there might have been no war. "Thank God England's navy is ready," said the doctor. "Amen to that," nodded Mrs. Norman. "Bat blind as most of them were, somebody had foresight enough to see to that." "Maybe England'll manage not to get into trouble over it," said Cousin Sophia plaintively. "I dunno, but I'm much afraid." "One would suppose that England was in trouble over it already, up to her neck, Sophia Crawford," said Susan. "But your ways of thinking are beyond me, and always were. It is my opinion that the British Navy will settle Germany in a jiffy, and that we're all getting worked up over nothing." Susan spat the words out as if she wanted to convince herself more than anybody else. She had her little store of homely philosophies to guide her through life, but she had nothing to buckler her against the thunderbolts of the week that had just passed. What had an honest, hard-working, Presbyterian old maid of Glen St. Mary to do with a war thousands of miles away. Susan felt that it was indecent that she should have to be disturbed by it. "The British Army will settle Germany," shouted Norman. "Just wait till it gets into line, and the Kaiser will find that real war is a different thing from parading round Berlin with your mustaches cocked up." "Britain hasn't got an army," said Mrs. Norman emphatically. "You needn't glare at me, Norman. Glaring won't make soldiers out of Timothy stocks. 100,000 men will just be a mouthful for Germany's millions." "There'll be some tough chewing in the mouthful, I reckon," persisted Norman valiantly. "Germany'll break her teeth on it. Don't you tell me one Britisher isn't a match for 10 foreigners. I could polish off a dozen of 'em myself with both hands tied behind my back." "I am told," said Susan, "that old Mr. Pryor does not believe in this war. I am told that he says England went into it just because she was jealous of Germany, and that she did not really care in the least what happened to Belgium." "I believe he's been talking some such rot," said Norman. "I haven't heard him. When I do, Whiskers on the Moon won't know what happened to him. That precious relative of mine, Kitty Alec, holds forth to the same effect, I understand. Not before me, though. Somehow folks don't indulge in that kind of conversation in my presence. Lord love you, they've a kind of presentiment, so to speak, that it wouldn't be healthy for their complaint." "I am much afraid that this war has been sent as a punishment for our sins," said Cousin Sophia, unclasping her pale hands from her lap and reclasping them solemnly over her stomach. "The world is very evil. The times are waxing late." "Parson here's got something of the same idea," chuckled Norman. "Haven't you, Parson? That's why you preached t'other night on the text, 'Without shedding of blood there is no remission of sins.' I didn't agree with you. Wanted to get up in the pew and shout out that there wasn't a word of sense in what you were saying, but Ellen here, she held me down. I never have any fun sassing Parson since I got married." "Without shedding of blood there is no anything," said Mr. Meredith, in the gentle, dreamy way which had an unexpected trick of convincing his hearers. "Everything, it seems to me, has to be purchased by self-sacrifice. Our race has marked every step of its painful ascent with blood, and now torrents of it must flow again. No, Mrs. Crawford, I don't think the war has been sent as a punishment for sin. I think it's the price humanity must pay for some blessing, some advance great enough to be worth the price, which we may not live to see, but which our children's children will inherit." "If Jerry is killed, will you feel so fine about it?" demanded Norman, who had been saying things like that all his life and never could be made to see any reason why he shouldn't. "Now, never mind kicking me in the shins, Ellen. I want to see if Parson meant what he said, or if it was just a pulpit frill." Mr. Meredith's face quivered. He had had a terrible hour alone in his study on the night Jem and Jerry had gone to town, but he answered quietly, "Whatever I felt, it could not alter my belief. My assurance that a country whose sons are ready to lay down their lives in her defense will win a new vision because of their sacrifice." "You do mean it, Parson. I can always tell when people mean what they say. It's a gift that was born in me. Makes me a terror to most parsons, that. But I've never caught you saying anything you didn't mean. I'm always hoping I will. That's what reconciles me to going to church. It'd be such a comfort to me, such a weapon to batter Ellen here with when she tries to civilize me. Well, I'm off over the road to see Ab Crawford a minute. The gods be good to you all." "The old pagan," muttered Susan as Norman strode away. She did not care if Ellen Douglas did hear her. Susan could never understand why fire did not descend from heaven upon Norman Douglas when he insulted ministers the way he did. But the astonishing thing was Mr. Meredith seemed to really like his brother-in-law. Rilla wished they would talk of something besides war. She had heard nothing else for a week. She was really a little tired of it. Now that she was relieved from her haunting fear that Walter would want to go, it made her quite impatient. But she supposed, with a sigh, that there would be 3 or 4 more months of it yet. End of Chapter 5.
Chapter 6 of Rilla of Ingleside. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Elizabeth Solog. Rilla of Ingleside by Lucy Maud Montgomery. Chapter 6. Susan, Rilla, and Dog Monday make a resolution. The big living room at Ingleside was snowed over with drifts of white cotton. Word had come from Red Cross headquarters that sheets and bandages would be required. Nan and Di and Rilla were hard at work. Mrs. Blythe and Susan were upstairs in the boys' room, engaged in a more personal task. With dry, anguished eyes, they were packing up Jem's belongings. He must leave for Valcartier the next morning. They had been expecting the word, but it was none the less dreadful when it came. Rilla was basting the hem of a sheet for the first time in her life. When the word had come that Jem must go, she had her cry out among the pines in Rainbow Valley, and then she had gone to her mother. "Mother, I want to do something. I'm only a girl. I can't do anything to win the war, but I must do something to help at home." "The cotton has come up for the sheets," said Mrs. Blythe. "You can help Nan and Di make them up. And Rilla, don't you think you could organize a Junior Red Cross among the young girls? I think they would like it better and do better work by themselves than if mixed up with the older people." "But Mother, I've never done anything like that." "Well, we will all have to do a great many things in the months ahead of us that we have never done before, Rilla." "Well," Rilla took the plunge. "I'll try, Mother, if you'll tell me how to begin. I have been thinking it all over and I have decided that I must be as brave and heroic and unselfish as I can possibly be." Mrs. Blythe did not smile at Rilla's italics. Perhaps she did not feel like smiling, or perhaps she detected a real grain of serious purpose behind Rilla's romantic pose. So here was Rilla hemming sheets and organizing a Junior Red Cross in her thoughts as she hemmed. Moreover, she was enjoying it. The organizing, that is, not the hemming. It was interesting, and Rilla discovered a certain aptitude in herself for it that surprised her. Who would be president? Not she. The older girls would not like that. Irene Howard? No, somehow Irene was not quite as popular as she deserved to be. Marjorie Drew? No, Marjorie hadn't enough backbone. She was too prone to agree with the last speaker. Betty Mead. Calm, capable, tactful Betty, the very one. And Una Meredith for treasurer. And, if they were very insistent, they might make her, Rilla, secretary. As for the various committees, they must be chosen after the juniors were organized, but Rilla knew just who should be put on which. They would meet around, and there must be no eats. Rilla knew she would have a pitched battle with Olive Kirk over that. And everything should be strictly businesslike and constitutional. Her minute book should be covered in white with a red cross on the cover. And wouldn't it be nice to have some kind of uniform which they could all wear at the concerts they would have to get up to raise money? Something simple but smart. "You have basted the top hem of that sheet on one side and the bottom hem on the other," said Di. Rilla picked out her stitches and reflected that she hated sewing. Running the Junior Reds would be much more interesting. Mrs. Blythe was saying upstairs, "Susan, do you remember that first day Jem lifted up his little arms to me and called me Mower, the very first word he ever tried to say?" "You could not mention anything about that blessed baby that I do not and will not remember till my dying day," said Susan drearily. "Susan, I keep thinking today of once when he cried for me in the night. He was just a few months old. Gilbert didn't want me to go to him. He said the child was well and warm and that it would be fostering bad habits in him. But I went and took him up. I can feel that tight clinging of his little arms round my neck yet. Susan, if I hadn't gone that night, 21 years ago, and taken my baby up when he cried for me, I couldn't face tomorrow morning. I do not know how we are going to face it anyhow, Mrs. Dr. dear, but do not tell me that it will be the final farewell. He will be back on leave before he goes overseas, will he not? We hope so, but we are not very sure. I am making up my mind that he will not, so that there will be no disappointment to bear. Susan, I am determined that I will send my boy off tomorrow with a smile. He shall not carry away with him the remembrance of a weak mother who had not the courage to send when he had the courage to go. I hope none of us will cry. I am not going to cry, Mrs. Dr. dear, and that you may tie to, but whether I shall manage to smile or not will be as Providence ordains and as the pit of my stomach feels. Have you room there for this fruitcake, and the shortbread, and the mince pie? That blessed boy shall not starve whether they have anything to eat in that Quebec place or not. Everything seems to be changing all at once, does it not? Even the old cat at the manse has passed away. He breathed his last at 9:45 last night, and Bruce is quite heartbroken, they tell me. It's time that pussy went where good cats go. He must be at least 15 years old. He has seemed so lonely since Aunt Martha died. I should not have lamented, Mrs. Dr. dear, if that Hyde beast had died also. He has been Mr. Hyde most of the time since Jem came home in khaki, and that has a meaning I will maintain. I do not know what Monday will do when Jem is gone. The creature just goes about with a human look in his eyes that takes all the good out of me when I see it. Ellen West used to be always railing at the Kaiser, and we thought her crazy, but now I see that there was a method in her madness. This tray is packed, Mrs. Dr. dear, and I will go down and put in my best licks preparing supper. I wish I knew when I would cook another supper for Jem, but such things are hidden from our eyes. Jem Blythe and Jerry Meredith left the next morning. It was a dull day, threatening rain, and the clouds lay in heavy grey rolls over the sky. But almost everybody in the Glen and Four Winds and Harbour Head and Upper Glen and Over Harbour, except Whiskers on the Moon, was there to see them off. The Blythe family and the Meredith family were all smiling. Even Susan, as Providence did ordain, wore a smile, though the effect was somewhat more painful than tears would have been. Faith and Nan were very pale and very gallant. Rilla thought she would get on very well if something in her throat didn't choke her, and if her lips didn't take such spells of trembling. Dog Monday was there too. Jem had tried to say goodbye to him at Ingleside, but Monday implored so eloquently that Jem relented and let him go to the station. He kept close to Jem's legs and watched every movement of his beloved master. "I can't bear that dog's eyes," said Mrs. Meredith. "The beast has more sense than most humans," said Mary Vance. "Well, did we any of us ever think we'd live to see this day? I bawled all night to think of Jem and Jerry going like this. I think they're plumb deranged. Miller got a maggot in his head about going, but I soon talked him out of it. Likewise his aunt said a few touching things. For once in our lives Kitty Alec and I agree. It's a miracle that isn't likely to happen again. There's Ken, Rilla." Rilla knew Kenneth was there. She had been acutely conscious of it from the moment he had sprung from Leo West's buggy. Now he came up to her smiling. "Doing the brave smiling sister stunt, I see. What a crowd for the Glen to muster. Well, I'm off home in a few days myself." A queer little wind of desolation that even Jem's going had not caused blew over Rilla's spirit. "Why, you have another month of vacation." "Yes, but I can't hang around Four Winds and enjoy myself when the world's on fire like this. It's me for little old Toronto, where I'll find some way of helping in spite of this bally ankle. I'm not looking at Jem and Jerry. Makes me too sick with envy. You girls are great. No crying, no grim endurance. The boys will go off with a good taste in their mouths. I hope Persis and Mother will be as game when my turn comes." "Oh, Kenneth, the war will be over before your turn cometh." There, she had lisped again. Another great moment of life spoiled. Well, it was her fate. And, anyhow, nothing mattered. Kenneth was off already. He was talking to Ethel Reese, who was dressed at 7 in the morning in the gown she had worn to the dance, and was crying. What on earth had Ethel to cry about? None of the Reeses were in khaki. Rilla wanted to cry too, but she would not. What was that horrid old Mrs. Drew saying to Mother in that melancholy whine of hers? "I don't know how you can stand this, Mrs. Blythe. I couldn't if it was my poor boy." And Mother, oh Mother, could always be depended on. How her grey eyes flashed in her pale face. It might have been worse, Mrs. Drew. I might have had to urge him to go. Mrs. Drew did not understand, but Rilla did. She flung up her head. Her brother did not have to be urged to go. Rilla found herself standing alone and listening to disconnected scraps of talk as people walked up and down past her. "I told Mark to wait and see if they asked for a second lot of men. If they did, I'd let him go, but they won't," said Mrs. Palmer Burr. "I think I'll have it made with a crushed girdle of velvet," said Bessie Clow. "I'm frightened to look at my husband's face, for fear I'll see in it that he wants to go too," said a little over-harbour bride. "I'm scared stiff," said whimsical Mrs. Jim Howard. "I'm scared Jim will enlist. And I'm scared he won't." "The war will be over by Christmas," said Joe Vickers. "Let them European nations fight it out between them," said Abner Reese. "When he was a boy I gave him many a good trouncing," shouted Norman Douglas, who seemed to be referring to someone high in military circles in Charlottetown. "Yes, sir, I walloped him well, big gun as he is now." The existence of the British Empire is at stake, said the Methodist minister. There's certainly something about uniforms, sighed Irene Howard. It's a commercial war, when all is said and done, and not worth one drop of good Canadian blood, said a stranger from the Shore Hotel. The Blythe family are taking it easy, said Kate Drew. Them young fools are just going for adventure, growled Nathan Crawford. I have absolute confidence in Kitchener, said the over-harbour doctor. In these 10 minutes, Rilla passed through a dizzying succession of anger, laughter, contempt, depression, and inspiration. Oh, people were funny. How little they understood. Taking it easy indeed, when even Susan hadn't slept a wink all night. Kate Drew always was a minx. Rilla felt as if she were in some fantastic nightmare. Were these the people who, 3 weeks ago, were talking of crops and prices and local gossip? There, the train was coming. Mother was holding Jem's hand. Dog Monday was licking it. Everybody was saying goodbye. The train was in. Jem kissed Faith before everybody. Old Mrs. Drew whooped hysterically. The men, led by Kenneth, cheered. Rilla felt Jem seize her hand. Goodbye, Spider. Somebody kissed her cheek. She believed it was Jerry, but never was sure. They were off. The train was pulling out. Jem and Jerry were waving to everybody. Everybody was waving back. Mother and Nan were smiling still, but as if they had just forgotten to take the smile off. Monday was howling dismally and being forcibly restrained by the Methodist minister from tearing after the train. Susan was waving her best bonnet and hurrahing like a man. Had she gone crazy? The train rounded a curve. They had gone. Rilla came to herself with a gasp. There was a sudden quiet. Nothing to do now but to go home and wait. The doctor and Mrs. Blythe walked off together. So did Nan and Faith. So did John Meredith and Rosemary. Walter and Una and Shirley and Di and Carl and Rilla went in a group. Susan had put her bonnet back on her head, hindside foremost, and stalked grimly off alone. Nobody missed Dog Monday at first. When they did, Shirley went back for him. He found Dog Monday curled up in one of the shipping sheds near the station and tried to coax him home. Dog Monday would not move. He wagged his tail to show he had no hard feelings, but no blandishments availed to budge him. Guess Monday has made up his mind to wait there till Jem comes back, said Shirley, trying to laugh as he rejoined the rest. This was exactly what Dog Monday had done. His dear master had gone. He, Monday, had been deliberately and of malice aforethought prevented from going with him by a demon disguised in the garb of a Methodist minister. Wherefore he, Monday, would wait there until the smoking, snorting monster which had carried his hero off carried him back. Aye, wait there, little faithful dog, with the soft, wistful, puzzled eyes. But it will be many a long bitter day before your boyish comrade comes back to you. The doctor was away on a case that night, and Susan stalked into Mrs. Blythe's room on her way to bed to see if her adored Mrs. Dr. dear were comfortable and composed. She paused solemnly at the foot of the bed, and solemnly declared, Mrs. Dr. dear, I have made up my mind to be a heroine. Mrs. Dr. dear found herself violently inclined to laugh, which was manifestly unfair, since she had not laughed when Rilla had announced a similar heroic determination. To be sure, Rilla was a slim, white-robed thing, with a flower-like face, and starry young eyes aglow with feeling, whereas Susan was arrayed in a grey flannel nightgown of straight simplicity, and had a strip of red woolen worsted tied around her grey hair as a charm against neuralgia. But that should not make any vital difference. Was it not the spirit that counted? Yet Mrs. Blythe was hard put to it not to laugh. I am not, proceeded Susan firmly, going to lament or whine or question the wisdom of the Almighty any more as I have been doing lately. Whining and shirking and blaming Providence do not get us anywhere. We have just got to grapple with whatever we have to do, whether it is weeding the onion patch or running the government. I shall grapple. Those blessed boys have gone to war, and we women, Mrs. Dr. dear, must tarry by the stuff and keep a stiff upper lip. End of Chapter 6. Recording by Elizabeth Solog, Bethlehem, Pennsylvania.
Chapter 7 of Rilla of Ingleside. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Rilla of Ingleside by Lucy Maud Montgomery. A war baby and a soup tureen. Liege and Namur and now Brussels. The doctor shook his head. I don't like it. I don't like it. Do not you lose heart, Doctor dear. They were just offended by foreigners, said Susan superbly. Wait you till the Germans come against the British. There will be a very different story to tell, and that you may tie to. The doctor shook his head again, but a little less gravely. Perhaps they all shared subconsciously in Susan's belief that the thin gray line was unbreakable, even by the victorious rush of Germany's ready millions. At any rate, when the terrible day came, the first of many terrible days, with the news that the British army was driven back, they stared at each other in blank dismay. It can't be true, gasped Nan, taking a brief refuge in temporary incredulity. I felt that there was to be bad news today, said Susan, for that cat creature turned into Mr. Hyde this morning without rhyme or reason for it, and that was no good omen. A broken, a beaten, but not a demoralized army, muttered the doctor from a London dispatch. Can it be England's army of which such a thing is said? It will be a long time now before the war is ended, said Mrs. Blythe despairingly. Susan's faith, which had for a moment been temporarily submerged, now reappeared triumphantly. Remember, Mrs. Doctor dear, that the British army is not the British Navy. Never forget that. And the Russians are on their way too, though Russians are people I do not know much about, and consequently will not tie to. The Russians will not be in time to save Paris, said Walter gloomily. Paris is the heart of France, and the road to it is open. Oh, I wish— He stopped abruptly and went out. After a paralyzed day, the Ingleside folk found it was possible to carry on, even in the face of ever-darkening bad news. Susan worked fiercely in her kitchen. The doctor went out on his round of visits. Nan and Di returned to their Red Cross activities. Mrs. Blythe went to Charlottetown to attend a Red Cross convention. Rilla, after relieving her feelings by a stormy fit of tears in Rainbow Valley and an outburst in her diary, remembered that she had elected to be brave and heroic. And she thought it really was heroic to volunteer to drive about the Glen in Four Winds one day, collecting promised Red Cross supplies with Abner Crawford's old gray horse. One of the Ingleside horses was lame, and the doctor needed the other, so there was nothing for it but the Crawford nag, a placid, unhasting, thick-skinned creature with an amiable habit of stopping every few yards to kick a fly off one leg with the foot of the other. Rilla felt that this, coupled with the fact that the Germans were only 50 miles from Paris, was hardly to be endured, but she started off gallantly on an errand fraught with amazing results. Late in the afternoon she found herself, with a buggy full of parcels, at the entrance to a grassy, deep-rutted lane leading to the harbor shore, wondering whether it was worth while to call down at the Anderson house. The Andersons were desperately poor, and it was not likely Mrs. Anderson had anything to give. On the other hand, her husband, who was an Englishman by birth and who had been working in Kingsport when the war broke out, had promptly sailed for England to enlist there, without, it may be said, coming home or sending much hard cash to represent him. So possibly Mrs. Anderson might feel hurt if she were overlooked. Rilla decided to call. There were times afterwards when she wished she hadn't, but in the long run she was very thankful that she did. The Anderson house was a small and tumble-down affair, crouching in a grove of battered spruces near the shore, as if rather ashamed of itself and anxious to hide. Rilla tied her gray nag to the rickety fence and went to the door. It was open, and the sight she saw bereft her temporarily of the power of speech or motion. Through the open door of the small bedroom opposite her, Rilla saw Mrs. Anderson lying on the untidy bed, and Mrs. Anderson was dead. There was no doubt of that. Neither was there any doubt that the big, frowsy, red-headed, red-faced, over-fat woman sitting near the doorway, smoking a pipe quite comfortably, was very much alive. She rocked idly back and forth amid her surroundings of squalid disorder, and paid no attention whatever to the piercing wails proceeding from a cradle in the middle of the room. Rilla knew the woman by sight and reputation. Her name was Mrs. Conover. She lived down at the fishing village. She was a great aunt of Mrs. Anderson, and she drank as well as smoked. Rilla's first impulse was to turn and flee, but that would never do. Perhaps this woman, repulsive as she was, needed help, though she certainly did not look as if she were worrying over the lack of it. "Come in," said Mrs. Conover, removing her pipe and staring at Rilla with her little rat-like eyes. Is Mrs. Anderson really dead?" asked Rilla timidly, as she stepped over the sill. "Dead as a doornail," responded Mrs. Conover cheerfully. "Kicked the bucket half an hour ago. I've sent Jen Conover to phone for the undertaker and get some help up from the shore. You're the doctor's miss, ain't you? Have a cheer?" Rilla did not see any chair which was not cluttered with something. She remained standing. "Wasn't it very sudden?" "Well, she's been a-pining ever since that worthless Jim lit out for England, which I say it's a pity as he ever left. It's my belief she was took for death when she heard the news. That young'un there was born a fortnight ago, and since then she's just gone down, and today she up and died without a soul expecting it." "Is there anything I can do to help?" hesitated Rilla. "Bless yous, no, unless you've got a knack with kids. I haven't. That young'un there never lets up squalling, day or night. I've just got that I'd take no notice of it." Rilla tiptoed gingerly over to the cradle and more gingerly still pulled down the dirty blanket. She had no intention of touching the baby. She had no knack with kids either. She saw an ugly midget with a red, distorted little face rolled up in a piece of dingy old flannel. She had never seen an uglier baby. Yet a feeling of pity for the desolate orphaned mite which had come out of the everywhere into such a dubious here took sudden possession of her. "What is to become of the baby?" she asked. "Lord knows," said Miss Conover candidly. "Min worried awful over that before she died. She kept on a-saying, 'Oh, what will become of my poor baby?' till it really got on my nerves. I ain't a-going to trouble myself with it, I can tell yez. I brung up a boy that my sister left, and he skinned out as soon as he got to be some good and won't give me a mite of help in my old age, ungrateful whelp as he is. I told Min it'd have to be sent to an orphan asylum till we'd see if Jim ever came back to look after it. Would yez believe it? She didn't relish the idea, but that's the long and short of it." "But who will look after it until it can be taken to the asylum?" persisted Rilla. Somehow the baby's fate worried her. "I suppose I'll have to," grunted Mrs. Conover. She put away her pipe and took an unblushing swig from a black bottle she produced from a shelf near her. "It's my opinion the kid won't live long. It's sickly. Min never had no gimp, and I guess it ain't either. Likely it won't trouble anyone long, and good riddance, says I." Rilla drew the blanket down a little farther. "Why, the baby isn't dressed!" she exclaimed in a shocked tone. "Who was to dress him, I'd like to know?" demanded Mrs. Conover truculently. "I hadn't time. Took me all the time there was looking after Min. 'Sides, as I told you, I don't know nothin' about kids. Old Mrs. Billy Crawford, she was here when it was born, and she washed it and rolled it up in that flannel, and Jen, she's tended to it a bit since. The critter's warm enough. This weather would melt a brass monkey." Rilla was silent, looking down at the crying baby. She had never encountered any of the tragedies of life before, and this one smote her to the core of her heart. The thought of the poor mother going down to the Valley of the Shadow alone, fretting about her baby, with no one near but this abominable old woman, hurt her terribly. If only she had come a little sooner. Yet what would she have done? What could she do now? She didn't know, but she must do something. She hated babies, but she simply could not go away and leave that poor little creature with Mrs. Conover, who was applying herself again to her black bottle and would probably be helplessly drunk before anybody came. "I can't stay," thought Rilla. "Mr. Crawford said I must be home by supper time because he wanted the pony this evening himself. Oh, what can I do?" She made a sudden, desperate, impulsive resolution. "I'll take the baby home with me," she said. "Can I?" "Sure, if yez want to," said Mrs. Conover amiably. "I ain't any objection. Take it and welcome." I can't carry it," said Rilla. "I have to drive the horse, and I'd be afraid I'd drop it. Is there a basket anywhere I could put it in?" "Not as I knows on. There ain't much of anything, I can tell yez. Min was poor and as shiftless as Jim. If you opens that drawer over there, yez'll find a few baby clothes. Best take them along." Rilla got the clothes, the cheap, sleazy garments the poor mother had made ready as best she could, but this did not solve the pressing problem of the baby's transportation. Rilla looked helplessly round. Oh, for Mother or Susan! Her eyes fell on an enormous blue soup tureen at the back of the dresser. "May I have this to lay him in?" she asked. "Well, 'tain't mine, but I guess yous can take it. Don't smash it if yous can help. Jim might make a fuss about it if he comes back alive, which he sure will, seeing he ain't any good. He brung that old tureen out of England with him. Said it had always been in the family. Him and Min never used it. Never had enough soup to put in it, but Jim thought the world of it. He was mighty particular about some things, but didn't worry him none that there weren't much in the way of eatables to put in the dishes." For the first time in her life, Rilla Blythe touched a baby, lifted it, rolled it in a blanket, trembling with nervousness lest she drop it or break it. Then she put it in the soup tureen. "Is there any fear of it smothering?" she asked anxiously. "Not much odds if it do," said Mrs. Conover. Horrified, Rilla loosened the blanket round the baby's face a little. The mite had stopped crying and was blinking up at her. It had big dark eyes in its ugly little face. "Better not let the wind blow on it," admonished Mrs. Conover. "Take its breath if it do." Rilla wrapped the tattered little quilt around the soup tureen. "Will you hand this to me after I get into the buggy, please?" "Sure I will," said Mrs. Conover, getting up with a grunt. And so it was that Rilla Blythe, who had driven off to the Anderson house a self-confessed hater of babies, drove away from it carrying one in a soup tureen on her lap. Rilla thought she would never get to Ingleside. In the soup tureen there was an uncanny silence. In one way she was thankful the baby did not cry, but she wished it would give an occasional squeak to prove that it was alive. Suppose it were smothered? Rilla dared not unwrap it to see, lest the wind, which was now blowing a hurricane, should take its breath, whatever dreadful thing that might be. She was a thankful girl when at last she reached harbour at Ingleside. Rilla carried the soup tureen to the kitchen and set it on the table under Susan's eyes. Susan looked into the tureen and for once in her life was so completely floored that she had not a word to say. "What in the world is this?" asked the doctor, coming in. Rilla poured out her story. "I just had to bring it, Father," she concluded. "I couldn't leave it there." "What are you going to do with it?" asked the doctor coolly. Rilla hadn't exactly expected this kind of question. We can keep it here for a while, can't we, until something can be arranged?" she stammered confusedly. Dr. Blythe walked up and down the kitchen for a moment or two while the baby stared at the white walls of the soup tureen, and Susan showed signs of returning animation. Presently the doctor confronted Rilla. "A young baby means a great deal of additional work and trouble in a household, Rilla. Nan and Di are leaving for Redmond next week, and neither your mother nor Susan is able to assume so much extra care under present conditions. If you want to keep that baby here, you must attend to it yourself." "Me?" Rilla was dismayed into being ungrammatical. "Why, Father, I couldn't." "Younger girls than you have had to look after babies. My advice and Susan's is at your disposal. If you cannot, then the baby must go back to Meg Conover. Its lease of life will be short if it does, for it is evident that it is a delicate child and requires particular care. I doubt if it would survive even if sent to an orphan's home. But I cannot have your mother and Susan overtaxed." The doctor walked out of the kitchen, looking very stern and immovable. In his heart he knew quite well that the small inhabitant of the big soup tureen would remain at Ingleside. But he meant to see if Rilla could not be induced to rise to the occasion. Rilla sat looking blankly at the baby. It was absurd to think that she could take care of it. But that poor little frail dead mother who had worried about it, that dreadful old Meg Conover. "Susan, what must be done for a baby?" she asked dolefully. "You must keep it warm and dry and wash it every day and be sure the water is neither too hot nor too cold and feed it every 2 hours. If it has colic, you put hot things on its stomach," said Susan, rather feebly and flatly for her. The baby began to cry again. "It must be hungry. It has to be fed anyhow," said Rilla desperately. "Tell me what to get for it, Susan, and I'll get it." Under Susan's directions a ration of milk and water was prepared, and a bottle obtained from the doctor's office. Then Rilla lifted the baby out of the soup tureen and fed it. She brought down the old basket of her own infancy from the attic and laid the now sleeping baby in it. She put the soup tureen away in the pantry. Then she sat down to think things over. The result of her thinking things over was that she went to Susan when the baby woke. I'm going to see what I can do, Susan. I can't let that poor thing go back to Mrs. Conover. Tell me how to wash and dress it." Under Susan's supervision, Rilla bathed the baby. Susan dared not help, other than by suggestion, for the doctor was in the living room and might pop in at any moment. Susan had learned by experience that when Dr. Blythe put his foot down and said a thing must be, that thing was. Rilla set her teeth and went ahead. In the name of goodness, how many wrinkles and kinks did a baby have? Why, there wasn't enough of it to take hold of. Oh, suppose she let it slip into the water. It was so wobbly. If it would only stop howling like that! How could such a tiny morsel make such an enormous noise? Its shrieks could be heard over Ingleside from cellar to attic. "Am I really hurting it much, Susan, do you suppose?" she asked piteously. "No, dearie. Most new babies hate like poison to be washed. You are real knacky for a beginner. Keep your hand under its back, whatever you do, and keep cool." Keep cool! Rilla was oozing perspiration at every pore. When the baby was dried and dressed and temporarily quieted with another bottle, she was as limp as a rag. "What must I do with it tonight, Susan?" A baby by day was dreadful enough. A baby by night was unthinkable. "Set the basket on a chair by your bed and keep it covered. You will have to feed it once or twice in the night, so you would better take the oil heater upstairs. If you cannot manage it, call me and I will go, doctor or no doctor." "But, Susan, if it cries?" The baby, however, did not cry. It was surprisingly good, perhaps because its poor little stomach was filled with proper food. It slept most of the night, but Rilla did not. She was afraid to go to sleep for fear something would happen to the baby. She prepared its 3 o'clock ration with a grim determination that she would not call Susan. Oh, was she dreaming? Was it really she, Rilla Blythe, who had got into this absurd predicament? She did not care if the Germans were near Paris. She did not care if they were in Paris. If only the baby wouldn't cry or choke or smother or have convulsions. Babies did have convulsions, didn't they? Oh, why had she forgotten to ask Susan what she must do if the baby had convulsions? She reflected rather bitterly that Father was very considerate of Mother's and Susan's health, but what about hers? Did he think she could continue to exist if she never got any sleep? But she was not going to back down now, not she. She would look after this detestable little animal if it killed her. She would get a book on baby hygiene and be beholden to nobody. She would never go to Father for advice. She wouldn't bother Mother. And she would only condescend to Susan in dire extremity. They would all see. Thus it came about that Mrs. Blythe, when she returned home 2 nights later and asked Susan where Rilla was electrified by Susan's composed reply. "She's upstairs, Mrs. Doctor dear, putting her baby to bed." End of Chapter 7. Recording by Spoken For.
Chapter 8 of Rilla of Ingleside. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Rilla of Ingleside by Lucy Maud Montgomery. Chapter 8. Rilla Decides. Families and individuals alike soon become used to new conditions and accept them unquestioningly. By the time a week had elapsed, it seemed as if the Anderson baby had always been at Ingleside. After the first 3 distracted nights, Rilla began to sleep again, waking automatically to attend to her charge on schedule time. She bathed and fed and dressed it as skillfully as if she had been doing it all her life. She liked neither her job nor the baby any the better. She still handled it as gingerly as if it were some kind of a small lizard, and a breakable lizard at that. But she did her work thoroughly, and there was not a cleaner, better cared-for infant in Glen St. Mary. She even took to weighing the creature every day and jotting the result down in her diary. But sometimes she asked herself pathetically why unkind destiny had ever led her down the Anderson lane on that fatal day. Shirley, Nan, and Di did not tease her as much as she had expected. They all seemed rather stunned by the mere fact of Rilla adopting a war baby. Perhaps, too, the doctor had issued instructions. Walter, of course, never had teased her over anything. One day he told her she was a brick. "It took more courage for you to tackle that 5 pounds of new infant, Rilla my Rilla, than it would be for Jem to face a mile of Germans. I wish I had half your pluck," he said ruefully. Rilla was very proud of Walter's approval. Nevertheless, she wrote gloomily in her diary that night, "I wish I could like the baby a little bit. It would make things easier. But I don't. I've heard people say that when you took care of a baby you got fond of it, but you don't. I don't anyway. And it's a nuisance. It interferes with everything. It just ties me down. And now of all times when I'm trying to get the Junior Reds started. And I couldn't go to Alice Clo's party last night, and I was just dying to. Of course Father isn't really unreasonable, and I can always get an hour or two off in the evening when it's necessary. But I knew he wouldn't stand for my being out half the night and leaving Susan or Mother to see to the baby. I suppose it was just as well, because the thing did take colic or something about 1 o'clock. It didn't kick or stiffen out, so I knew that according to Morgan it wasn't crying for temper. And it wasn't hungry, and no pins were sticking in it. It screamed till it was black in the face. I got up and heated water and put the hot water bottle on its stomach, and it howled worse than ever, and drew up its poor wee thin legs. I was afraid I had burnt it, but I don't believe I did. Then I walked the floor with it, although Morgan on infants says that should never be done. I walked miles, and oh, I was so tired and discouraged and mad. Yes, I was. I could have shaken the creature if it had been big enough to shake, but it wasn't. Father was out on a case, and Mother had had a headache, and Susan is squiffy because when she and Morgan differ, I insist upon going by what Morgan says, so I was determined I wouldn't call her unless I had to. Finally, Miss Oliver came in. She has rooms with Nan now, not me, all because of the baby, and I am broken-hearted about it. I miss our long talks after we went to bed so much. It was the only time I ever had her to myself. I hated to think the baby's yells had wakened her up, for she has so much to bear now. Mr. Grant is at Valcartier too, and Miss Oliver feels it dreadfully, though she is splendid about it. She thinks he will never come back, and her eyes just break my heart. They are so tragic. She said it wasn't the baby that woke her. She hadn't been able to sleep because the Germans are so near Paris. She took the little wretch and laid it flat on its stomach across her knee and thumped its back gently a few times, and it stopped shrieking and went right off to sleep and slept like a lamb the rest of the night. I didn't. I was too worn out. I'm having a perfectly dreadful time getting the Junior Reds started. I succeeded in getting Betty Mead as president, and I am secretary, but they put Jen Vickers in as treasurer, and I despise her. She is the sort of girl who calls any clever, handsome, or distinguished people she knows slightly by their first names, behind their backs. And she is sly and two-faced. Una doesn't mind, of course. She is willing to do anything that comes to hand, and never minds whether she has an office or not. She is just a perfect angel, while I am only angelic in spots and demonic in other spots. I wish Walter would take a fancy to her, but he never seems to think about her in that way, although I heard him say once she was like a tea-rose. She is, too. And she gets imposed upon just because she is so sweet and willing. But I don't allow people to impose on Rilla Blythe, and that you may tie to, as Susan says. Just as I expected, Olive was determined we should have lunch served at our meetings. We had a battle royal over it. The majority was against eats, and now the minority is sulking. Irene Howard was on the eats side, and she has been very cool to me ever since, and it makes me feel miserable. I wonder if Mother and Mrs. Elliot have problems in the senior society, too. I suppose they have, but they just go on calmly in spite of everything. I go on, but not calmly. I rage and cry, but I do it all in private and blow off steam in this diary, and when it's over I vow I'll show them. I never sulk. I detest people who sulk. Anyhow, we've got the society started, and we're to meet once a week, and we're all going to learn to knit. Shirley and I went down to the station again to try to induce Dog Monday to come home, but we failed. All the family have tried and failed. 3 days after Jem had gone, Walter went down and brought Monday home by main force in the buggy, and shut him up for 3 days. Then Monday went on a hunger strike and howled like a banshee night and day. We had to let him out or he would have starved to death. So we have decided to let him alone, and Father has arranged with the butcher near the station to feed him with bones and scraps. Besides, one of us goes down nearly every day to take him something. He just lies curled up in the shipping shed, and every time a train comes in he will rush over to the platform, wagging his tail expectantly, and tear around to everyone who comes off the train. And then, when the train goes and he realizes that Jem has not come, he creeps dejectedly back to his shed with his disappointed eyes, and lies down patiently to wait for the next train. Mr. Gray, the station master, says there are times when he can hardly help crying from sheer sympathy. One day some boys threw stones at Monday, and old Johnny Mead, who never was known to take notice of anything before, snatched up a meat axe in the butcher's shop and chased them through the village. Nobody has molested Monday since. Kenneth Ford has gone back to Toronto. He came up 2 evenings ago to say goodbye. I wasn't home. Some clothes had to be made for the baby, and Mrs. Meredith offered to help me, so I was over at the manse, and I didn't see Kenneth. Not that it matters. He told Nan to say goodbye to Spider for him, and to tell me not to forget him wholly in my absorbing maternal duties. If he could leave such a frivolous, insulting message as that for me, it shows plainly that our beautiful hour on the sandshore meant nothing to him, and I am not going to think about him or it again. Fred Arnold was at the manse and walked home with me. He is the new Methodist minister's son, and very nice and clever, and would be quite handsome if it were not for his nose. It is a really dreadful nose. When he talks of commonplace things it does not matter so much, but when he talks of poetry and ideals, the contrast between his nose and his conversation is too much for me, and I want to shriek with laughter. It is really not fair, because everything he said was perfectly charming, and if somebody like Kenneth had said it, I would have been enraptured. When I listened to him with my eyes cast down, I was quite fascinated, but as soon as I looked up and saw his nose, the spell was broken. He wants to enlist too, but can't because he is only 17. Mrs. Elliot met us as we were walking through the village, and could not have looked more horrified if she caught me walking with the Kaiser himself. Mrs. Elliot detests the Methodists and all their works. Father says it is an obsession with her. About 1st September there was an exodus from Ingleside and the manse. Faith, Nan, Di, and Walter left for Redmond. Carl betook himself to his Harbour Head School, and Shirley was off to Queen's. Rilla was left alone at Ingleside, and would have been very lonely if she had had time to be. She missed Walter keenly. Since their talk in Rainbow Valley they had grown very near together, and Rilla discussed problems with Walter which she never mentioned to others. But she was so busy with the Junior Reds and her baby that there was rarely a spare minute for loneliness. Sometimes after she went to bed she cried a little in her pillow over Walter's absence and Jem at Valcartier and Kenneth's unromantic farewell message, but she was generally asleep before the tears got fairly started. "Shall I make arrangements to have the baby sent to Hopetown?" the doctor asked one day 2 weeks after the baby's arrival at Ingleside. For a moment Rilla was tempted to say, yes. The baby could be sent to Hopetown. It would be decently looked after. She could have her free days and untrammeled nights back again. But that poor young mother who hadn't wanted it to go to the asylum. Rilla couldn't get that out of her thoughts. And that very morning she discovered that the baby had gained 8 ounces since its coming to Ingleside. Rilla had felt such a thrill of pride over this. You said it mightn't live if it went to Hopetown," she said. "It mightn't. Somehow institutional care, no matter how good it may be, doesn't always succeed with delicate babies. But you know what it means if you want it kept here, Rilla." "I've taken care of it for a fortnight, and it has gained 1/2 pound," cried Rilla. "I think we'd better wait until we hear from its father, anyhow. He mightn't want to have it sent to an orphan asylum when he is fighting the battles of his country." The doctor and Mrs. Blythe exchanged amused, satisfied smiles behind Rilla's back, and nothing more was said about Hopetown. Then the smile faded from the doctor's face. The Germans were 20 miles from Paris. Horrible tales were beginning to appear in the papers of deeds done in martyred Belgium. Life was very tense at Ingleside for the older people. "We eat up the war news," Gertrude Oliver told Mrs. Meredith, trying to laugh and failing. "We study the maps and nip the whole Hun army in a few well-directed strategic moves, but Papa Joffrey hasn't the benefit of our advice, and so Paris must fall." Will they reach it? Will not some mighty hand yet intervene? Murmured John Meredith. I teach school like one in a dream, continued Gertrude. Then I come home and shut myself in my room and walk the floor. I am wearing a path right across Nan's carpet. We are so horribly near this war. Them German men are at Senlis. Nothing nor nobody can save Paris now, wailed Cousin Sophia. Cousin Sophia had taken to reading the newspapers, and had learned more about the geography of northern France, if not about the pronunciation of French names, in her 71st year, than she had ever known in her school days. I have not such a poor opinion of the Almighty or of Kitchener, said Susan stubbornly. I see there is a Bernstoff man in the States who says that the war is over, and Germany has won, and they tell me Whiskers on the Moon says the same thing and is quite pleased about it. But I could tell them both that it is chancy work counting chickens even the day before they are hatched, and bears have been known to live long after their skins were sold. Why ain't the British Navy doing more? Persisted Cousin Sophia. Even the British Navy cannot sail on dry land, Sophia Crawford. I have not given up hope, and I shall not, Tomascow and Mobbage and all such barbarous names to the contrary notwithstanding. Mrs. Doctor dear, can you tell me if RHEIMS is rhymes, or reams, or rames, or rems? I believe it's really more like wrongs, Susan. Oh, those French names, groaned Susan. They tell me the Germans has about ruined the church there, sighed Cousin Sophia. I always thought the Germans was Christians. A church is bad enough, but their doings in Belgium are far worse, said Susan grimly. When I heard the doctor reading about them bayoneting the babies, Mrs. Doctor dear, I just thought, oh, what if it were our little Jem? I was stirring the soup when that thought came to me, and I just felt that if I could have lifted that saucepan full of that boiling soup and thrown it at the Kaiser, I would not have lived in vain. Tomorrow will bring the news that the Germans are in Paris, said Gertrude Oliver through her tense lips. She had one of those souls that are always tied to the stake, burning in the suffering of the world around them. Apart from her own personal interest in the war, she was racked by the thought of Paris falling into the ruthless hands of the hordes who had burned Louvain and ruined the wonder of Reims. But on the morrow and the next morrow came the news of the miracle of the Marne. Rilla rushed madly home from the office, waving the Enterprise with its big red headlines. Susan ran out with trembling hands to hoist the flag. The doctor stalked about, muttering, "Thank God." Mrs. Blythe cried and laughed and cried again. God just put out his hand and touched them, thus far, no farther, said Mr. Meredith that evening. Rilla was singing upstairs as she put the baby to bed. Paris was saved. The war was over. Germany had lost. There would soon be an end now. Jem and Jerry would be back. The black clouds had rolled by. Don't you dare have colic this joyful night, she told the baby. If you do, I'll clap you back into your soup tureen and ship you off to Hopetown by freight on the early train. You have got beautiful eyes, and you're not quite as red and wrinkled as you were. But you haven't a speck of hair, and your hands are like little claws. And I don't like you a bit better than I ever did. But I hope your poor little white mother knows that you are tucked in a soft basket with a bottle of milk as rich as Morgan allows, instead of perishing by inches with old Meg Conover. And I hope she doesn't know that I nearly drowned you that first morning when Susan wasn't there, and I let you slip right out of my hands into the water. Why will you be so slippery? No, I don't like you, and I never will, but for all that I'm going to make a decent, upstanding infant of you. You are going to get as fat as a self-respecting child should be, for one thing. I am not going to have people saying, what a puny little thing that baby of Rilla Blythe's is, as old Mrs. Drew said at the Senior Red Cross yesterday. If I can't love you, I mean to be proud of you at least. End of Chapter 8.
Chapter 9 of Rilla of Ingleside. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mary Anderson. Rilla of Ingleside by Lucy Maud Montgomery. Chapter 9. Doc has a misadventure. "The war will not be over before next spring now," said Dr. Blythe, when it became apparent that the long battle of the Aisnes had resulted in a stalemate. Rilla was murmuring, "Knit 4, purl 1," under her breath, and rocking the baby's cradle with one foot. Morgan disapproved of cradles for babies, but Susan did not, and it was worthwhile to make some slight sacrifice of principle to keep Susan in good humour. She laid down her knitting for a moment and said, "Oh, how can we bear it so long?" then picked up her sock and went on. The Rilla of 2 months before would have rushed off to Rainbow Valley and cried. Miss Oliver sighed, and Mrs. Blythe clasped her hands for a moment. Then Susan said briskly, "Well, we must just gird up our loins and pitch in. Business as usual is England's motto, they tell me, Mrs. Dr. dear, and I have taken it for mine, not thinking I could easily find a better. I shall make the same kind of pudding today I always make on Saturday. It is a good deal of trouble to make, and that is well, for it will employ my thoughts. I will remember that Kitchener is at the helm and Joffer is doing very well for a Frenchman. I shall get that box of cake off to little Jem, and finish that pair of socks today likewise. A sock a day is my allowance. Old Mrs. Albert Mead of Harbour Head manages a pair and a half a day, but she has nothing to do but knit. You know, Mrs. Dr. dear, she has been bedrid for years, and she has been worrying terrible because she was no good to anybody, and a dreadful expense, and yet could not die and be out of the way. And now they tell me she is quite chirked up and resigned to living because there is something she can do, and she knits for the soldiers from daylight to dark. Even Cousin Sophia has taken to knitting, Mrs. Dr. dear, and it's a good thing, for she cannot think of quite so many doleful speeches to make when her hands are busy with her needles instead of being folded on her stomach. She thinks we will all be Germans this time next year, but I tell her it will take more than a year to make a German out of me. Do you know that Rick McAllister has enlisted, Mrs. Dr. dear? And they say Joe Milgrave would too, only he is afraid that if he does that, Whiskers on the Moon will not let him have Miranda. Whiskers says that he will believe the stories of German atrocities when he sees them, and that is a good thing that Rangs Cathedral has been destroyed because it was a Roman Catholic church. Now, I am not a Roman Catholic, Mrs. Dr. dear, being born and bred a good Presbyterian and meaning to live and die one, but I maintain that the Catholics have as good a right to their churches as we have to ours, and that the Huns had no kind of business to destroy them. Just think, Mrs. Dr. dear, concluded Susan pathetically, how we would feel if a German shell knocked down the spire of our church here in the Glen. And I'm sure it is every bit as bad to think of Rangs Cathedral being hammered to pieces. And meanwhile, everywhere the lads of the world, rich and poor, low and high, white and brown, were following the piper's call. Even Billy Andrews' boy is going, and Jane's only son, and Diana's little Jack, said Mrs. Blythe. Priscilla's son has gone from Japan, and Stella's from Vancouver, and both the Reverend Joe's boys. Philippa writes that her boys went right away, not being afflicted with her indecision. Jem says that he thinks they will be leaving very soon now, and that he will not be able to get leave to come so far before they go, as they will have to start at a few hours' notice, said the doctor, passing the letter to his wife. "That is not fair," said Susan indignantly. "Has Sir Sam Hughes no regard for our feelings? The idea of whisking that blessed boy away to Europe without letting us even have a last glimpse of him. If I were you, Doctor dear, I would write to the papers about it." "Perhaps it is as well," said the disappointed mother. "I don't believe I could bear another parting from him, now that I know the war will not be over as soon as we hoped when he first left. Oh, if only! But no, I won't say it. Like Susan and Rilla," concluded Mrs. Blythe, achieving a laugh, "I am determined to be a heroine." "You're all good stuff," said the doctor. "I'm proud of my women folk. Even Rilla here, my lily of the field, is running a Red Cross Society, full blast, and saving a little life for Canada. That's a good piece of work, Rilla, daughter of Anne. What are you going to call your war baby?" "I'm waiting to hear from Jim Anderson," said Rilla. "He may want to name his own child." But as the autumn weeks went by, no word came from Jim Anderson, who had never been heard from since he sailed from Halifax, and to whom the fate of wife and child seemed a matter of indifference. Eventually Rilla decided to call the baby James, and Susan opined that Kitchener should be added thereto. So James Kitchener Anderson became the possessor of a name somewhat more imposing than himself. The Ingleside family promptly shortened it to Jims, but Susan obstinately called him Little Kitchener and nothing else. "Jims is no name for a Christian child, Mrs. Dr. dear," she said disapprovingly. "Cousin Sophia says it's too flippant, and for once I consider she utters sense, though I would not please her by openly agreeing with her. As for the child, he is beginning to look something like a baby, and I must admit Rilla is wonderful with him, though I would not pamper pride by saying so to her face. Mrs. Dr. dear, I shall never, no, never forget the first sight I had of that infant, lying in that big soup tureen, rolled up in a dirty flannel. It is not often that Susan Baker is flabbergasted, but flabbergasted I was then, and that you may tie to. For one awful moment I thought my mind had given way and that I was seeing visions. Then thinks I, no, I never heard of anyone having a vision of a soup tureen, so it must be real at least, and I plucked up confidence. When I heard the doctor tell Rilla that she must take care of the baby, I thought he was joking, for I did not believe for a minute she would or could do it. But you see what has happened, and it is making a woman of her. When we have to do a thing, Mrs. Dr. dear, we can do it." Susan added another proof to this concluding dictum of hers one day in October. The doctor and his wife were away. Rilla was presiding over Jim's afternoon siesta upstairs, purling 4 and knitting 1 with ceaseless vim. Susan was seated on the back veranda shelling beans, and Cousin Sophia was helping her. Peace and tranquility brooded over the glen. The sky was fleeced over with silvery shining clouds. Rainbow Valley lay in a soft autumnal haze of fairy purple. The maple grove was a burning bush of colour, and the hedge of sweetbriar around the kitchen yard was a thing of wonder in its subtle tintings. It did not seem that strife could be in the world, and Susan's faithful heart was lulled into a brief forgetfulness, although she had lain awake most of the preceding night thinking of little Jem far out on the Atlantic, where the great fleet was carrying Canada's first army across the ocean. Even Cousin Sophia looked less melancholy than usual, and admitted that there was not much fault to be found in the day, although there was no doubt it was a weather breeder, and there would be an awful storm on its heels. "Things is too calm to last," she said. As if in confirmation of her assertion, a most unearthly din suddenly arose behind them. It was quite impossible to describe the confused medley of bangs and rattles and muffled shrieks and yowls that proceeded from the kitchen, accompanied by occasional crashes. Susan and Cousin Sophia stared at each other in dismay. "What upon airth is brook loose in there?" gasped Cousin Sophia. "It must be that Hyde cat gone clean mad at last," muttered Susan. "I have always expected it." Rilla came flying out of the side door of the living room. "What has happened?" she demanded. "It is beyond me to say, but that possessed beast of yours is evidently at the bottom of it," said Susan. "Do not go near him, at least. I will open the door and peep in. There goes some more of the crockery. I have always said that the devil was in him, and that I will tie to." "It is my opinion that the cat has hydrophobia," said Cousin Sophia solemnly. "I once heard of a cat that went mad and bit 3 people, and they all died a most terrible death and turned black as ink." Undismayed by this, Susan opened the door and looked in. The floor was littered with fragments of broken dishes, for it seemed that the fatal tragedy had taken place on the long dresser where Susan's array of cooking bowls had been marshalled in shining state. Around the kitchen tore a frantic cat, with his head wedged tightly in an old salmon can. Blindly he careened about with shrieks and profanity commingled, now banging the can madly against anything he encountered, now trying vainly to wrench it off with his paws. The sight was so funny that Rilla doubled up with laughter. Susan looked at her reproachfully. "I see nothing to laugh at. That beast has broken your ma's big blue mixing bowl that she brought from Green Gables when she was married. That is no small calamity in my opinion. But the thing to consider now is how to get that can off Hyde's head." "Don't you dast go touching it," exclaimed Cousin Sophia, galvanized into animation. "It might be your death. Shut the kitchen up and send for Albert." "I am not in the habit of sending for Albert during family difficulties," said Susan loftily. "That beast is in torment, and whatever my opinion of him may be, I cannot endure to see him suffering pain. You keep away, Rilla, for little Kitchener's sake, and I will see what I can do." Susan stalked undauntedly into the kitchen, seized an old storm coat of the doctor's, and after a wild pursuit and several fruitless dashes and pounces, managed to throw it over the cat and can. Then she proceeded to saw the can loose with the can opener, while Rilla held the squirming animal rolled in the coat. Anything like Doc's shrieks while the process was going on was never heard at Ingleside. Susan was in mortal dread that the Albert Crawfords would hear it and conclude that she was torturing the creature to death. Doc was a wrathful and indignant cat when he was freed. Evidently he thought the whole thing was a put-up job to bring him low. He gave Susan a baleful glance by way of gratitude and rushed out of the kitchen to take sanctuary in the jungle of the sweetbriar hedge, where he sulked for the rest of the day. Susan swept up her broken dishes grimly. "The Huns themselves couldn't have worked more havoc here," she said bitterly. "But when people will keep a satanic animal like that, in spite of all the warnings, They cannot complain when their wedding bowls get broken. Things have come to a pretty pass when an honest woman cannot leave her kitchen for a few minutes without a fiend of a cat rampaging through it with his head in a salmon can. End of chapter 9.
Chapter 10 of Rilla of Ingleside. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Rilla of Ingleside by Lucy Maud Montgomery. Chapter 10. The Troubles of Rilla. October passed out, and the dreary days of November and December dragged by. The world shook with the thunder of contending armies. Antwerp fell, Turkey declared war, gallant little Serbia gathered herself together and struck a deadly blow at her oppressor. And in quiet, hill-girdled Glen St. Mary, thousands of miles away, hearts beat with hope and fear over the varying dispatches from day to day. "A few months ago," said Miss Oliver, "we thought and talked in terms of Glen St. Mary. Now we think and talk in terms of military tactics and diplomatic intrigue." There was just one great event every day, the coming of the mail. Even Susan admitted that from the time the mail courier's buggy rumbled over the little bridge between the station and the village until the papers were brought home and read, she could not work properly. "I must take up my knitting then and knit hard till the papers come, Mrs. Dr. dear. Knitting is something you can do even when your heart is going like a trip hammer and the pit of your stomach feels all gone and your thoughts are catawampus. Then when I see the headlines, be they good or be they bad, I calm down and am able to go about my business again. It is an unfortunate thing that the mail comes in just when our dinner rush is on, and I think the government could arrange things better. But the drive on Calais has failed, as I felt perfectly sure it would, and the Kaiser will not eat his Christmas dinner in London this year. Do you know, Mrs. Dr. dear," Susan's voice lowered as a token that she was going to impart a very shocking piece of information, "I have been told on good authority, or else you may be sure I would not be repeating it when it concerns a minster, that the Reverend Mr. Arnold goes to Charlottetown every week and takes a Turkish bath for his rheumatism. The idea of him doing that when we are at war with Turkey! One of his own deacons has always insisted that Mr. Arnold's theology was not sound, and I am beginning to believe that there is some reason to fear it. Well, I must bestir myself this afternoon and get little Jem's Christmas cake packed up for him. He will enjoy it if the blessed boy is not drowned in mud before that time." Jem was in camp on Salisbury Plain and was writing gay, cheery letters home in spite of the mud. Walter was at Redmond, and his letters to Rilla were anything but cheerful. She never opened one without a dread tugging at her heart that it would tell her he had enlisted. His unhappiness made her unhappy. She wanted to put her arm round him and comfort him, as she had done that day in Rainbow Valley. She hated everybody who was responsible for Walter's unhappiness. "He will go yet," she murmured miserably to herself one afternoon as she sat alone in Rainbow Valley reading a letter from him. "He will go yet. And if he does, I just can't bear it." Walter wrote that someone had sent him an envelope containing a white feather. "I deserved it, Rilla. I felt that I ought to put it on and wear it, proclaiming myself to all Redmond the coward I know I am. The boys of my year are going. Every day 2 or 3 of them join up. Some days I almost make up my mind to do it, and then I see myself thrusting a bayonet through another man, some woman's husband or sweetheart or son, perhaps the father of little children. I see myself lying alone, torn and mangled, burning with thirst on a cold, wet field, surrounded by dead and dying men, and I know I never can. I can't face even the thought of it. How could I face the reality? There are times when I wish I had never been born. Life has always seemed such a beautiful thing to me, and now it is a hideous thing. Rilla, my Rilla, if it weren't for your letters, your dear, bright, merry, funny, comical, believing letters, I think I'd give up. And Una's. Una is really a little brick, isn't she? There's a wonderful fineness and firmness under all that shy, wistful girlishness of her. She hasn't your knack of writing laugh-provoking epistles, but there's something in her letters, I don't know what, that makes me feel, at least while I'm reading them, that I could even go to the front. Not that she ever says a word about my going, or hints that I ought to go. She isn't that kind. It's just the spirit of them, the personality that is in them. Well, I can't go. You have a brother, and Una has a friend who is a coward. Oh, I wish Walter wouldn't write such things, sighed Rilla. It hurts me. He isn't a coward. He isn't. He isn't. She looked wistfully about her at the little woodland valley and the grey, lonely fallows beyond. How everything reminded her of Walter. The red leaves still clung to the wild sweetbriars that overhung a curve of the brook. Their stems were gemmed with the pearls of the gentle rain that had fallen a little while before. Walter had once written a poem describing them. The wind was sighing and rustling among the frosted brown bracken ferns, then lessening sorrowfully away down the brook. Walter had said once that he loved the melancholy of the autumn wind on a November day. The old tree-lovers still clasped each other in a faithful embrace, and the white lady, now a great white-branched tree, stood out beautifully fine against the grey velvet sky. Walter had named them long ago, and last November, when he had walked with her and Miss Oliver in the valley, he had said, looking at the leafless lady with a young silver moon hanging over her, "A white birch is a beautiful pagan maiden who has never lost the Eden secret of being naked and unashamed." Miss Oliver had said, "Put that into a poem, Walter," and he had done so, and read it to them the next day. Just a short thing with goblin imagination in every line of it. Oh, how happy they had been then. Well, Rilla scrambled to her feet. Time was up. Jims would soon be awake. His lunch had to be prepared. His little slips had to be ironed. There was a committee meeting of the Junior Reds that night. There was her new knitting bag to finish. It would be the handsomest bag in the Junior Society, handsomer even than Irene Howard's. She must get home and get to work. She was busy these days from morning till night. That little monkey of a Jims took so much time, but he was growing. He was certainly growing. And there were times when Rilla felt sure that it was not merely a pious hope, but an absolute fact that he was getting decidedly better looking. Sometimes she felt quite proud of him, and sometimes she yearned to spank him. But she never kissed him or wanted to kiss him. "The Germans captured Lotz today," said Miss Oliver, one December evening when she, Mrs. Blythe, and Susan were busy sewing or knitting in the cozy living room. "This war is at least extending my knowledge of geography. Schoolma'am though I am, 3 months ago I didn't know there was such a place in the world such as Lotz. Had I heard it mentioned, I would have known nothing about it and cared as little. I know all about it now, its size, its standing, its military significance. Yesterday the news that the Germans have captured it in their second rush to Warsaw made my heart sink into my boots. I woke up in the night and worried over it. I don't wonder babies always cry when they wake up in the night. Everything presses on my soul then, and no cloud has a silver lining." "When I wake up in the night and cannot go to sleep again," remarked Susan, who was knitting and reading at the same time, "I pass the moments by torturing the Kaiser to death. Last night I fried him in boiling oil, and a great comfort it was to me, remembering those Belgian babies." "If the Kaiser were here and had a pain in his shoulder, you'd be the first to run for the liniment bottle to rub him down," laughed Miss Oliver. "Would I?" cried outraged Susan. "Would I, Miss Oliver? I would rub him down with coal oil, Miss Oliver, and leave it to blister. That is what I would do, and that you may tie to. A pain in his shoulder indeed! He will have pains all over him before he is through with what he has started." "We are told to love our enemies, Susan," said the doctor solemnly. "Yes, our enemies, but not King George's enemies, Doctor dear," retorted Susan crushingly. She was so well pleased with herself over this flattening out of the doctor completely that she even smiled as she polished her glasses. Susan had never given in to glasses before, but she had done so at last in order to be able to read the war news, and not a dispatch got by her. "Can you tell me, Miss Oliver, how to pronounce MLAWA and BZURA and PRZEMYSL?" The last is a conundrum which nobody seems to have solved yet, Susan, and I can make only a guess at the others." "These foreign names are far from being decent, in my opinion," said disgusted Susan. "I dare say the Austrians and Russians would think Saskatchewan and Mosquedobit about as bad," said Miss Oliver. "The Serbians have done wonderfully of late. They have captured Belgrade." "And sent the Austrian creatures packing across the Danube with a flea in their ear," said Susan with a relish, as she settled down to examine a map of Eastern Europe, prodding each locality with the knitting needle to brand it on her memory. "Cousin Sophia said a while ago that Serbia was done for, but I told her there was still such a thing as an overruling providence. Doubt it who might. It says here that the slaughter was terrible. For all they were foreigners, it is awful to think of so many men being killed. Mrs. Dr. dear, for they are scarce enough as it is." Rilla was upstairs relieving her overcharged feelings by writing in her diary. "Things have all gone catawampus, as Susan says, with me this week. Part of it was my own fault and part of it wasn't, and I seem to be equally unhappy over both parts. I went to town the other day to buy a new winter hat. It was the first time nobody insisted on coming with me to help me select it, and I felt that Mother had really given up thinking of me as a child. And I found the dearest hat. It was simply bewitching. It was a velvet hat of the very shade of rich green that was made for me. It just goes with my hair and complexion beautifully, bringing out the red-brown shades and what Miss Oliver calls my creaminess so well. Only once before in my life have I come across that precise shade of green. When I was 12 I had a little beaver hat of it, and all the girls in school were wild over it. Well, as soon as I saw this hat, I felt that I simply must have it, and have it I did. The price was dreadful. I will not put it down here because I don't want my descendants to know I was guilty of paying so much for a hat, in wartime too, when everybody is, or should be, trying to be economical. When I got home and tried on the hat again in my room, I was assailed by qualms. Of course it was very becoming, but somehow it seemed too elaborate and fussy for church-going and our quiet little doings in the Glen, too conspicuous, in short. It hadn't seemed so at the milliner's, but here in my little white room it did. And that dreadful price tag. And the starving Belgians. When Mother saw the hat and the tag, she just looked at me. Mother is some expert at looking. Father says she looked him into love with her years ago in Avonlea school, and I can well believe it, though I have heard a weird tale of her banging him over the head with a slate at the very beginning of their acquaintance. Mother was a limb when she was a little girl, I understand, and even up to the time when Jem went away she was full of ginger. But let me return to my mutton, that is to say, my new green velvet hat. "Do you think, Rilla," Mother said quietly, far too quietly, "that it was right to spend so much for a hat, especially when the need of the world is so great?" "I paid for it out of my own allowance, Mother," I exclaimed. "That is not the point. Your allowance is based on the principle of a reasonable amount for each thing you need. If you pay too much for one thing, you must cut off somewhere else, and that is not satisfactory. But if you think you did right, Rilla, I have no more to say. I leave it to your conscience." I wish Mother would not leave things to my conscience. And anyway, what was I to do? I couldn't take that hat back. I had worn it to a concert in town. I had to keep it. I was so uncomfortable that I flew into a temper, a cold, calm, deadly temper. "Mother," I said haughtily, "I am sorry you disapprove of my hat." "Not of the hat exactly," said Mother, "though I consider it in doubtful taste for so young a girl, but of the price you paid for it." Being interrupted didn't improve my temper, so I went on colder and calmer and deadlier than ever, just as if Mother had not spoken. "But I have to keep it now. However, I promise you that I will not get another hat for 3 years or for the duration of the war, if it lasts longer than that. Even you," oh, the sarcasm I put into the "you," "cannot say that what I paid was too much when spread over at least 3 years. "You will be very tired of that hat before 3 years, Rilla," said Mother with a provoking grin, which being interpreted meant that I wouldn't stick it out. Tired or not, I will wear it that long, I said, and then I marched upstairs and cried to think that I had been sarcastic to Mother. I hate that hat already, but 3 years or the duration of the war, I said, and 3 years or the duration of the war it shall be. I vowed, and I shall keep my vow, cost what it will. That is one of the catawampus things. The other is that I have quarrelled with Irene Howard, or she quarrelled with me, or no, we both quarrelled. The Junior Red Cross met here yesterday. The hour of meeting was 2:30, but Irene came at 1:30 because she got the chance of a drive down from the upper Glen. Irene hasn't been a bit nice to me since the fuss about the eats, and besides I feel sure she resents not being president. But I have been determined that things should go smoothly. So I have never taken any notice, and when she came yesterday she seemed so nice and sweet again that I hoped she had gotten over her huffiness and we could be the chums we used to be. But as soon as we sat down, Irene began to rub me the wrong way. I saw her cast a look at my new knitting bag. All the girls have always said Irene was jealous-minded, and I would never believe them before. But now I feel that perhaps she is. The first thing she did was to pounce on Jims. Irene pretends to adore babies. Pick him up out of his cradle and kiss him all over his face. Now, Irene knows perfectly well that I don't like to have Jims kissed like that. It is not hygienic. After she had worried him till he began to fuss, she looked at me and gave quite a nasty little laugh, but said oh so sweetly, "Why, Rilla, darling, you look as if you thought I was poisoning the baby." "Oh, no, I don't, Irene," I said, every bit as sweetly. "But you know Morgan says that the only place a baby should be kissed is on its forehead, for fear of germs, and that is my rule with Jims." "Dear me, am I so full of germs?" said Irene plaintively. I knew she was making fun of me, and I began to boil inside. But outside no sign of a simmer. I was determined I would not scrap with Irene. Then she began to bounce Jims. Now Morgan says bouncing is almost the worst thing that can be done to a baby. I never allow Jims to be bounced, but Irene bounced him, and that exasperating child liked it. He smiled for the very first time. He is 4 months old, and he has never smiled once before. Not even Mother or Susan have been able to coax that thing to smile, try as they would, and here he was smiling because Irene Howard bounced him. Talk of gratitude! I admit that smile made a big difference in him. 2 of the dearest dimples came out in his cheeks, and his big brown eyes seemed full of laughter. The way Irene raved over those dimples was silly, I consider. You would have supposed she thought she had really brought them into existence. But I sewed steadily and did not enthuse, and soon Irene got tired of bouncing Jims and put him back in his cradle. He did not like that after being played with, and he began to cry and was fussy the rest of the afternoon. Whereas if Irene had only left him alone, he would not have been a bit of trouble. Irene looked at him and said, "Does he often cry like that?" as if she had never heard a baby crying before. I explained patiently that children have to cry so many minutes per day in order to expand their lungs. Morgan says so. If Jims didn't cry at all, I'd have to make him cry for at least 20 minutes, I said. "Oh, indeed," said Irene, laughing as if she didn't believe me. Morgan on the Care of Infants was upstairs, or I would soon have convinced her. Then she said Jims didn't have much hair. She had never seen a 4-month-old baby so bald. Of course I knew Jims hadn't much hair, yet, but Irene said it in a tone that seemed to imply it was my fault that he hadn't any hair. I said I had seen dozens of babies every bit as bald as Jims, and Irene said, "Oh, very well, she hadn't meant to offend me," when I wasn't offended. It went on like that the rest of the hour. Irene kept giving me little digs all the time. The girls have always said she was revengeful like that if she were peeved about anything, but I never believed it before. I used to think Irene just perfect, and it hurt me dreadfully to find she could stoop to this. But I corked up my feelings and sewed away for dear life on a Belgian child's nightgown. Then Irene told me the meanest, most contemptible thing that someone had said about Walter. I won't write it down. I can't. Of course she said it made her furious to hear it and all that, but there was no need for her to tell me such a thing even if she did hear it. She simply did it to hurt me. I just exploded. How dare you come here and repeat such a thing about my brother, Irene Howard? I exclaimed. I shall never forgive you. Never. Your brother hasn't enlisted, hasn't any idea of enlisting. Why, Rilla, dear, I didn't say it, said Irene. I told you it was Mrs. George Burr. And I told her— I don't want to hear what you told her. Don't you ever speak to me again, Irene Howard. Of course I shouldn't have said that, but it just seemed to say itself. Then the other girls all came in a bunch, and I had to calm down and act the hostess part as well as I could. Irene paired off with Olive Kirk all the rest of the afternoon and went away without so much as a look. So I suppose she means to take me at my word, and I don't care, for I do not want to be friends with a girl who could repeat such a falsehood about Walter. But I feel unhappy over it for all that. We've always been such good chums, and until lately Irene was lovely to me. And now another illusion has been stripped from my eyes, and I feel as if there wasn't such a thing as real, true friendship in the world. Father got old Joe Mead to build a kennel for Dog Monday in the corner of the shipping shed today. We thought perhaps Monday would come home when the cold weather came, but he wouldn't. No earthly influence can coax Monday away from that shed even for a few minutes. There he stays and meets every train. So we had to do something to make him comfortable. Joe built the kennel so that Monday could lie in it and still see the platform. So we hope he will occupy it. Monday has become quite famous. A reporter of the Enterprise came out from town and photographed him and wrote up the whole story of his faithful vigil. It was published in the Enterprise and copied all over Canada. But that doesn't matter to poor little Monday. Jem has gone away. Monday doesn't know where or why, but he will wait until he comes back. Somehow it comforts me. It's foolish, I suppose, but it gives me a feeling that Jem will come back, or else Monday wouldn't keep on waiting for him. Jims is snoring beside me in his cradle. It is just a cold that makes him snore, not adenoids. Irene had a cold yesterday, and I know she gave it to him, kissing him. He is not quite such a nuisance as he was. He has got some backbone and can sit up quite nicely and loves his bath now and splashes unsmilingly in the water instead of twisting and shrieking. Oh, shall I ever forget those first 2 months? I don't know how I lived through them. But here I am, and here is Jims, and we both are going to carry on. I tickled him a little bit tonight when I undressed him. I wouldn't bounce him, but Morgan doesn't mention tickling, just to see if he would smile for me as well as Irene, and he did, and out popped the dimples. What a pity his mother couldn't have seen them. I finished my 6th pair of socks today. With the first 3 I got Susan to set the heel for me. Then I thought that was a bit of shirking, so I learned to do it myself. I hate it, but I have done so many things I hate since 4th of August that one more or less doesn't matter. I just think of Jem joking about the mud on Salisbury Plain, and I go at them. End of chapter 10.
Chapter 11 of Rilla of Ingleside. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Elizabeth Solog. Rilla of Ingleside by Lucy Maud Montgomery. Chapter 11. Dark and Bright. At Christmas, the college boys and girls came home, and for a little while Ingleside was gay again. But all were not there. For the first time one was missing from the circle round the Christmas table. Jem, of the steady lips and fearless eyes, was far away, and Rilla felt that the sight of his vacant chair was more than she could endure. Susan had taken a stubborn freak, and insisted on setting out Jem's place for him as usual, with the twisted little napkin ring he had always had since a boy, and the odd, high Green Gables goblet that Aunt Marilla had once given him, and from which he always insisted on drinking. "That blessed boy shall have his place, Mrs. Doctor dear," said Susan firmly, "and do not you feel over it, for you may be sure he is here in spirit, and next Christmas he will be here in the body. Wait you till the big push comes in the spring, and the war will be over in a jiffy." They tried to think so, but a shadow stalked in the background of their determined merry-making. Walter, too, was quiet and dull all through the holidays. He showed Rilla a cruel, anonymous letter he had received at Redmond, a letter far more conspicuous for malice than for patriotic indignation. Nevertheless, all it says is true, Rilla. Rilla had caught it from him and thrown it into the fire. There isn't one word of truth in it, she declared hotly. Walter, you've got morbid, as Miss Oliver says she gets when she broods too long over one thing. I can't get away from it at Redmond, Rilla. The whole college is aflame over the war. A perfectly fit fellow of military age who doesn't join up is looked upon as a shirker and treated accordingly. Dr. Milne, the English professor, who has always made a special pet of me, has 2 sons in khaki, and I can feel a change in his manner towards me. It's not fair. You're not fit. Physically I am, sound as a bell. The unfitness is in the soul, and it's a taint and a disgrace. There, don't cry, Rilla. I'm not going, if that's what you're afraid of. The piper's music rings in my ears day and night, but I cannot follow. You would break Mother's heart and mine if you did, sobbed Rilla. Oh, Walter, one is enough for any family. The holidays were an unhappy time for her. Still, having Nan and Di and Walter and Shirley home helped in the enduring of things. A letter and book came for her from Kenneth Ford, too. Some sentences in the letter made her cheeks burn and her heart beat, until the last paragraph, which sent an icy chill over everything. My ankle is about as good as new. I'll be fit to join up in a couple of months more, Rilla, my Rilla. It will be some feeling to get into khaki all right. Little Ken will be able to look the whole world in the face then, and oh, not any man. It's been rotten lately, since I've been able to walk without limping. People who don't know look at me as much as to say slacker. Well, they won't have the chance to look it much longer. I hate this war, said Rilla bitterly, as she gazed out into the maple grove that was a chill glory of pink and gold in the winter sunset. 1914 has gone, said Dr. Blythe on New Year's Day. Its sun, which rose fairly, has set in blood. What will 1915 bring? Victory, said Susan, for once laconic. Do you really believe we'll win the war, Susan? Said Miss Oliver drearily. She had come over from Lowbridge to spend the day and see Walter and the girls before they went back to Redmond. She was in a rather blue and cynical mood, and inclined to look on the dark side. Believe we'll win the war, exclaimed Susan. No, Miss Oliver, dear, I do not believe. I know. That does not worry me. What does worry me is the trouble and expense of it all. But then you cannot make omelets without breaking eggs, so we must just trust in God and make big guns. Sometimes I think the big guns are better to trust in than God, said Miss Oliver defiantly. No, no, dear, you do not. The Germans had big guns at the Marne, had they not? But Providence settled them. Do not ever forget that. Just hold on to that when you feel inclined to doubt. Clutch hold of the sides of your chair and sit tight, and keep saying, big guns are good, but the Almighty is better, and He is on our side, no matter what the Kaiser says about it. I would have gone crazy many a day lately, Miss Oliver dear, if I had not sat tight and repeated that to myself. My cousin Sophia is like you, somewhat inclined to despond. Oh, dear me, what will we do if the Germans ever get here? She wailed to me yesterday. Bury them, said I, just as offhand as that. There is plenty of room for the graves. Cousin Sophia said that I was flippant, but I was not flippant, Miss Oliver dear, only calm and confident in the British Navy and our Canadian boys. I am like old Mr. William Pollock of the Harbour Head. He is very old and has been ill for a long time, and one night last week he was so low that his daughter-in-law whispered to someone that she thought he was dead. Darn it, I ain't, he called right out. Only, Miss Oliver dear, he did not use so mild a word as darn. Darn it, I ain't, and I don't mean to die until the Kaiser is well licked. Now that, Miss Oliver dear, concluded Susan, is the kind of spirit I admire. I admire it, but I can't emulate it, sighed Gertrude. Before this, I have always been able to escape from the hard things of life for a little while by going into dreamland and coming back like a giant refreshed. But I can't escape from this. Nor I, said Mrs. Blythe. I hate going to bed now. All my life I've liked going to bed, to have a gay, mad, splendid half-hour of imagining things before sleeping. Now I imagine them still, but such different things. "I am rather glad when the time comes to go to bed," said Miss Oliver. "I like the darkness, because I can be myself in it. I needn't smile or talk bravely. But sometimes my imagination gets out of hand too, and I see what you do. Terrible things. Terrible years to come." "I am very grateful that I never had any imagination to speak of," said Susan. "I have been spared that. I see by this paper that the Crown Prince is killed again. Do you suppose there is any hope of his staying dead this time? And I also see that Woodrow Wilson is going to write another note. I wonder," concluded Susan, with the bitter irony she had of late begun to use when referring to the poor president, "if that man's schoolmaster is alive." In January, Jims was 5 months old, and Rilla celebrated the anniversary by shortening him. "He weighs 14 pounds," she announced jubilantly. "Just exactly what he should weigh at 5 months, according to Morgan." There was no longer any doubt in anybody's mind that Jims was getting positively pretty. His little cheeks were round and firm and faintly pink. His eyes were big and bright. His tiny paws had dimples at the root of every finger. He had even begun to grow hair, much to Rilla's unspoken relief. There was a pale golden fuzz all over his head that was distinctly visible in some lights. He was a good infant, generally sleeping and digesting as Morgan decreed. Occasionally he smiled, but he never laughed, in spite of all efforts to make him. This worried Rilla also, because Morgan said that babies usually laughed aloud from the 3rd to the 5th month. Jims was 5 months and had no notion of laughing. Why hadn't he? Wasn't he normal? One night Rilla came home late from a recruiting meeting at the GLEN, where she had been giving patriotic recitations. Rilla had never been willing to recite in public before. She was afraid of her tendency to lisp, which had a habit of reviving if she were doing anything that made her nervous. When she had first been asked to recite at the Upper Glen meeting, she had refused. Then she began to worry over her refusal. Was it cowardly? What would Jem think if he knew? After 2 days of worry, Rilla phoned to the president of the Patriotic Society that she would recite. She did, and lisped several times, and lay awake most of the night in an agony of wounded vanity. Then 2 nights after she recited again at Harbour Head. She had been at Lowbridge and over harbour since then, and had become resigned to an occasional lisp. Nobody except herself seemed to mind it, and she was so earnest and appealing and shining-eyed. More than one recruit joined up because Rilla's eyes seemed to look right at him when she passionately demanded, how could men die better than fighting for the ashes of their fathers and the temples of their gods? Or assured her audience with thrilling intensity that 1 crowded hour of glorious life was worth an age without a name. Even stolid Miller Douglas was so fired one night that it took Mary Vance a good hour to talk him back to sense. Mary Vance said bitterly that if Rilla Blythe felt as bad as she had pretended to feel over Jem's going to the front, she wouldn't be urging other girls' brothers and friends to go. On this particular night, Rilla was tired and cold and very thankful to creep into her warm nest and cuddle down between her blankets, though as usual, with a sorrowful wonder how Jem and Jerry were faring. She was just getting warm and drowsy when Jims suddenly began to cry, and kept on crying. Rilla curled herself up in her bed and determined she would let him cry. She had Morgan behind her for justification. Jims was warm, physically comfortable. His cry wasn't the cry of pain, and had his little tummy as full as was good for him. Under such circumstances, it would be simply spoiling him to fuss over him, and she wasn't going to do it. He could cry until he got good and tired and ready to go to sleep again. Then Rilla's imagination began to torment her. Suppose she thought I was a tiny helpless creature, only 5 months old, with my father somewhere in France, and my poor little mother, who had been so worried about me, in the graveyard. Suppose I was lying in a basket in a big black room, without one speck of light, and nobody within miles of me, for all I could see or know. Suppose there wasn't a human being anywhere who loved me, for a father who had never seen me couldn't love me very much, especially when he had never written a word to or about me. Wouldn't I cry too? Wouldn't I feel just so lonely and forsaken and frightened that I'd have to cry? Rilla hopped out. She picked Jims out of his basket and took him into her own bed. His hands were cold, poor mite, but he had promptly ceased to cry. And then, as she held him close to her in the darkness, suddenly Jims laughed, a real, gurgly, chuckly, delighted, delightful laugh. "Oh, you dear little thing," exclaimed Rilla. "Are you so pleased at finding you're not all alone, lost in a huge big black room?" Then she knew she wanted to kiss him, and she did. She kissed his silky, scented little head. She kissed his chubby little cheek. She kissed his little cold hands. She wanted to squeeze him, to cuddle him, just as she used to squeeze and cuddle her kittens. Something delightful and yearning and brooding seemed to have taken possession of her. She had never felt like this before. In a few minutes Jims was sound asleep, and as Rilla listened to his soft, regular breathing and felt the little body warm and contented against her, she realized that, at last, she loved her war baby. "He has got to be such a darling," she thought drowsily, as she drifted off to slumberland herself. In February, Jem and Jerry and Robert Grant were in the trenches, and a little more tension and dread was added to the Ingleside life. In March, Ypres, as Susan called it, had come to have a bitter significance. The daily list of casualties had begun to appear in the papers, and no one at Ingleside ever answered the telephone without a horrible cold shrinking, for it might be the station master phoning up to say a telegram had come from overseas. No one at Ingleside ever got up in the morning without a sudden piercing wonder over what the day might bring. And I used to welcome the morning so, thought Rilla. Yet the round of life and duty went steadily on, and every week or so one of the GLEN lads, who had just the other day been a rollicking schoolboy, went into khaki. "It's bitter cold out tonight, Mrs. Dr. dear," said Susan, coming in out of the clear, starlit crispness of the Canadian winter twilight. "I wonder if the boys in the trenches are warm." "How everything comes back to this war," cried Gertrude Oliver. "We can't get away from it, not even when we talk of the weather. I never go out these dark cold nights myself without thinking of the men in the trenches. Not only our men, but everybody's men. I would feel the same if there were nobody I knew at the front. When I snuggle down in my comfortable bed I am ashamed of being comfortable. It seems as if it were wicked of me to be so when many are not." "I saw Mrs. Meredith down at the store," said Susan, "and she tells me that they are really troubled over Bruce. He takes things so much to heart. He has cried himself to sleep for a week over the starving Belgians. 'Oh, mother,' he will say to her so beseeching like, 'surely the babies are never hungry.' 'Oh, not the babies, mother. Just say the babies are not hungry, mother.' And she cannot say it, because it would not be true, and she is at her wit's end. They try to keep such things from him, but he finds them out, and then they cannot comfort him. It breaks my heart to read about them myself, Mrs. Dr. dear, and I cannot console myself with the thought that the tales are not true. When I read a novel that makes me want to weep, I just say severely to myself, 'Now, Susan Baker, you know that is all a pack of lies.' But we must carry on. Jack Crawford says he is going to the war because he is tired of farming. I hope he will find it a pleasant change. And Mrs. Richard Elliott over harbour is worrying herself sick because she used to be always scolding her husband about smoking up the parlour curtains. Now that he has enlisted, she wishes she had never said a word to him. You know Josiah Cooper and William Daly, Mrs. Dr. dear. They used to be fast friends, but they quarrelled 20 years ago and have never spoken since. Well, the other day Josiah went to William and said right out, 'Let us be friends. 'Tain't any time to be holding grudges.' William was real glad and held out his hand, and they sat down for a good talk, and in less than half an hour they had quarrelled again over how the war ought to be fought, Josiah holding that the Dardanelles expedition was rank folly, and William maintaining that it was the one sensible thing the Allies had done. and now they are madder at each other than ever, and William says Josiah is as bad a pro-German as Whiskers on the Moon. Whiskers on the Moon vows he is no pro-German, but calls himself a pacifist, whatever that may be. It is nothing proper, or Whiskers would not be it, and that you may tie to. He says that the big British victory at New Chapelle cost more than it was worth, and he has forbid Joe Milgrave to come near the house, because Joe ran up his father's flag when the news came. Have you noticed, Mrs. Dr. dear, that the Tsar has changed that Prish name to Przemysl, which proves that the man had good sense, Russian though he is. Joe Vickers told me in the store that he saw a very queer-looking thing in the sky tonight over Lowbridge Way. Do you suppose it could have been a Zeppelin, Mrs. Dr. dear? I do not think it very likely, Susan. Well, I would feel easier about it if Whiskers on the Moon were not living in the Glen. They say he was seen going through strange maneuvers with a lantern in his backyard one night lately. Some people think he was signaling. To whom? Or what? Ah, that is the mystery, Mrs. Dr. dear. In my opinion, the government would do well to keep an eye on that man if it does not want us all to be murdered in our beds some night. Now, I shall just look over the papers a minute before going to write a letter to little Jem. 2 things I never did, Mrs. Dr. dear, were write letters and read politics. Yet here I am doing both regular, and I find there is something in politics after all. Whatever Woodrow Wilson means I cannot fathom, but I am hoping I will puzzle it out yet. Susan, in her pursuit of Wilson and politics, presently came upon something that disturbed her, and exclaimed in a tone of bitter disappointment, "That devilish Kaiser has only a boil after all." "Don't swear, Susan," said Dr. Blythe, pulling a long face. "Devilish is not swearing, Doctor dear. I have always understood that swearing was taking the name of the Almighty in vain." "Well, it isn't refined," said the doctor, winking at Miss Oliver. "No, Doctor dear, the devil and the Kaiser, if so be that they are really 2 different people, are not refined, and you cannot refer to them in a refined way. So I abide by what I said, although you may notice that I am careful not to use such expressions when young Rilla is about. And I maintain that the papers have no right to say that the Kaiser has pneumonia and raise people's hopes, and then come out and say he has nothing but a boil. A boil, indeed! I wish he was covered with them." Susan stalked out to the kitchen and settled down to write to Jem, deeming him in need of some home comfort from certain passages in his letter that day. "We're in an old wine cellar tonight, Dad," he wrote, "in water to our knees. Rats everywhere. No fire. A drizzling rain coming down. Rather dismal. But it might be worse. I got Susan's box today, and everything was in tip-top order, and we had a feast. Jerry is up the line somewhere, and he says the rations are rather worse than Aunt Martha's ditto used to be. But here they're not bad, only monotonous. Tell Susan I'd give a year's pay for a good batch of her monkey faces, but don't let that inspire her to send any, for they wouldn't keep. We have been under fire since the last week in February. One boy, he was a Nova Scotian, was killed right beside me yesterday. A shell burst near us, and when the mess cleared away he was lying dead. Not mangled at all. He just looked a little startled. It was the first time I'd been close to anything like that, and it was a nasty sensation. But one soon gets used to horrors here. We're in an absolutely different world. The only things that are the same are the stars, and they are never in their right places somehow. Tell Mother not to worry. I'm all right. Fit as a fiddle, and glad I came. There's something across from us here that has got to be wiped out of the world. That's all. An emanation of evil that would otherwise poison life forever. It's got to be done, Dad, however long it takes, and whatever it costs. And you tell the Glen people this for me. They don't realize yet what it is has broken loose, and I didn't when I first joined up. I thought it was fun. Well, it isn't, but I'm in the right place all right, make no mistake about that. When I saw what had been done here to homes and gardens and people, well, Dad, I seemed to see a gang of Huns marching through Rainbow Valley and the Glen, and the garden at Ingleside. There were gardens over here. beautiful gardens with the beauty of centuries. And what are they now? Mangled, desecrated things. We are fighting to make those dear old places where we had played as children safe for other boys and girls. Fighting for the preservation and safety of all sweet, wholesome things. Whenever any of you go to the station, be sure to give Dog Monday a double pat for me. Fancy the faithful little beggar, waiting there for me like that. Honestly, Dad, on some of these dark cold nights in the trenches, it heartens and braces me up no end to think that thousands of miles away, at the old GLEN station, there is a small spotted dog sharing my vigil. Tell Rilla I'm glad her war baby is turning out so well. And tell Susan that I'm fighting a good fight against both Huns and cooties. Mrs. Doctor dear, whispered Susan solemnly, what are cooties? Mrs. Blythe whispered back, and then said in reply to Susan's horrified ejaculations, it's always like that in the trenches, Susan. Susan shook her head and went away in grim silence to reopen a parcel she had sewed up for Jem and slip in a fine-tooth comb. End of chapter 11. Recording by Elizabeth Solog, Bethlehem, Pennsylvania. Chapter 12 of Rilla of Ingleside. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Elizabeth Solog. Rilla of Ingleside by Lucy Maud Montgomery. Chapter 12. In the Days of Langemarck. How can spring come and be beautiful in such a horror? Wrote Rilla in her diary. When the sun shines and the fluffy yellow catkins are coming out on the willow trees down by the brook, and the garden is beginning to be beautiful, I can't realize that such dreadful things are happening in Flanders, but they are. This past week has been terrible for us all, since the news came of the fighting around Ypres and the battles of Langemarck and St. Julien. Our Canadian boys have done splendidly. General French says they saved the situation when the Germans had all but broken through. But I can't feel pride or exultation or anything but a gnawing anxiety over Jem and Jerry and Mr. Grant. The casualty lists are coming out in the papers every day. Oh, there are so many of them. I can't bear to read them for fear I'd find Jem's name. For there have been cases where people have seen their boys' names in the casualty lists before the official telegram came. As for the telephone, for a day or two I just refused to answer it, because I thought I could not endure the horrible moment that came between saying hello and hearing the response. That moment seemed 100 years long, for I was always dreading to hear, "There is a telegram for Dr. Blythe." Then, when I had shirked for a while, I was ashamed of leaving it all for Mother or Susan, and now I make myself go. But it never gets any easier. Gertrude teaches school and reads compositions and sets examination papers, just as she always has done, but I know her thoughts are over in Flanders all the time. Her eyes haunt me. And Kenneth is in khaki now too. He has got a lieutenant's commission and expects to go overseas in midsummer, so he wrote me. There wasn't much else in the letter. He seemed to be thinking of nothing but going overseas. I shall not see him again before he goes. Perhaps I will never see him again. Sometimes I ask myself if that evening at Four Winds was all a dream. It might as well be. It seems as if it happened in another life lived years ago, and everybody has forgotten it but me. Walter and Nan and Di came home last night from Redmond. When Walter stepped off the train, Dog Monday rushed to meet him, frantic with joy. I suppose he thought Jem would be there too. After the first moment, he paid no attention to Walter and his pats, but just stood there, wagging his tail nervously and looking past Walter at the other people coming out, with eyes that made me choke up, for I couldn't help thinking that, for all we knew, Monday might never see Jem come off that train again. Then, when all the people were out, Monday looked up at Walter, gave his hand a little lick as if to say, "I know it isn't your fault he didn't come," Excuse me for feeling disappointed." And then he trotted back to his shed with that funny little sidelong waggle of his that always makes it seem that his hind legs are traveling directly away from the point at which his forelegs are aiming. We tried to coax him home with us. Dot even got down and kissed him between the eyes and said, "Monday, old duck, won't you come up with us just for the evening?" And Monday said, he did, "I'm very sorry, but I can't. I've got a date to meet Jem here, you know, and there's a train goes through at 8. It was lovely to have Walter back again, though he seems quiet and sad, just as he was at Christmas. But I'm going to love him hard and cheer him up and make him laugh as he used to. It seems to me that every day of my life Walter means more to me. The other evening Susan happened to say that the Mayflowers were out in Rainbow Valley. I chanced to be looking at Mother when Susan spoke. Her face changed, and she gave a queer little choked cry. Most of the time Mother is so spunky and gay you would never guess what she feels inside. But now and then some little thing is too much for her, and we see under the surface. "Mayflowers," she said. "Jem brought me mayflowers last year." And she got up and went out of the room. I would have rushed off to Rainbow Valley and brought her an armful of mayflowers, but I knew that wasn't what she wanted. And after Walter got home last night, he slipped away to the valley and brought Mother home all the mayflowers he could find. Nobody had said a word to him about it. He just remembered himself that Jem used to bring Mother the first mayflowers, and so he brought them in Jem's place. It shows how tender and thoughtful he is, and yet there are people who send him cruel letters. It seems strange that we can go in with ordinary life just as if nothing were happening overseas that concerned us, just as if any day might not bring us awful news. But we can, and do. Susan is putting in the garden, and Mother and she are house cleaning, and we Junior Reds are getting up a concert in aid of the Belgians. We have been practicing for a month and having no end of trouble and bother with cranky people. Miranda Pryor promised to help with a dialogue, and when she had her part all learnt, her father put his foot down and refused to allow her to help at all. I am not blaming Miranda exactly, but I do think she might have a little more spunk sometimes. If she put her foot down once in a while she might bring her father to terms, for she is all the housekeeper he has, and what would he do if she struck? If I were in Miranda's shoes, I'd find some way of managing Whiskers on the Moon. I would horsewhip him, or bite him, if nothing else would serve. But Miranda is a meek and obedient daughter, whose days should be long in the land. I couldn't get anyone else to take the part, because nobody liked it, so finally I had to take it myself. Olive Kirk is on the concert committee and goes against me in every single thing. But I got my way in asking Mrs. Channing to come out from town and sing for us anyhow. She is a beautiful singer, and will draw such a crowd that we will make more than we will have to pay her. Olive Kirk thought our local talent good enough, and Minnie Clow won't sing at all now in the choruses because she would be so nervous before Mrs. Channing, and Minnie is the only good alto we have. There are times when I am so exasperated that I feel tempted to wash my hands of the whole affair. But after I dance round my room just a few times in sheer rage, I cool down and have another whack at it. Just at present I am racked with worry for fear the Isaac Reeses are taking whooping cough. They have all got a dreadful cold, and there are 5 of them who have important parts in the program. And if they go and develop whooping cough, what shall I do? Dick Reese's violin solo is to be one of our titbits, and Kit Reese is in every tableau. And the 3 small girls have the cutest flag drill. I've been toiling for weeks to train them in it, and now it seems likely that all my trouble will go for nothing. Jim's cut his first tooth today. I am very glad, for he is nearly 9 months old, and Mary Vance has been insinuating that he is awfully backward about cutting his teeth. He has begun to creep but doesn't crawl, as most babies do. He trots about on all 4s and carries things in his mouth like a little dog. Nobody can say he isn't up to schedule time, in the matter of creeping anyway. Away ahead of it indeed, since 10 months is Morgan's average for creeping. He is so cute. It will be a shame if his dad never sees him. His hair is coming on nicely too, and I am not without hope that it will be curly. Just for a few minutes, while I've been writing of Jims and the concert, I've forgotten Ypres and the poison gas and the casualty lists. Now it all rushes back, worse than ever. Oh, if we could just know that Jem is all right. I used to be so furious with Jem when he called me Spider. And now, if he would just come whistling through the hall and call out, "Hello, Spider," as he used to do, I would think it the loveliest name in the world. Rilla put away her diary and went out to the garden. The spring evening was very lovely. The long, green, seaward-looking glen was filled with dusk, and beyond it were meadows of sunset. The harbour was radiant, purple here, azure there, opal elsewhere. The maple grove was beginning to be misty green. Rilla looked about her with wistful eyes. Who said that spring was the joy of the year? It was the heartbreak of the year. In the pale purply mornings and the daffodil stars and the wind in the old pine were so many separate pangs of the heartbreak. Would life ever be free from dread again? "It's good to see PEI twilight once more," said Walter, joining her. "I didn't really remember that the sea was so blue and the roads so red and the wood nooks so wild and fairy haunted. Yes, the fairies still abide here. I vow I could find scores of them under the violets in Rainbow Valley." Rilla was momentarily happy. This sounded like the Walter of yore. She hoped he was forgetting certain things that had troubled him. "And isn't the sky blue over Rainbow Valley?" she said, responding to his mood. "Blue. Blue. You'd have to say blue 100 times before you could express how blue it is." Susan wandered by, her head tied up with a shawl, her hands full of garden implements. Doc, stealthy and wild-eyed, was shadowing her steps among the spirea bushes. "The sky may be blue," said Susan, "but that cat has been Hyde all day, so we will likely have rain tonight, and by the same token I have rheumatism in my shoulder." "It may rain, but don't think rheumatism, Susan. Think violets," said Walter gaily. Rather too gaily, Rilla thought. Susan considered him unsympathetic. "Indeed, Walter dear, I do not know what you mean by thinking violets," she responded stiffly. "And rheumatism is not a thing to be joked about, as you may some day realize for yourself. I hope I am not the kind that is always complaining of their aches and pains, especially now when the news is so terrible. Rheumatism is bad enough, but I realize, and none better, that it is not to be compared to being gassed by the Huns." "Oh, my God, no!" exclaimed Walter passionately. He turned and went back to the house. Susan shook her head. She disapproved entirely of such ejaculations. "I hope he will not let his mother hear him talking like that," she thought, as she stacked the hose and rake away. Rilla was standing among the budding daffodils with tear-filled eyes. Her evening was spoiled. She detested Susan, who had somehow hurt Walter. And Jem. Had Jem been gassed? Had he died in torture? "I can't endure this suspense any longer," said Rilla desperately. But she endured it, as the others did, for another week. Then a letter came from Jem. He was all right. "I've come through without a scratch, Dad. Don't know how I or any of us did it. You'll have seen all about it in the papers. I can't write of it. But the Huns haven't gotten through. They won't get through. Jerry was knocked stiff by a shell one time, but it was only the shock. He was all right in a few days. Grant is safe, too. Nan had a letter from Jerry Meredith. I came back to consciousness at dawn," he wrote. "Couldn't tell what had happened to me, but thought that I was done for. I was all alone and afraid, terribly afraid. Dead men were all around me, lying on the horrible grey, slimy fields. I was woefully thirsty, and I thought of David and the Bethlehem water, and of the old spring in Rainbow Valley under the maples. I seemed to see it just before me, and you, standing laughing on the other side of it. And I thought it was all over with me, and I didn't care. Honestly, I didn't care. I just felt a dreadful childish fear of loneliness, and of those dead men around me, and a sort of wonder how this could have happened to me. Then they found me and carted me off, and before long I discovered that there wasn't really anything wrong with me. I'm going back to the trenches tomorrow. Every man is needed there that can be got." "Laughter is gone out of the world," said Faith Meredith, who had come over to report on her letters. "I remember telling old Mrs. Taylor long ago that the world was a world of laughter. but it isn't so any longer." "It's a shriek of anguish," said Gertrude Oliver. "We must keep a little laughter, girls," said Mrs. Blythe. "A good laugh is as good as a prayer sometimes. Only sometimes," she added under her breath. She had found it very hard to laugh during the 3 weeks she had just lived through. She, Anne Blythe, to whom laughter had always come so easily and freshly. And what hurt most was that Rilla's laughter had grown so rare. Rilla, whom she used to think laughed overmuch. Was all the child's girlhood to be so clouded? Yet how strong and clever and womanly she was growing! How patiently she knitted and sewed and manipulated those uncertain junior reds! And how wonderful she was with Jims! She really could not do better for that child than if she had raised a baker's dozen, Mrs. Dr. dear, Susan had avowed solemnly. Little did I ever expect it of her on the day she landed here with that soup tureen. End of chapter 12. Recording by Elizabeth Solog, Bethlehem, Pennsylvania.
Chapter 13 of Rilla of Ingleside. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Rilla of Ingleside by Lucy Maud Montgomery. Chapter 13. A Slice of Humble Pie. "I am very much afraid, Mrs. Dr. dear," said Susan, who had been on a pilgrimage to the station with some choice bones for Dog Monday, "that something terrible has happened. Whiskers on the Moon came off the train from Charlottetown, and he was looking pleased. I do not remember that I ever saw him with a smile on in public before. Of course, he may have just been getting the better of somebody in a cattle deal, but I have an awful presentiment that the Huns have broken through somewhere." Perhaps Susan was unjust in connecting Mr. Pryor's smile with the sinking of the Lusitania, news of which circulated an hour later when the mail was distributed, but the GLEN boys turned out that night in a body and broke all his windows in a fine frenzy of indignation over the Kaiser's doings. "I do not say they did right, and I do not say they did wrong," said Susan when she heard of it, "but I will say that I wouldn't have minded throwing a few stones myself. One thing is certain. Whiskers on the Moon said in the post office the day the news came, in the presence of witnesses, that folks who could not stay home after they had been warned deserved no better fate. Norman Douglas is fairly foaming at the mouth over it all. If the devil doesn't get those men who sunk the Lusitania, then there is no use in there being a devil, he was shouting in Carter's store last night. Norman Douglas always has believed that anybody who opposed him was on the side of the devil, but a man like that is bound to be right once in a while. Bruce Meredith is worrying over the babies who were drowned, and it seems he prayed for something very special last Friday night and didn't get it, and was feeling quite disgruntled over it. But when he heard about the Lusitania, he told his mother that he understood now why God didn't answer his prayer. He was too busy attending to the souls of all the people who went down on the Lusitania. That child's brain is 100 years older than his body, Mrs. Dr. dear. As for the Lusitania, it is an awful occurrence, whatever way you look at it. But Woodrow Wilson is going to write a note about it, so why worry? A pretty president!" And Susan banged her pots about wrathfully. President Wilson was rapidly becoming anathema in Susan's kitchen. Mary Vance dropped in one evening to tell the Ingleside folks that she had withdrawn all opposition to Miller Douglas's enlisting. "This Lusitania business was too much for me," said Mary brusquely. "When the Kaiser takes to drowning innocent babies, it's high time somebody told him where he gets off at. This thing must be fought to a finish. It's been soaking into my mind slow, but I'm on now. So I up and told Miller he could go as far as I was concerned. Old Kitty Alec won't be converted, though. If every ship in the world was submarined and every baby drowned, Kitty wouldn't turn a hair. But I flatter myself that it was me kept Miller back all along, and not the fair Kitty. I may have deceived myself, but we shall see." They did see. The next Sunday, Miller Douglas walked into the GLEN church beside Mary Vance in khaki, and Mary was so proud of him that her white eyes fairly blazed. Joe Milgrave, back under the gallery, looked at Miller and Mary and then at Miranda Pryor, and sighed so heavily that everyone within a radius of 3 pews heard him and knew what his trouble was. Walter Blythe did not sigh, but Rilla, scanning his face anxiously, saw a look that cut into her heart. It haunted her for the next week, and made an undercurrent of soreness in her soul, which was externally being harrowed up by the near approach of the Red Cross concert and the worries connected therewith. The Reese cold had not developed into whooping cough, so that tangle was straightened out, but other things were hanging in the balance, and on the very day before the concert came a regretful letter from Mrs. Channing saying that she could not come to sing. Her son, who was in Kingsport with his regiment, was seriously ill with pneumonia, and she must go to him at once. The members of the concert committee looked at each other in blank dismay. What was to be done? This comes of depending on outside help, said Olive Kirk disagreeably. We must do something, said Rilla, too desperate to care for Olive's manner. We've advertised the concert everywhere, and crowds are coming. There's even a big party coming from town. And we were short enough of music as it was. We must get someone to sing in Mrs. Channing's place. I don't know who you can get at this late date, said Olive. Irene Howard could do it, but it is not likely she will after the way she was insulted by our society. How did our society insult her? Asked Rilla, in what she called her cold, pale tone. Its coldness and pallor did not daunt Olive. You insulted her, she answered sharply. Irene told me all about it. She was literally heartbroken. You told her never to speak to you again, and Irene told me she simply could not imagine what she had said or done to deserve such treatment. That was why she never came to our meetings again, but joined in with the Lowbridge Red Cross. I do not blame her in the least, and I, for one, will not ask her to lower herself by helping us out of this scrape. You don't expect me to ask her, giggled Amy McAllister, the other member of the committee. Irene and I haven't spoken for 100 years. Irene is always getting insulted by somebody. But she is a lovely singer, I'll admit that, and people would just as soon hear her as Mrs. Channing. It wouldn't do any good if you did ask her, said Olive significantly. Soon after we began planning this concert, back in April, I met Irene in town one day and asked her if she wouldn't help us out. She said she'd love to, but she really didn't see how she could when Rilla Blythe was running the program, after the strange way Rilla had behaved to her. So there it is, and here we are, and a nice failure our concert will be. Rilla went home and shut herself up in her room, her soul in a turmoil. She would not humiliate herself by apologizing to Irene Howard. Irene had been as much in the wrong as she had been, and she had told such mean, distorted versions of their quarrel everywhere, posing as a puzzled, injured martyr. Rilla could never bring herself to tell her side of it. The fact that a slur at Walter was mixed up in it tied her tongue. So most people believed that Irene had been badly used, except a few girls who had never liked her and sided with Rilla. And yet, the concert over which she had worked so hard was going to be a failure. Mrs. Channing's 4 solos were the feature of the whole program. Miss Oliver, what do you think about it? She asked in desperation. I think Irene is the one who should apologize, said Miss Oliver, but unfortunately my opinion will not fill the blanks in your program. If I went and apologized meekly to Irene, she would sing, I'm sure, sighed Rilla. She really loves to sing in public, but I know she'll be nasty about it. I feel I'd rather do anything than go. I suppose I should go. If Jem and Jerry can face the Huns, then surely I can face Irene Howard and swallow my pride to ask a favor of her for the good of the Belgians. Just at present I feel that I cannot do it, but for all that I have a presentiment that after supper you'll see me meekly trotting through Rainbow Valley on my way to the Upper Glen Road. Rilla's presentiment proved correct. After supper she dressed herself carefully in her blue beaded crepe, for vanity is harder to quell than pride, and Irene always saw any flaw or shortcoming in another girl's appearance. Besides, as Rilla had told her mother one day when she was 9 years old, it is easier to behave nicely when you have your good clothes on. Rilla did her hair very becomingly and donned a long raincoat for fear of a shower, but all the while her thoughts were concerned with the coming distasteful interview, and she kept rehearsing mentally her part in it. She wished it were over. She wished she had never tried to get up a Belgian relief concert. She wished she had not quarreled with Irene. After all, disdainful silence would have been much more effective in meeting the slur upon Walter. It was foolish and childish to fly out as she had done. Well, she would be wiser in the future, but meanwhile a large and very unpalatable slice of humble pie had to be eaten, and Rilla Blythe was no fonder of that wholesome article of diet than the rest of us. By sunset she was at the door of the Howard house, a pretentious abode, with white scroll-work round the eaves and an eruption of bay windows on all its sides. Mrs. Howard, a plump, voluble dame, met Rilla gushingly and left her in the parlour while she went to call Irene. Rilla threw off her raincoat and looked at herself critically in the mirror over the mantel. Hair, hat, and dress were satisfactory. Nothing there for Miss Irene to make fun of. Rilla remembered how clever and amusing she used to think Irene's biting little comments about other girls. Well, it had come home to her now. Presently Irene skimmed down, elegantly gowned, with her pale, straw-coloured hair done in the latest and most extreme fashion, and an over-luscious atmosphere of perfume enveloping her. "Why, how do you do, Miss Blythe?" she asked sweetly. "This is a very unexpected pleasure." Rilla had risen to take Irene's chilly fingertips, and now, as she sat down again, she saw something that temporarily stunned her. Irene saw it too, as she sat down, and a little amused, impertinent smile appeared on her lips and hovered there during the rest of the interview. On one of Rilla's feet was a smart little steel-buckled shoe and a filmy blue stocking. The other was clad in a stout and rather shabby boot and black lisle. Poor Rilla! She had changed, or begun to change her boots and stockings after she put on her dress. This was the result of doing one thing with your hands and another with your brain. Oh, what a ridiculous position to be in, and before Irene Howard of all people. Irene, who was staring at Rilla's feet as if she had never seen feet before, and once she had thought Irene's manner perfection. Everything that Rilla had prepared to say vanished from her memory. Vainly trying to tuck her unlucky foot under her chair, she blurted out a blunt statement. "I have come to ask a favour of you, Irene." There, lisping! Oh, she had been prepared for humiliation, but not to this extent. Really, there were limits. "Yes," said Irene in a cool, questioning tone, lifting her shallowly set, insolent eyes to Rilla's crimson face for a moment, and then dropping them again as if she could not tear them from their fascinated gaze at the shabby boot and the gallant shoe. Rilla gathered herself together. She would not lisp. She would be calm and composed. "Mrs. Channing cannot come because her son is ill in Kingsport, and I have come on behalf of the committee to ask you if you will be so kind as to sing for us in her place." Rilla enunciated every word so precisely and carefully that she seemed to be reciting a lesson. "It's something of a fiddler's invitation, isn't it?" said Irene, with one of her disagreeable smiles. "Olive Kirk asked you to help when we first thought of the concert, and you refused," said Rilla. "Why, I could hardly help, then, could I?" asked Irene plaintively. "After you ordered me never to speak to you again? It would have been very awkward for us both, don't you think?" Now for the humble pie. "I want to apologize to you for saying that, Irene," said Rilla steadily. "I should not have said it, and I have been very sorry ever since. Will you forgive me?" "And sing at your concert?" said Irene sweetly and insultingly. "If you mean," said Rilla miserably, "that I would not be apologizing to you if it were not for the concert, perhaps that is true. But it is also true that I have felt ever since it happened that I should not have said what I did, and that I have been sorry for it all winter. That is all I can say. If you feel you can't forgive me, I suppose there is nothing more to be said." "Oh, Rilla dear, don't snap me up like that," pleaded Irene. "Of course I'll forgive you, though I did feel awfully about it. How awfully I hope you'll never know. I cried for weeks over it, and I hadn't said or done a thing." Rilla choked back a retort. After all, there was no use in arguing with Irene, and the Belgians were starving. "Don't you think you can help us with the concert?" she forced herself to say. Oh, if only Irene would stop looking at that boot! Rilla could just hear her giving Olive Kirk an account of it. "I don't see how I really can at the last moment like this," protested Irene. "There isn't time to learn anything new." "Oh, you have lots of lovely songs that nobody in the Glen ever heard before," said Rilla, who knew Irene had been going to town all winter for lessons, and that this was only a pretext. "They will all be new down there." "But I have no accompanist," protested Irene. "Una Meredith can accompany you," said Rilla. "Oh, I couldn't ask her," sighed Irene. "We haven't spoken since last fall. She was so hateful to me the time of our Sunday school concert that I simply had to give her up." Dear, dear, was Irene at feud with everybody? As for Una Meredith being hateful to anybody, the idea was so farcical that Rilla had much ado to keep from laughing in Irene's very face. Miss Oliver is a beautiful pianist and can play any accompaniment at sight, said Rilla desperately. She will play for you, and you could run over your songs easily tomorrow evening at Ingleside before the concert. But I haven't anything to wear. My new evening dress isn't home from Charlottetown yet, and I simply cannot wear my old one at such a big affair. It is too shabby and old-fashioned. Our concert, said Rilla slowly, is in aid of Belgian children who are starving to death. Don't you think you could wear a shabby dress once for their sake, Irene? Oh, don't you think those accounts we get of the conditions of the Belgians are very much exaggerated? Said Irene. I'm sure they can't actually be starving, you know, in the 20th century. The newspapers always color things so highly. Rilla concluded that she had humiliated herself enough. There was such a thing as self-respect. No more coaxing, concert or no concert. She got up, boot and all. I'm sorry you can't help us, Irene, but since you cannot, we must do the best we can. Now this did not suit Irene at all. She desired exceedingly to sing at that concert, and all her hesitations were merely by way of enhancing the boon of her final consent. Besides, she really wanted to be friends with Rilla again. Rilla's whole-hearted, ungrudging adoration had been very sweet incense to her. And Ingleside was a very charming house to visit, especially when a handsome college student like Walter was home. She stopped looking at Rilla's feet. Rilla, darling, don't be so abrupt. I really want to help you if I can manage it. Just sit down and let's talk it over. I'm sorry, but I can't. I have to be home soon. Jims has to be settled for the night, you know. Oh, yes, the baby you are bringing up by the book. It's perfectly sweet of you to do it when you hate children so. How cross you were just because I kissed him. But we'll forget all that and be chums again, won't we? Now, about the concert. I dare say I can run into town on the morning train after my dress, and out again on the afternoon one in plenty of time for the concert, if you'll ask Miss Oliver to play for me. I couldn't. She's so dreadfully haughty and supercilious that she simply paralyzes poor little me. Rilla did not waste time or breath defending Miss Oliver. She coolly thanked Irene, who had suddenly become very amiable and gushing, and got away. She was very thankful the interview was over. But she knew now that she and Irene could never be the friends they had been. Friendly, yes, but friends, no. Nor did she wish it. All winter she had felt, under her other and more serious worries, a little feeling of regret for her lost chum. Now it was suddenly gone. Irene was not, as Mrs. Elliot would say, of the race that knew Joseph. Rilla did not say or think that she had outgrown Irene. Had the thought occurred to her, she would have considered it absurd when she was not yet 17 and Irene was 20. But it was the truth. Irene was just what she had been a year ago, just what she always would be. Rilla Blythe's nature in that year had changed and matured and deepened. She found herself seeing through Irene with a disconcerting clearness, discerning under all her superficial sweetness, her pettiness, her vindictiveness, her insincerity, her essential cheapness. Irene had lost forever her faithful worshipper. But not until Rilla had traversed the upper Glen road and found herself in the moon-dappled solitude of Rainbow Valley did she fully recover her composure of spirit. Then she stopped under a tall wild plum that was ghostly white and fair in its misty spring bloom, and laughed. There is only one thing of importance just now, and that is that the Allies win the war, she said aloud. Therefore, it follows without dispute that the fact that I went to see Irene Howard with odd shoes and stockings on is of no importance whatever. Nevertheless, I, Bertha Marilla Blythe, swear solemnly, with the moon as witness, Rilla lifted her hand dramatically to the said moon, that I will never leave my room again without looking carefully at both my feet. End of Chapter 13. Recording by S.C. Kaplan.
Chapter 14 of Rilla of Ingleside. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynn Thompson. Rilla of Ingleside by Lucy Maud Montgomery. Chapter 14. The Valley of Decision. Susan kept the flag flying at Ingleside all the next day in honor of Italy's declaration of war. "And not before it was time, Mrs. Dr. dear, considering the way things have begun to go on in the Russian front. Say what you will, those Russians are kittle-cattle, the Grand Duke Nicholas to the contrary notwithstanding. It is a fortunate thing for Italy that she has come in on the right side, but whether it is as fortunate for the Allies I will not predict until I know more about the Italians than I do now. However, she will give that old reprobate of Francis Joseph something to think about. A pretty emperor indeed, with one foot in the grave and yet plotting wholesale murder." And Susan thumped and kneaded her bread with as much vicious energy as she could have expended in punching Francis Joseph himself if he had been so unlucky as to fall into her clutches. Walter had gone to town on the early train, and Nan offered to look after Jims for the day and so set Rilla free. Rilla was wildly busy all day, helping to decorate the Glen Hall and seeing to 100 last things. The evening was beautiful, in spite of the fact that Mr. Pryor was reported to have said that he hoped it would rain pitchforks points down, and to have wantonly kicked Miranda's dog as he said it. Rilla, rushing home from the hall, dressed hurriedly. Everything had gone surprisingly well at last. Irene was even then downstairs practicing her songs with Miss Oliver. Rilla was excited and happy, forgetful even of the Western Front for the moment. It gave her a sense of achievement and victory to have brought her efforts of weeks to such a successful conclusion. She knew that there had not lacked people who thought and hinted that Rilla Blythe had not the tact or patience to engineer a concert programme. She had shown them. Little snatches of song bubbled up from her lips as she dressed. She thought she was looking very well. Excitement brought a faint, becoming pink into her round, creamy cheeks, quite drowning out her few freckles, and her hair gleamed with red-brown lustre. Should she wear crab-apple blossoms in it, or her little fillet of pearls? After some agonized wavering she decided on the crab-apple blossoms and tucked the white waxen cluster behind her left ear. Now for a final look at her feet. Yes, both slippers were on. She gave the sleeping Jims a kiss. What a dear little warm, rosy satin face he had, and hurried down the hill to the hall. Already it was filling. Soon it was crowded. Her concert was going to be a brilliant success. The first 3 numbers were successfully over. Rilla was in the little dressing room behind the platform, looking out on the moonlit harbour and rehearsing her own recitations. She was alone, the rest of the performers being in the larger room on the other side. Suddenly she felt 2 soft bare arms slipping round her waist, then Irene Howard dropped a light kiss on her cheek. "Rilla, you sweet thing, you're looking simply angelic tonight. You have spunk. I thought you would feel so badly over Walter's enlisting that you'd hardly be able to bear up at all, and here you are as cool as a cucumber. I wish I had half your nerve." Rilla stood perfectly still. She felt no emotion whatever. She felt nothing. The world of feeling had just gone blank. "Walter enlisting," she heard herself say, then she heard Irene's affected little laugh. "Why, didn't you know? I thought you did, of course, or I wouldn't have mentioned it. I am always putting my foot in it, aren't I? Yes, that is what he went to town for today. He told me coming out on the train tonight. I was the first person he told. He isn't in khaki yet. They were out of uniforms, but he will be in a day or 2. I always said Walter had as much pluck as anybody. I assure you I felt proud of him, Rilla, when he told me what he'd done. Oh, there's an end of Rick Callister's reading. I must fly. I promised I'd play for the next chorus. Alice Clow has such a headache." She was gone. Oh, thank God she was gone. Rilla was alone again, staring out at the unchanged dreamlike beauty of moonlit Four Winds. Feeling was coming back to her. A pang of agony so acute as to be almost physical seemed to rend her apart. "I cannot bear it," she said, and then came the awful thought that perhaps she could bear it, and that there might be years of this hideous suffering before her. She must get away. She must rush home. She must be alone. She could not go out there and play for drills and give readings and take part in dialogues now. It would spoil half the concert, but that did not matter. Nothing mattered. Was this she, Rilla Blythe, this tortured thing who had been quite happy a few minutes ago? Outside, a quartet was singing "We'll Never Let the Old Flag Fall." The music seemed to be coming from some remote distance. Why couldn't she cry, as she had cried when Jem told them he must go? If she could cry, perhaps this horrible something that seemed to have seized on her very life might let go. But no tears came. Where were her scarf and coat? She must get away and hide herself like an animal hurt to the death. Was it a coward's part to run away like this? The question came to her suddenly, as if someone else had asked it. She thought of the shambles of the Flanders front. She thought of her brother and her playmate helping to hold those fire-swept trenches. What would they think of her if she shirked her little duty here, the humble duty of carrying the programme through for her Red Cross? But she couldn't stay. She couldn't. Yet what was it Mother had said when Jem went? When our women fail in courage, shall our men be fearless still? But this was unbearable. Still, she stopped halfway to the door and went back to the window. Irene was singing now. Her beautiful voice, the only real thing about her, soared clear and sweet through the building. Rilla knew that the girls' fairy drill came next. Could she go out there and play for it? Her head was aching now. Her throat was burning. Oh, why had Irene told her just then, when telling could do no good? Irene had been very cruel. Rilla remembered now that more than once that day she had caught her mother looking at her with an odd expression. She had been too busy to wonder what it meant. She understood now. Mother had known why Walter went to town and wouldn't tell her until the concert was over. What spirit and endurance Mother had! "I must stay here and see things through," said Rilla, clasping her cold hands together. The rest of the evening always seemed like a fevered dream to her. Her body was crowded by people, but her soul was alone in a torture chamber of its own. Yet she played steadily for the drills and gave her readings without faltering. She even put on a grotesque old Irishwoman's costume and acted the part in the dialogue which Miranda Pryor had not taken. But she did not give her brogue the inimitable twist she had given it in the practices, and her readings lacked the usual fire and appeal. As she stood before the audience she saw one face only, that of the handsome, dark-haired lad sitting beside her mother, and she saw that same face in the trenches, saw it lying cold and dead under the stars, saw it pining in prison, saw the light of its eyes blotted out, saw 100 horrible things as she stood there on the beflagged platform of the Glen Hall, with her own face whiter than the milky crab blossoms in her hair. Between her numbers she walked restlessly up and down the little dressing room. Would the concert never end? It ended at last. Olive Kirk rushed up and told her exultantly that they had made $100. "That's good," Rilla said mechanically. Then she was away from them all. Oh, thank God she was away from them all. Walter was waiting for her at the door. He put his arm through hers silently and they went together down the moonlit road. The frogs were singing in the marshes. The dim, ensilvered fields of home lay all around them. The spring night was lovely and appealing. Rilla felt its beauty was an insult to her pain. She would hate moonlight for ever. "You know?" said Walter. "Yes, Irene told me," answered Rilla chokingly. "We didn't want you to know till the evening was over. I knew when you came out for the drill that you had heard. Little sister, I had to do it. I couldn't live any longer on such terms with myself as I have been since the Lusitania was sunk. When I pictured those dead women and children floating about in that pitiless ice-cold water, well, at first I just felt a sort of nausea with life. I wanted to get out of the world where such a thing could happen, shake its accursed dust from my feet for ever. Then I knew I had to go. There are plenty without you. That isn't the point, Rilla, my Rilla. I'm going for my own sake, to save my soul alive. It will shrink to something small and mean and lifeless if I don't go. That would be worse than blindness or mutilation or any of the things I feared. You may be killed." Rilla hated herself for saying it. She knew it was a weak and cowardly thing to say, but she had rather gone to pieces after the tension of the evening. "Comes he slow or comes he fast, it is but death who comes at last," quoted Walter. "It's not death I fear. I told you that long ago. One can pay too high a price for mere life, little sister. There is so much hideousness in this war. I've got to go and help wipe it out of the world. I'm going to fight for the beauty of life, Rilla, my Rilla. That is my duty. There may be a higher duty, perhaps, but that is mine. I owe life and Canada that, and I've got to pay it. Rilla, tonight, for the first time since Jem left, I've got back my self-respect. I could write poetry." Walter laughed. "I've never been able to write a line since last August. Tonight I'm full of it. Little sister, be brave. You were so plucky when Jem went." "This is different." Rilla had to stop after every word to fight down a wild outburst of sobs. "I loved Jem, of course, but when he went away we thought the war would soon be over. And you are everything to me, Walter. You must be brave to help me, Rilla, my Rilla. I'm exalted tonight, drunk with the excitement of victory over myself. But there will be other times when it won't be like this. I'll need your help then." "When do you go?" She must know the worst at once. "Not for a week. Then we go to Kingsport for training. I suppose we'll go overseas about the middle of July. We don't know." 1 week. Only 1 week more with Walter. The eyes of youth did not see how she was to go on living. When they turned in at the Ingleside gate, Walter stopped in the shadows of the old pines and drew Rilla close to him. "Rilla, my Rilla, there were girls as sweet and pure as you in Belgium and Flanders. You, even you, know what their fate was. We must make it impossible for such things to happen again while the world lasts. You'll help me, won't you?" "I'll try, Walter," she said. "Oh, I will try." As she clung to him with her face pressed against his shoulder, she knew that it had to be. She accepted the fact then and there. He must go, her beautiful Walter with his beautiful soul and dreams and ideals, and she had known all along that it would come sooner or later. She had seen it coming to her, coming, as one sees the shadow of a cloud drawing near over a sunny field, swiftly and inescapably. Amid all her pain she was conscious of an odd feeling of relief in some hidden part of her soul, where a little dull, unacknowledged soreness had been lurking all winter. No one could ever call Walter a slacker now. Rilla did not sleep that night. Perhaps no one at Ingleside did, except Jims. The body grows slowly and steady, but the soul grows by leaps and bounds. It may come to its full stature in an hour. From that night Rilla Blythe's soul was the soul of a woman in its capacity for suffering, for strength, for endurance. When the bitter dawn came she rose and went to her window. Below her was a big apple tree, a great swelling cone of rosy blossom. Walter had planted it years ago when he was a little boy. Beyond Rainbow Valley there was a cloudy shore of morning with little ripples of sunrise breaking over it. The far, cold beauty of a lingering star shone above it. Why, in this world of springtime loveliness, must hearts break? Rilla felt arms go about her, lovingly, protectingly. It was Mother, pale, large-eyed Mother. "Oh, Mother, how can you bear it?" she cried wildly. "Rilla, dear, I've known for several days that Walter meant to go. I've had time to rebel and grow reconciled. We must give him up. There is a call greater and more insistent than the call of our love. He has listened to it. We must not add to the bitterness of his sacrifice." "Our sacrifice is greater than his," cried Rilla passionately. "Our boys give only themselves. We give them." Before Mrs. Blythe could reply, Susan stuck her head in at the door, never troubling over such frills of etiquette as knocking. Her eyes were suspiciously red, but all she said was, "Will I bring up your breakfast, Mrs. Dr. dear?" "No, no, Susan, we will all be down presently. Do you know that Walter has joined up?" "Yes, Mrs. Dr. dear, the doctor told me last night. I suppose the Almighty has his own reasons for allowing such things. We must submit and endeavour to look on the bright side. It may cure him of being a poet, at least. Susan still persisted in thinking that poets and tramps were tarred with the same brush, and that would be something. But thank God, she muttered in a lower tone, that Shirley is not old enough to go. Isn't that the same thing as thanking him that some other woman's son has to go in Shirley's place? Asked the doctor, pausing on the threshold. No, it is not, Doctor dear, said Susan defiantly, as she picked up Jims, who was opening his big dark eyes and stretching out his dimpled paws. Do not put words in my mouth that I would never dream of uttering. I am a plain woman and cannot argue with you, but I do not thank God that anybody has to go. I only know that it seems they do have to go, unless we all want to be Kaiserized. For I can assure you that the Monroe Doctrine, whatever it is nothing to tie to, with Woodrow Wilson behind it. The Huns, Doctor dear, will never be brought to book by notes. And now, concluded Susan, tucking Jims in the crook of her gaunt arms and marching downstairs, having cried my cry and said my say, I shall take a brace, and if I cannot look pleasant, I will look as pleasant as I can. End of chapter 14. Chapter 15 of Rilla of Ingleside. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynn Thompson. Rilla of Ingleside by Lucy Maud Montgomery. Chapter 15. Until the Daybreak. The Germans have recaptured Premysl, said Susan despairingly, looking up from her newspaper. And now I suppose we will have to begin calling it by that uncivilized name again. Cousin Sophia was in when the mail came, and when she heard the news she hove a sigh up from the depths of her stomach, Mrs. Dr. dear, and said, Ah, yes, and they will get Petrograd next, I have no doubt. I said to her, my knowledge of geography is not so profound as I wish it was, but I have an idea that it is quite a walk from Premysl to Petrograd. Cousin Sophia sighed again and said the Grand Duke Nicholas is not the man I took him to be. Do not let him know that, said I. It might hurt his feelings, and he has likely enough to worry him as it is. But you cannot cheer Cousin Sophia up, no matter how sarcastic you are, Mrs. Dr. dear. She sighed for the third time and groaned out, but the Russians are retreating fast, and I said, well, what of it? They have plenty of room for retreating, have they not? But all the same, Mrs. Dr. dear, though I would never admit it to Cousin Sophia, I do not like the situation on the Eastern Front. Nobody else liked it either, but all summer the Russian retreat went on, a long, drawn-out agony. I wonder if I shall ever again be able to await the coming of the mail with feelings of composure, never to speak of pleasure, said Gertrude Oliver. The thought that haunts me night and day is, will the Germans smash Russia completely and then hurl their Eastern army, flushed with victory, against the Western Front? They will not, Miss Oliver dear, said Susan, assuming the role of prophetess. In the first place, the Almighty will not allow it. In the second, Grand Duke Nicholas, though he may have been a disappointment to us in some respects, knows how to run away decently and in order, and that is a very useful knowledge when Germans are chasing you. Norman Douglas declares he is just luring them on and killing 10 of them to 1 he loses. But I am of the opinion he cannot help himself and is just doing the best he can under the circumstances, the same as the rest of us. So do not go so far afield to borrow trouble, Miss Oliver dear, when there is plenty of it already camping on our very doorstep. Walter had gone to Kingsport the 1st of June. Nan, Di and Faith had gone also to do Red Cross work in their vacation. In mid-July Walter came home for a week's leave before going overseas. Rilla had lived through the days of his absence in the hope of that week, and now that it had come she drank every minute of it thirstily, hating even the hours she had to spend in sleep. They seemed such a waste of precious moments. In spite of its sadness, it was a beautiful week, full of poignant, unforgettable hours, when she and Walter had long walks and talks and silences together. He was all her own, and she knew that he found strength and comfort in her sympathy and understanding. It was very wonderful to know she meant so much to him. The knowledge helped her through moments that would otherwise have been unendurable, and gave her power to smile, and even to laugh a little. When Walter had gone, she might indulge in the comfort of tears, but not while he was here. She would not even let herself cry at night, lest her eyes should betray her to him in the morning. On his last evening at home they went together to Rainbow Valley, and sat down on the bank of the brook, under the White Lady, where the gay revels of olden days had been held in the cloudless years. Rainbow Valley was roofed over with a sunset of unusual splendour that night. A wonderful grey dusk just touched with starlight followed it, and then came moonshine, hinting, hiding, revealing, lighting up little dells and hollows here, leaving others in dark velvet shadow. "When I am somewhere in France," said Walter, looking round him with eager eyes on all the beauty his soul loved, "I shall remember these still, dewy, moon-drenched places, the balsam of the fir trees, the peace of those white pools of moonshine, the strength of the hills. What a beautiful old biblical phrase that is. Rilla, look at those old hills around us, the hills we looked up at as children, wondering what lay for us in the great world beyond them. How calm and strong they are, how patient and changeless, like the heart of a good woman. Rilla, my Rilla, do you know what you have been to me the past year? I want to tell you before I go. I could not have lived through it if it had not been for you, little loving, believing heart." Rilla dared not speak. She slipped her hand into Walter's and pressed it hard. "And when I am over there, Rilla, in that hell upon earth which men who have forgotten God have made, it will be the thought of you that will help me most. I know you'll be as plucky and patient as you have shown yourself to be this past year. I'm not afraid for you. I know that no matter what happens, you'll be Rilla, my Rilla, no matter what happens." Rilla repressed tear and sigh, but she could not repress a little shiver, and Walter knew that he had said enough. After a moment of silence, in which each made an unworded promise to each other, he said, "Now we won't be sober any more. We'll look beyond the years, to the time when the war will be over, and Jem and Jerry and I will come marching home, and we'll all be happy again." "We won't be happy in the same way," said Rilla. "No, not in the same way. Nobody whom this war has touched will ever be happy again in quite the same way. But it will be a better happiness, I think, little sister, a happiness we've earned. We were very happy before the war, weren't we? With a home like Ingleside, and a father and mother like ours, we couldn't help being happy. But that happiness was a gift from life and love. It wasn't really ours. Life could take it back at any time. It can never take away the happiness we win for ourselves in the way of duty. I've realized that since I went into khaki, in spite of my occasional funks when I fall to living over things beforehand. I've been happy since that night in May. Rilla, be awfully good to mother while I'm away. It must be a horrible thing to be a mother in this war. The mothers and sisters and wives and sweethearts had the hardest time. Rilla, you beautiful little thing, are you anybody's sweetheart? If you are, tell me before I go." "No," said Rilla. Then, impelled by a wish to be absolutely frank with Walter in this talk that might be the last they would ever have, she added, blushing wildly in the moonlight, "But if Kenneth Ford wanted me to be—" "I see," said Walter. "And Ken's in khaki too. Poor little girlie, it's a bit hard for you all round. Well, I'm not leaving any girl to break her heart about me. Thank God for that." Rilla glanced up at the manse on the hill. She could see a light in Una Meredith's window. She felt tempted to say something, then knew she must not. It was not her secret, and anyway she did not know, she only suspected. Walter looked about him lingeringly and lovingly. This spot had always been so dear to him. What fun they had had here lang syne. Phantoms of memory seemed to pace the dappled paths and peep merrily through the swinging boughs. Jem and Jerry, bare-legged, sunburned schoolboys, fishing in the brook and frying trout over the old stone fireplace. Nan and Di and Faith in their dimpled, fresh-eyed, childish beauty. Una the sweet and shy. Carl poring over ants and bugs. Little slangy, sharp-tongued, good-hearted Mary Vance. The old Walter that had been himself lying in the grass reading poetry or wandering through palaces of fancy. They were all around him, He could see them almost as plainly as he saw Rilla, as plainly as he had once seen the Pied Piper piping down the valley in a vanished twilight. And they said to him, those gay little ghosts of other days, "We were the children of yesterday, Walter. Fight a good fight for the children of today and tomorrow." "Where are you, Walter?" cried Rilla, laughing a little. "Come back, come back." Walter came back with a long breath. He stood up and looked about him at the beautiful valley of moonlight, as if to impress on his mind and heart every charm it possessed. The great dark plumes of the firs against the silvery sky, the stately white lady, the old magic of the dancing brook, the faithful tree lovers, the beckoning tricksy paths. "I shall see it so in my dreams," he said, as he turned away. They went back to Ingleside. Mr. and Mrs. Meredith were there, with Gertrude Oliver, who had come from Lowbridge to say good-bye. Everybody was quite cheerful and bright, but nobody said much about the war being soon over, as they had said when Jem went away. They did not talk about the war at all, and they thought of nothing else. At last they gathered round the piano and sang the grand old hymn, "O God, our help in ages past, our hope for years to come, our shelter from the stormy blast, and our eternal home." "We all come back to God in these days of soul-sifting," said Gertrude to John Meredith. "There have been many days in the past when I did not believe in God, not as God, only as the impersonal great first cause of the scientists. I believe in him now. I have to. There's nothing else to fall back on but God, humbly, starkly, unconditionally." "Our help in ages past, the same yesterday, today and forever," said the minister gently. "When we forget God, he remembers us." There was no crowd at the Glen station the next morning to see Walter off. It was becoming a commonplace for a khaki-clad boy to board that early morning train after his last leave. Besides his own, only the manse folk were there, and Mary Vance. Mary had sent her Miller off the week before, with a determined grin, and now considered herself entitled to give expert opinion on how such partings should be conducted. "The main thing is to smile and act as if nothing was happening," she informed the Ingleside group. "The boys all hate the sob act like poison. Miller told me I wasn't to come near the station if I couldn't keep from bawling. So I got through with my crying beforehand, and at the last I said to him, 'Good luck, Miller, and if you come back you'll find I haven't changed any, and if you don't come back I'll always be proud you went, and in any case don't fall in love with a French girl.' Miller swore he wouldn't, but you never can tell about those fascinating foreign hussies. Anyhow, the last sight he had of me I was smiling to my limit. Gee, all the rest of the day my face felt as if it had been starched and ironed into a smile." In spite of Mary's advice and example, Mrs. Blythe, who had sent Jem off with a smile, could not quite manage one for Walter, but at least no one cried. Dog Monday came out of his lair in the shipping shed and sat down close to Walter, thumping his tail vigorously on the boards of the platform whenever Walter spoke to him, and looking up with confident eyes as if to say, "I know you'll find Jem and bring him back to me." "So long, old fellow," said Carl Meredith cheerfully when the good-byes had to be said. "Tell them over there to keep their spirits up. I'm coming along presently." "Me too," said Shirley laconically, proffering a brown paw. Susan heard him, and her face turned very grey. Una shook hands quietly, looking at him with wistful, sorrowful dark blue eyes. But then Una's eyes had always been wistful. Walter bent his handsome black head in his khaki cap and kissed her with the warm, comradely kiss of a brother. He had never kissed her before, and for a fleeting moment Una's face betrayed her, if anyone had noticed. But nobody did. The conductor was shouting "All aboard!" Everybody was trying to look very cheerful. Walter turned to Rilla. She held his hands and looked up at him. She would not see him again until the day broke and the shadows vanished, and she knew not if that daybreak would be on this side of the grave or beyond it. "Good-bye," she said. On her lips it lost all the bitterness it had won through the ages of parting, and bore instead all the sweetness of the old loves of all the women who had ever loved and prayed for their beloved. "Write me often and bring Jims up faithfully, according to the Gospel of Morgan," Walter said lightly, having said all his serious things the night before in Rainbow Valley, but at the last moment he took her face between his hands and looked deep into her gallant eyes. "God bless you, Rilla, my Rilla," he said softly and tenderly. After all, it was not a hard thing to fight for a land that bore daughters like this. He stood on the rear platform and waved to them as the train pulled out. Rilla was standing by herself, but Una Meredith came up to her, and the two girls who loved him most stood together and held each other's cold hands as the train rounded the curve of the wooded hill. Rilla spent an hour in Rainbow Valley that morning, about which she never said a word to anyone. She did not even write in her diary about it. When it was over she went home and made rompers for Jims. In the evening she went to a Junior Red Cross Committee meeting and was severely businesslike. "You would never suppose," said Irene Howard to Olive Kirk afterwards, "that Walter had left for the front only this morning. But some people rally and have no depth of feeling. I often wish I could take things as lightly as Rilla Blythe." End of chapter 15.
Chapter 16 of Rilla of Ingleside. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Anne-Marie Mauchamp. Rilla of Ingleside by Lucy Maud Montgomery. Chapter 16. "Warsaw has fallen," said Dr. Blythe with a resigned air, as he brought the mail in one warm August day. Gertrude and Mrs. Blythe looked dismally at each other, and Rilla, who was feeding Jims a Morganized diet from a carefully sterilized spoon, laid the said spoon down on his tray, utterly regardless of germs, and said, "Oh, dear me," in as tragic a tone as if the news had come as a thunderbolt, instead of being a foregone conclusion from the preceding week's dispatches. They had thought they were quite resigned to Warsaw's fall, but now they knew they had, as always, hoped against hope. "Now let us take a brace," said Susan. "It is not the terrible thing we have been thinking. I read a dispatch 3 columns long in the Montreal Herald yesterday that proved that Warsaw was not important from a military point of view at all. So let us take the military point of view, Doctor dear." "I read that dispatch too, and it has encouraged me immensely," said Gertrude. "I knew then, and I know now, that it was a lie from beginning to end. But I am in that state of mind where even a lie is a comfort, providing it is a cheerful lie." "In that case, Miss Oliver dear, the German official reports ought to be all you need," said Susan sarcastically. "I never read them now because they make me so mad. I cannot put my thoughts properly on my work after a dose of them. Even this news about Warsaw has taken the edge off my afternoon's plans. Misfortunes never come singly. I spoiled my baking of bread today, and now Warsaw has fallen. And here is little Kitchener bent on choking himself to death." Jims was evidently trying to swallow his spoon, germs and all. Rilla rescued him mechanically, and was about to resume the operation of feeding him, when a casual remark of her father's sent such a shock and thrill over her that for the second time she dropped that doomed spoon. "Kenneth Ford is down at Martin West's over harbor," the doctor was saying. "His regiment was on its way to the front, but was held up in Kingsport for some reason, and Ken got leave of absence to come over to the island." "I hope he will come up to see us," exclaimed Mrs. Blythe. "He only has a day or 2 off, I believe," said the doctor absently. Nobody noticed Rilla's flushed face and trembling hands. Even the most thoughtful and watchful of parents do not see everything that goes on under their very noses. Rilla made a 3rd attempt to give the long-suffering Jims his dinner, but all she could think of was the question, would Ken come to see her before he went away? She had not heard from him for a long while. Had he forgotten her completely? If he did not come, she would know that he had. Perhaps there was even some other girl back there in Toronto. Of course there was. She was a little fool to be thinking about him at all. She would not think about him. If he came, well and good. It would only be courteous of him to make a farewell call at Ingleside, where he had often been a guest. If he did not come, well and good too. It did not matter very much. Nobody was going to fret. That was all settled comfortably. She was quite indifferent. But meanwhile Jims was being fed with a haste and recklessness that would have filled the soul of Morgan with horror. Jims himself didn't like it, being a methodical baby, accustomed to swallowing spoonfuls with a decent interval for breath between each. He protested, but his protests availed him nothing. Rilla, as far as the care and feeding of infants was concerned, was utterly demoralized. Then the telephone bell rang. There was nothing unusual about the telephone ringing. It rang on average every 10 minutes at Ingleside. But Rilla dropped Jim's spoon again, on the carpet this time, and flew to the phone as if life depended on her getting there before anybody else. Jims, his patience exhausted, lifted up his voice and wept. "Hello, is this Ingleside?" "Yes." "That you, Rilla?" "Yeth, yeth." Oh, why couldn't Jim stop howling for just one little minute? Why didn't somebody come in and choke him? Know who's speaking? Oh, didn't she know? Wouldn't she know that voice anywhere, at any time? It's Ken, isn't it? Sure thing. I'm here for a look-in. Can I come up to Ingleside tonight and see you? Of course. Had he used you in the singular or plural sense? Presently she would wring Jim's neck. Oh, what was Ken saying? See here, Rilla, can you arrange that there won't be more than a few dozen people round? Understand? I can't make my meaning clearer over this bally rural line. There are a dozen receivers down. Did she understand? Yes, she understood. I'll try, she said. I'll be up about 8 then. Bye-bye. Rilla hung up the phone and flew to Jim's, but she did not wring that injured infant's neck. Instead, she snatched him bodily out of his chair, crushed him against her face, kissed him rapturously on his milky mouth, and danced wildly around the room with him in her arms. After this, Jims was relieved to find that she returned to sanity, gave him the rest of his dinner properly, and tucked him away for his afternoon nap with the little lullaby he loved best of all. She sewed at Red Cross shirts for the rest of the afternoon, and built a crystal castle of dreams, all a-quiver with rainbows. Ken wanted to see her alone. That could be easily managed. Shirley wouldn't bother them. Father and Mother were going to the manse. Mrs. Oliver never played gooseberry, and Jims always slept the clock round from 7 to 7. She would entertain Ken on the veranda. It would be moonlight. She would wear her white georgette dress and do her hair up. Yes, she would. At least in a low knot at the nape of her neck. Mother couldn't object to that, surely. Oh, how wonderful and romantic it would be. Would Ken say anything? He must mean to say something, or why should he be so particular about seeing her alone? What if it rained? Susan had been complaining about Mr. Hyde that morning. What if some officious junior red called to discuss Belgians and shirts? Or, worst of all, what if Fred Arnold dropped in? He did occasionally. The evening came at last, and was all that could be desired in an evening. The doctor and his wife went to the manse. Shirley and Miss Oliver went they alone knew where. Susan went to the store for household supplies, and Jims went to dreamland. Rilla put on her georgette gown, knotted up her hair, and bound a little double string of pearls around it. Then she tucked a cluster of pale pink baby roses at her belt. Would Ken ask her for a rose for a keepsake? She knew that Jem had carried to the trenches in Flanders a faded rose that Faith Meredith had kissed and given him the night before he left. Rilla looked very sweet when she met Ken in the mingled moonlight and vine shadows of the big veranda. The hand she gave him was cold, and she was so desperately anxious not to lisp that her greeting was prim and precise. How handsome and tall Kenneth looked in his lieutenant's uniform. It made him seem older, too. so much so that Rilla felt rather foolish. Hadn't it been the height of absurdity for her to suppose that this splendid young officer had anything special to say to her, little Rilla Blythe of Glen St. Mary? Likely she hadn't understood him after all. He had only meant that he didn't want a mob of folks around making a fuss over him and trying to lionize him, as they had probably done over harbor. Yes, of course, that was all he meant, and she, little idiot, had gone and vainly imagined that he didn't want anybody but her. And he would think she had maneuvered everybody away so that they could be alone together, and he would laugh to himself at her. "This is better luck than I hoped for," said Ken, leaning back in his chair and looking at her with very unconcealed admiration in his eloquent eyes. "I was sure someone would be hanging about, and it was just you I wanted to see. Rilla, my Rilla." Rilla's dream castle flashed into the landscape again. This was unmistakable enough, certainly. Not much doubt as to his meaning here. "There aren't so many of us to poke around as there used to be," she said softly. "No, that's so," said Ken gently. "Jem and Walter and the girls away. It makes a big blank, doesn't it? But," he leaned forward until his dark curls almost brushed her hair, "doesn't Fred Arnold try to fill the blank occasionally? I've been told so." At this moment, before Rilla could make any reply, Jims began to cry at the top of his voice in the room whose open window was just above them. Jims, who hardly ever cried in the evening. Moreover, he was crying, as Rilla knew from experience, with a vim and energy that betokened that he had been already whimpering softly, unheard, for some time, and was thoroughly exasperated. When Jims started crying like that, he made a thorough job of it. Rilla knew that there was no use to sit still and pretend to ignore him. He wouldn't stop, and conversation of any kind was out of the question when such shrieks and howls were floating over your head. Besides, she was afraid Kenneth would think she was utterly unfeeling if she sat still and let a baby cry like that. He was not likely acquainted with Morgan's invaluable volume. She got up. "Jims has had a nightmare, I think. He sometimes has one, and he is always badly frightened by it. Excuse me for a moment." Rilla flew upstairs, wishing, quite frankly, that soup tureens had never been invented. But when Jims, at sight of her, lifted his little arms entreatingly and swallowed several sobs, with tears rolling down his cheeks, resentment went out of her heart. After all, the poor darling was frightened. She picked him up gently and rocked him soothingly until his sobs ceased and his eyes closed. Then she essayed to lay him down in his crib. Jims opened his eyes and shrieked a protest. This performance was repeated twice. Rilla grew desperate. She couldn't leave Ken down there alone any longer. She had been away nearly half an hour already. With a resigned air she marched downstairs, carrying Jims, and sat down on the veranda. It was, no doubt, a ridiculous thing to sit and cuddle a contrary war baby when your best young man was making his farewell call, but there was nothing else to be done. Jims was supremely happy. He kicked his little pink-soled feet rapturously out under his white nightie and gave one of his rare laughs. He was beginning to be a very pretty baby, his golden hair curled in silken ringlets all over his little round head, and his eyes were beautiful. "He's a decorative kitty, all right, isn't he?" said Ken. "His looks are very well," said Rilla bitterly, as if to imply that they were much the best of him. Jims, being an astute infant, sensed trouble in the atmosphere and realized it was up to him to clear it away. He turned his face up to Rilla, smiled adorably, and said, clearly and beguilingly, "Will, Will." It was the very first time he had spoken a word or tried to speak. Rilla was so delighted that she forgot to grudge against him. She forgave him with a hug and kiss. Jims, understanding that he was restored to favor, cuddled down against her just where a gleam of light from the lamp in the living room struck across his hair and turned it into a halo of gold against her breast. Kenneth sat very still and silent, looking at Rilla, at the delicate, girlish silhouette of her long lashes, her dented lip, her adorable chin. In the dim moonlight, as she sat with her head bent a little over Jim's, the lamplight glinting on her pearls until they glistened like a slender nimbus, he thought she looked exactly like the Madonna that hung over his mother's desk at home. He carried that picture of her in his heart, to the horror of the battlefields of France. He had a strong fancy for Rilla Blythe, ever since the night of the Four Winds dance, but it was when he saw her there, with little Jims in her arms, that he loved her and realized it. And all the while poor Rilla was sitting, disappointed and humiliated, feeling that her last evening with Ken was spoiled, and wondering why things always had to go so contrary outside of books. She felt too absurd to try to talk. Evidently Ken was completely disgusted too, since he was sitting there in such a stony silence. Hope revived momentarily when Jims went so thoroughly asleep that she thought it would be safe to lay him down on the couch in the living room. But when she came out again, Susan was sitting on the veranda, loosening her bonnet strings with an air of one who meant to stay where she was for some time. "Have you got your baby to sleep?" she asked kindly. "Your baby? Really, Susan might have more tact." "Yes," said Rilla shortly. Susan laid her parcels on the reed table, as one determined to do her duty. She was very tired, but she must help Rilla out. Here was Kenneth Ford, who had come to call on the family, and they were all unfortunately out. And the poor child had had to entertain him alone. But Susan had come to her rescue. Susan would do her part no matter how tired she was. "Dear me, how you have grown up," she said, looking at Ken's 6 feet of khaki uniform without the least awe. Susan had grown used to khaki now. And at 64, even a lieutenant's uniform is just clothes and nothing else. It is an amazing thing how fast children do grow up. Rilla here, now, is almost 15. "I'm going on 17, Susan," cried Rilla almost passionately. She was a whole month past 16. It was intolerable of Susan. "It seems just the other day that you were all babies," said Susan, ignoring Rilla's protest. "You were really the prettiest baby I ever saw, Ken, though your mother had an awful time trying to cure you of sucking your thumb. Do you remember the day I spanked you?" "No," said Ken. "Oh, well, I suppose you would be too young. You were only about 4, and you were here with your mother, and you insisted on teasing Nan until she cried. I had tried several ways of stopping you, but none availed. And I saw that a spanking was the only thing that would serve. So I picked you up and laid you across my knee and lambasted you well. You howled at the top of your voice, but you left Nan alone after that." Rilla was writhing. Hadn't Susan any realization that she was addressing an officer of the Canadian Army? Apparently she had not. Oh, what would Ken think? "I suppose you do not remember the time your mother spanked you either," continued Susan, who seemed to be bent on reviving tender reminiscences that evening. "I shall never, no, never forget it. She was up here one night with you when you were about 3, and you and Walter were playing out in the kitchen yard with a kitten. I had a big puncheon of rainwater by the spout, which I was reserving for making soup, and you and Walter began quarreling over the kitten. Walter was at one side of the puncheon, standing on a chair, holding the kitten, and you were standing on a chair at the other side. You leaned across that puncheon and grabbed the kitten and pulled. You were always a great hand for taking what you wanted without too much ceremony. Walter held on tight, and the poor kitten yelled, but you dragged Walter and the kitten half over, and then you both lost your balance and tumbled into that puncheon, kitten and all. If I had not been on the spot, you would have both been drowned. I flew to the rescue and hauled you all 3 out before much harm was done, and your mother, who had seen it all from the upstairs window, came down and picked you up, dripping as you were, and gave you a beautiful spanking." "Ah," said Susan, with a sigh, Those were happy old days at Ingleside. Must have been, said Ken. His voice sounded queer and stiff. Rilla supposed he was hopelessly enraged. The truth was, he dared not trust his voice lest it betray his frantic desire to laugh. Rilla here now, said Susan, looking affectionately at that unhappy damsel, never was much spanked. She was a real well-behaved child for the most part, but her father did spank her once. She got 2 bottles of pills out of his office and dared Alice Clow to see which of them could swallow all the pills first. And if her father had not happened in the nick of time, those 2 children would have been corpses by night. As it was, they were both sick enough shortly after. But the doctor spanked Rilla then and there, and he made such a thorough job of it that she never meddled with anything in his office afterwards. We hear a great deal nowadays of something that's called moral persuasion, but in my opinion, a good spanking and no nagging afterwards is a much better thing. Rilla wondered viciously whether Susan meant to relate all the family spankings, but Susan had finished with the subject and branched off to another cheerful one. I remember little Todd McAllister over harbour killed himself that very way, eating up a whole box of fruitatives because he thought they were candy. It was a very sad affair. He was, said Susan earnestly, the very cutest little corpse I ever laid my eyes on. It was very careless of his mother to leave the fruitatives where he could get them, but she was well known to be a heedless creature. One day she found a nest of 5 eggs as she was going across the fields to church with a brand new blue silk dress on. So she put them in the pocket of her petticoat, and when she got to church she forgot all about them and sat down on them, and her dress was ruined, not to speak of the petticoat. Let me see, would not Todd be some relation of yours? Your great-grandmother West was a McAllister. Her brother Amos was a MacDonaldite in religion. I am told he used to take the jerks something fearful, but you look more like your great-grandfather West than the McAllisters. He died of a paralytic stroke quite early in life. Did you see anybody at the store? Asked Rilla desperately, in the faint hope of directing Susan's conversation into more agreeable channels. Nobody except Mary Vance, said Susan, and she was stepping around as brisk as the Irishman's flea. What terrible similes Susan used! Would Kenneth think she acquired them from the family? To hear Mary talk about Miller Douglas, you would think he was the only GLEN boy who had enlisted, Susan went on. But of course she always did brag, and she has some good qualities, I am willing to admit, though I did not think so at the time she chased Rilla here through the village with a dried codfish till the poor child fell heels over head into the puddle before Carter Flagg's store. Rilla went cold all over with wrath and shame. Were there any more disgraceful scenes in her past that Susan could rake up? As for Ken, he could have howled over Susan's speeches, but he would not so insult the Duna of his lady. So he sat with a preternaturally solemn face, which seemed to poor Rilla a haughty and offended one. I paid 11 cents for a bottle of ink tonight, complained Susan. Ink is twice as high as it was last year. Perhaps it is because Woodrow Wilson has been writing so many notes. It must cost him considerable. My cousin Sophia says Woodrow Wilson is not the man she expected him to be. But then no man ever was. Being an old maid, I do not know much about men, and have never pretended to. But my cousin Sophia is very hard on them, although she married 2 of them, which you might think was a fair share. Albert Crawford's chimney blew down in that big gale we had last week, and when Sophia heard the bricks clattering on the roof, she thought it was a Zeppelin raid and went into hysterics. And Mrs. Albert Crawford says that of the 2 things, she would have preferred the Zeppelin raid. Rilla sat limply in her chair like one hypnotized. She knew Susan would stop talking when she was ready to stop, and that no earthly power could make her stop any sooner. As a rule, she was very fond of Susan, but just now she hated her with a deadly hatred. It was 10 o'clock. Ken would soon have to go. The others would soon be home. And she had not even had a chance to explain to Ken that Fred Arnold filled no blank in her life, nor ever could. Her rainbow castle lay in ruins around her. Kenneth got up at last. He realized that Susan was there to stay as long as he did, and it was a 3-mile walk to Martin's West over harbor. He wondered if Rilla had put Susan up to this, not wanting to be left alone with him, lest he say something Fred Arnold's sweetheart did not want to hear. Rilla got up, too, and walked silently the length of the veranda with him. They stood there for a moment, Ken on the lower step. The step was half sunk into the earth, and mint grew thickly about over its edge. Often crushed by so many passing feet, it gave out its essence freely, and the spicy odor hung around them like a soundless, invisible benediction. Ken looked up at Rilla, whose hair was shining in the moonlight, and whose eyes were pools of allurement. All at once he felt sure there was nothing in that gossip about Fred Arnold. "Rilla," he said in a sudden, intense whisper, "you are the sweetest thing." Rilla flushed and looked at Susan. Ken looked too, and saw that Susan's back was turned. He put his arm about Rilla and kissed her. It was the first time Rilla had ever been kissed. She thought perhaps she ought to resent it, but she didn't. Instead, she glanced timidly into Kenneth's seeking eyes, and her glance was a kiss. "Rilla, my Rilla," said Ken, "will you promise that you won't let anyone else kiss you until I come back?" "Yes," said Rilla, trembling and thrilling. Susan was turning around. Ken loosened his hold and stepped to the walk. "Goodbye," he said casually. Rilla heard herself saying it just as casually. She stood and watched him down the walk, out of the gate, and down the road. When the fir wood hid him from her sight, she suddenly said, "Oh," in a choked way, and ran down to the gate, sweet blossomy things catching at her skirts as she ran. Leaning over the gate, she saw Kenneth walking briskly down the road, over the bars of tree shadows and moonlight, his tall, erect figure gray in the white radiance. As he reached the turn, he stopped and looked back and saw her standing amid the tall white lilies by the gate. He waved his hand. She waved hers. He was gone around the turn. Rilla stood there for a little while, gazing across the fields of mist and silver. She had heard her mother say that she loved turns and roads. They were so provocative and alluring. Rilla thought she hated them. She had seen Jem and Jerry vanish from her around a bend in the road. Then Walter. And now Ken. Brothers and playmate and sweetheart. They were all gone, never, it might be, to return. Yet still the piper played, and the dance of death went on. When Rilla walked slowly back to the house, Susan was still sitting by the veranda table, and Susan was sniffing suspiciously. "I have been thinking, Rilla dear, of the old days in the House of Dreams, when Kenneth's mother and father were courting, and Jem was a little baby, and you were not born or thought of. It was a very romantic affair, and she and your mother were such chums. To think, I should have lived to see her son going to the front, as if she had not had enough trouble in her early life, without this coming upon her. But we must take a brace and see it through." All Rilla's anger against Susan had evaporated. With Ken's kiss still burning on her lips, and the wonderful significance of the promise he had asked thrilling her heart and soul, she could not be angry with anyone. She put her slim white hand into Susan's brown, work-hardened one and gave it a squeeze. Susan was a faithful old dear, and would lay down her life for any one of them. "You are tired, Rilla dear, and had better go to bed," said Susan, patting her hand. "I noticed you were too tired to talk tonight. I am glad I came home in time to help you out. It is very tiresome trying to entertain young men when you are not accustomed to it." Rilla carried Jims upstairs and went to bed, but not before she had sat for a long time at her window, reconstructing her rainbow castle, with several added domes and turrets. "I wonder," she said to herself, "if I am, or am not, engaged to Kenneth Ford." End of chapter 16. Recording by Anne-Marie Beauchamp.
Chapter 17 of Rilla of Ingleside. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Rilla of Ingleside by Lucy Maud Montgomery. Chapter 17. The Weeks Whereby. Rilla read her first love letter in her Rainbow Valley, fir-shadowed nook. And a girl's first love letter, whatever blasé older people may think of it, is an event of tremendous importance in the teens. After Kenneth's regiment had left Kingsport, there came a fortnight of duly aching anxiety, and when the congregation sang in church on Sunday evenings, "O hear us when we cry to thee, for those in peril on the sea," Rilla's voice always failed her, for with the words came a horribly vivid mind picture of a submarined ship sinking beneath pitiless waves amid the struggles and cries of drowning men. Then the word came that Kenneth's regiment had arrived safely in England, and now at last here was his letter. It began with something that made Rilla supremely happy for the moment, and ended with a paragraph that crimsoned her cheeks with the wonder and thrill and delight of it. Between beginning and ending, the letter was just a jolly, newsy epistle, as Ken might have written to anyone, but for the sake of that beginning and ending, Rilla slept with the letter under her pillow for weeks, sometimes waking in the night to slip her fingers under and just touch it, and looked with secret pity on other girls whose sweethearts could never have written them anything half so wonderful and exquisite. Kenneth was not the son of a famous novelist for nothing. He had a way of expressing things in a few poignant, significant words that seemed to suggest far more than they uttered, and never grew stale or flat or foolish with ever so many scores of readings. Rilla went home from Rainbow Valley as if she flew rather than walked, but such moments of uplift were rare that autumn. To be sure, there was only one day in September when great news came of a big Allied victory in the West, and Susan ran to hoist the flag, the first time she had hoisted it since the Russian line broke, and the last time she was to hoist it for many dismal moons. "Likely the big push has begun at last, Mrs. Dr. dear," she exclaimed, "and we will soon see the finish of the Huns. Our boys will be home by Christmas now. Hurrah!" Susan was ashamed of herself for hurrahing the minute she had done it, and apologized meekly for such an outburst of juvenility. "But indeed, Mrs. Dr. dear, this good news has gone to my head after this awful summer of Russian slumps and Gallipoli setbacks." "Good news," said Miss Oliver bitterly. "I wonder if the women whose men have been killed for it will call it good news. Just because our own men are not on that part of the front, we are rejoicing as if the victory had cost no lives." "Now, Miss Oliver, dear, don't take that view of it," deprecated Susan. "We have not had much to rejoice over of late, and yet men were being killed just the same. Don't let yourself slump like poor Cousin Sophia. She said when the word came, 'Ah, it is nothing but a drift in the clouds. We are up this week, but we will be down the next.' 'Well, Sophia Crawford,' said I, for I will never give in to her, Mrs. Dr. dear, 'God himself cannot make two hills without a hollow between them, as I heard it said, but that is no reason why we should not take the good of the hills when we are on them.' But Cousin Sophia moaned on. 'Here is the Gallipoli expedition a failure, and the Grand Duke Nicholas sent off, and everyone knows the Czar of Russia is a pro-German, and the Allies have no ammunition, and Bulgaria is going against us, and the end is not yet, for England and France must be punished for their deadly sins. until they repent in sackcloth and ashes. I think myself, I said, that they will do their repenting in khaki and trench mud. It seems to me that the Huns should have a few sins to repent of also. They are instruments in the hands of the Almighty to purge the garner, said Sophia. And then I got mad, Mrs. Dr. dear, and told her I did not and never would believe that the Almighty ever took such dirty instruments in hand for any purpose whatever, and that I did not consider it decent for her to be using the words of Holy Writ as glibly as she was doing in ordinary conversation. She was not, I told her, a minister or even an elder, and for the time being I squelched her, Mrs. Dr. dear. Cousin Sophia has no spirit. She is very different from her niece, Mrs. Dean Crawford, over harbour. You know the Dean Crawfords had 5 boys, and now the new baby is another boy. All the connection, and especially Dean Crawford, were much disappointed because their hearts had been set on a girl. But Mrs. Dean just laughed and said, everywhere I went this summer I saw the sign Men Wanted staring me in the face. Do you think I could go and have a girl under such circumstances? There is spirit for you, Mrs. Dr. dear. But Cousin Sophia would say the child was just so much more cannon fodder. Cousin Sophia had full range for her pessimism that gloomy autumn, and even Susan, incorrigible, old optimistic as she was hard put to it for cheer. When Bulgaria lined up with Germany, Susan only remarked scornfully, one more nation anxious for a licking. But the Greek tangle worried her beyond her powers of philosophy to endure calmly. Constantine of Greece had a German wife, Mrs. Dr. dear, and that fact squelches hope. To think that I should have lived to care what kind of a wife Constantine of Greece had. The miserable creature is under his wife's thumb, and that is a bad place for any man to be. I am an old maid, and an old maid has to be independent, or she will be squashed out. But if I had been a married woman, Mrs. Dr. dear, I would have been meek and humble. It is my opinion that Sophia of Greece is a minx. Susan was furious when the news came that Venezuelus had met with defeat. I could spank Constantine and skin him alive afterwards, that I could, she exclaimed bitterly. Oh, Susan, I'm surprised at you, said the doctor, pulling a long face. Have you no regard for the proprieties? Skin him alive by all means, but omit the spanking. If he had been well spanked in his younger days, he might have more sense now, retorted Susan. But I suppose princes are never spanked. More's the pity. I see the Allies have sent him an ultimatum. I could tell them that it would take more than ultimatums to skin a snake like Constantine. Perhaps the Allied blockade will hammer sense into his head. But that will take some time, I am thinking. In the meantime, what is to become of poor Serbia? They saw what came of Serbia, and during the process Susan was hardly to be lived with. In her exasperation she abused everything and everybody except Kitchener, and she fell upon poor President Wilson tooth and claw. If he had done his duty and gone into the war long ago, we should not have seen this mess in Serbia, she avowed. It would be a serious thing to plunge a great country like the United States, with its mixed population, into the war, Susan, said the doctor, who sometimes came to the defense of the president, not because he thought Wilson needed it especially, but from an unholy love of baiting Susan. Maybe, doctor dear, maybe,
But that makes me think of the old story of the girl who told her grandmother she was going to be married. It is a solemn thing to be married, said the old lady. Yes, but it is a solemner thing not to be, said the girl. And I can testify to that of my own experience, doctor dear. And I think it is a solemner thing for the Yankees that they have kept out of the war than it would have been if they had gone into it. However, though I do not know much about them, I am of the opinion that we will see them starting something yet. Woodrow Wilson or no Woodrow Wilson. When they get it into their heads that this war is not a correspondence school, they will not, said Susan, energetically waving a saucepan with one hand and a soup ladle with the other. Be too proud to fight then. On a pale yellow windy evening in October, Carl Meredith went away. He had enlisted on his 18th birthday. John Meredith saw him off with a set face. His 2 boys were gone. There was only little Bruce left now. He loved Bruce and Bruce's mother dearly, but Jerry and Carl were the sons of the bride of his youth, and Carl was the only one of all of his children who had Cecilia's very eyes. As they looked lovingly out at him above Carl's uniform, the pale minister suddenly remembered the day when, for the first and last time, he had tried to whip Carl for his prank with the eel. That was the first time he had realized how much Carl's eyes were like Cecilia's. Now he realized it again once more. Would he ever again see his dead wife's eyes looking at him from his son's face? What a bony, clean, handsome lad he was. It was hard to see him go. John Meredith seemed to be looking at a torn plain strewed with bodies of able-bodied men between the ages of 18 and 45. Only the other day Carl had been a little scrap of a boy, hunting bugs in Rainbow Valley, taking lizards to bed with him, and scandalizing the Glen by carrying frogs to Sunday school. It seemed hardly right, somehow, that he should be an able-bodied man in khaki. Yet John Meredith had said no word to dissuade him when Carl had told him he must go. Rilla felt Carl's going keenly. They had always been cronies and playmates. He was only a little older than she was, and they had been children in Rainbow Valley together. She recalled all their old pranks and escapades as she walked slowly home alone. The full moon peeped through the scudding clouds with sudden floods of weird illumination. The telephone wires sang a shrill, weird song in the wind, and the tall spikes of withered, gray-headed goldenrod in the fence corners swayed and beckoned wildly to her like groups of old witches weaving unholy spells. On such a night as this, long ago, Carl would come over to Ingleside and whistle her out to the gate. "Let's go on a moon spree, Rilla," he would say, and the 2 of them would scamper off to Rainbow Valley. Rilla had never been afraid of his beetles and bugs, though she drew a hard and fast line at snakes. They used to talk together of almost everything and were teased about each other at school. But one evening, when they were about 10 years of age, they had solemnly promised by the old spring in Rainbow Valley that they would never marry each other. Alice Clow had crossed out their names on her slate in school that day, and it came out that both married. They did not like the idea at all, hence the mutual vow in Rainbow Valley. There was nothing like an ounce of prevention. Rilla laughed over the old memory, and then sighed. That very day, a dispatch from some London paper had contained the cheerful announcement that the present moment is the darkest since the war began. It was dark enough, and Rilla wished desperately that she could do something besides waiting and serving at home, as day after day the Glen boys she had known went away. If she were only a boy, speeding in khaki by Carl's side to the Western Front, she had wished that in a burst of romance when Jem had gone, without, perhaps, really meaning it. She meant it now. There were moments when waiting at home in safety and comfort seemed an unendurable thing. The moon burst triumphantly through an especially dark cloud, and shadow and silver chased each other in waves over the glen. Rilla remembered one moonlit evening of childhood when she had said to her mother, "The moon just looks like a sorry, sorry face." She thought it looked like that still, an agonized, careworn face, as though it looked down on dreadful sights. What did it see on the Western Front? In broken Serbia? On shell-swept Gallipoli? "I am tired," Miss Oliver had said that day, in a rare outburst of impatience, "of this horrible rack of strained emotions, when every day brings a new horror of the dread of it. No, don't look reproachfully at me, Mrs. Blythe. There's nothing heroic about me today. I'm slumped. I wish England had left Belgium to her fate. I wish Canada had never sent a man. I wish we'd tie our boys to our apron strings and not let one of them go. Oh, I shall be ashamed of myself in half an hour, but at this very minute I mean every word of it. Will the Allies ever strike?" "Patience is a tired mare, but she jogs on," said Susan, "while the steeds of Armageddon thunder, trampling over our hearts," retorted Miss Oliver. "Susan, tell me, didn't you ever take spells of feeling that you must scream or swear or smash something just because your torture reaches a point when it becomes unbearable?" "I have never sworn or desired to swear, Miss Oliver dear, but I will admit," said Susan, with the air of one determined to make a clean breast of it once and for all, "that I have experienced occasions when it was a relief to do considerable banging." "Don't you think that is a kind of swearing, Susan? What is the difference between slamming a door viciously and saying "Miss Oliver dear," interrupted Susan, desperately determined to save Gertrude from herself, "if human power could do it. You are all tired out and unstrung, and no wonder, teaching those obstreperous youngsters all day and coming home to bad war news. But just go upstairs and lie down, and I will bring you a cup of hot tea and a bite of toast, and very soon you will not want to slam doors or swear." "Susan, you're a good soul, a very pearl of Susans. But Susan, it would be such a relief to say just one soft, low, little tiny "I will bring you a hot water bottle for the soles of your feet also," interposed Susan resolutely. "And it would not be any relief to say that word you are thinking of, Miss Oliver, and that you may tie to." "Well, I'll try the hot water bottle first," said Miss Oliver, repenting herself on teasing Susan and vanishing upstairs, to Susan's intense relief. Susan shook her head ominously as she filled the hot water bottle. The war was certainly relaxing the standards of behavior woefully. Here was Miss Oliver admittedly on the point of profanity. "We must draw the blood from her brain," said Susan, "and if this bottle is not effective, I will see what can be done with a mustard plaster." Gertrude railed and carried on. Lord Kitchener went to Greece, whereat Susan foretold that Constantine would soon experience a change of heart. Lloyd George began to heckle the Allies regarding equipment and guns, and Susan said that you would hear more of Lloyd George yet. The gallant Anzacs withdrew from Gallipoli, and Susan approved the step with reservations. The siege of Kut el Amara began, and Susan pored over maps of Mesopotamia and abused the Turks. Henry Ford started for Europe, and Susan flayed him with sarcasm. Sir John French was superseded by Sir Douglas Haig, and Susan dubiously opined that it was poor policy to swap horses crossing a stream, though, to be sure, Haig was a good name, and French had a foreign sound, say what you might. Not a move on this great chessboard of king or bishop or pawn escaped Susan, who had once read only Glen St. Mary notes. There was a time, she said sorrowfully, that I did not care what happened outside of P.E. Islands, and now a king cannot have a toothache in Russia or China but it worries me. It may be broadening to the mind, as the doctor said, but it is very painful to the feelings. When Christmas came again, Susan did not set any vacant places at the festive board. 2 empty chairs were too much even for Susan, who had thought in September that there would not be one. "This is the first Christmas that Walter was not home," Rilla wrote in her diary that night. "Jem used to be away for Christmases up in Avonlea, but Walter never was. I had letters from Ken and him today. They are still in England, but expect to be in the trenches very soon, and then, but I suppose we'll be able to endure it somehow. To me, the strangest of all strange things since 1914 is how we have all learned to accept things we never thought we could, to go on with life as a matter of course. I know that Jem and Jerry are in the trenches, that Ken and Walter will be soon, that if one of them does not come back my heart will break, yet I go on and work and plan, yes, and even enjoy life by times. There are moments when we have real fun because, just for the moment, we don't think about things, and then we remember, and remembering is worse than thinking of all the time would have been. Today was dark and cloudy, and tonight is wild enough, as Gertrude says, to please any novelist in search of suitable matter for a murder or elopement. The raindrops streaming over the panes looked like tears running down a face, and the wind is shrieking through the maple grove. This hasn't been a nice Christmas day in any way. Nan had a toothache, and Susan had red eyes, and assumed a weird and gruesome flippancy of manner to deceive us into thinking that she hadn't. And Jims had a bad cold all day, and I'm afraid of croup. He has had croup twice since October. The first time I was nearly frightened to death, for Father and Mother were both away. Father always is away, it seems to me, when any of this household gets sick. But Susan was cool as a fish and knew just what to do. And by morning Jims was all right. The child is a cross between a duck and an imp. He's a year and 4 months old, trots about everywhere, and says quite a few words. He has the cutest little way of calling me Will-o-will. It always brings back that dreadful, ridiculous, delightful night when Ken came to say goodbye, and I was so furious and happy. Jims is pink and white and big-eyed and curly-tailed, and every now and then I discover a new dimple on him. I can never quite believe he is really the same creature as that scrawny, yellow, ugly little changeling I brought home in the soup tureen. Nobody has ever heard a word from Jim Anderson. If he never comes back, I shall keep Jims always. Everybody here worships and spoils him, or would spoil him if Morgan and I didn't stand remorselessly in the way. Susan says Jims is the cleverest child she ever saw, and can recognize Old Nick when he sees him. This because Jims threw poor Doc out of an upstairs window one day. Doc turned into Dr. Hyde on his way down, and landed in a currant bush, spitting and swearing. I tried to console his inner cat with a saucer of milk, but he would have none of it. He remained Mr. Hyde the rest of the day. Jim's latest exploit was to paint the cushion of the big armchair in the sun parlour with molasses, and before anybody found it out, Mrs. Fred Clow came in on Red Cross business and sat down on it. Her new silk dress was ruined, and nobody could blame her for being vexed. But she went into one of her tempers and said nasty things and gave me such slams about spoiling Jim's that I nearly boiled over too. But I have kept the lid on till she had waddled back, and then I exploded. "The fat, clumsy, horrid old thing," I said, and oh, what a satisfaction it was to say it. "She has had 3 sons at the front," Mother said rebukingly. "I suppose that covers all her shortcomings in manners," I retorted, but I was ashamed, for it is true that all her boys had gone, and she was very plucky and loyal about it too, and she's a perfect tower of strength in the Red Cross. It's a little hard to remember all the heroines. Just the same, it was her second new silk dress in 1 year, and that when everybody is, or should be, trying to save and serve. I had to bring out my green velvet hat again lately and begin wearing it. I hung it on my blue straw sailor as long as I could. How I hate the green velvet hat! It is so elaborate and conspicuous. I don't see how I could have ever liked it, but I vowed to wear it, and wear it I will. Shirley and I went down to the station this morning to take Little Dog Monday, a bang-up Christmas dinner. Dog Monday waits and watches there still, with just as much hope and confidence as ever. Sometimes he hangs around the station and talks to people, and the rest of his time he sits at his little kennel door and watches the track unwinkingly. We never try to coax him home now. We know it is of no use. When Jem comes back, Monday will come home with him. And if Jem never comes back, Monday will wait there for him as long as his dear dog heart goes on beating. Fred Arnold was here last night. He was 18 in November and is going to enlist just as soon as his mother is over an operation she has to have. He has been coming here very often lately, and though I like him so much, it makes me uncomfortable, because I'm afraid he is thinking that perhaps I could care something for him. I can't tell him about Ken, because after all, what is there to tell? And yet I don't like to behave coldly and distantly when he will be going away so soon. It is very perplexing. I remember I used to think it would be so much fun to have dozens of beaux, and now I'm worried to death because 2 are too many. I am learning to cook. Susan is teaching me. I tried to learn long ago, but no, let me be honest. Susan tried to teach me, which is a very different thing. I never seemed to succeed with anything, and I got discouraged. But since the boys have gone away, I wanted to be able to make cake and things for them myself, and so I started in again, and this time I'm getting on surprisingly well. Susan says it is all in the way I hold my mouth, and Father says my subconscious mind is desirous of learning now, and I dare say they're both right. Anyhow, I can make dandy shortbread and fruitcake. I got ambitious last week and attempted cream puffs, but it made an awful failure of them. They came out of the oven flat as flukes. I thought maybe the cream would fill them up again and make them plump, but it didn't. I think Susan was secretly pleased. She is past mistress in the art of making cream puffs, and it would break her heart if anyone else here could make them just as well. I wonder if Susan tampered. But no, I won't suspect her of such a thing. Miranda Pryor spent an afternoon here a few days ago, helping me cut out certain Red Cross garments known by the charming name of vermin shirts. Susan thinks that name is not quite decent, so I suggested that she calls them cootie sarks, which is old Highland Sandy's version of it. But she shook her head, and I heard her telling Mother later that, in her opinion, cooties and sarks were not proper topics for young girls to talk about. She was especially horrified when Jem wrote in his last letter to Mother, "Tell Susan I had a fine cootie hunt this morning and caught 53. Susan positively turned pea green. "Mrs. Dr. dear," she said, "when I was young, if decent people were so unfortunate as to get those insects, they kept it a secret if possible. I do not want to be narrow-minded, Mrs. Dr. dear, but I still think it is better not to mention such things." Miranda grew confidential over our vermin shirts, and told me all her troubles. She is desperately unhappy. She is engaged to Joe Milgrave, and Joe joined up in October and has been training in Charlottetown ever since. Her father was furious when he joined and forbade Miranda to ever have any dealing or communication with him again. Poor Joe expects to go overseas any day, and wants Miranda to marry him before he goes, which shows that there might have been communications in spite of Whiskers on the Moon. Miranda wants to marry him but cannot, and she declares it will break her heart. "Why don't you run away and marry him?" I said. I didn't go against my conscience in the least to give her such advice. Joe Milgrave is a splendid fellow, and Mr. Pryor beamed on him until the war broke out, and I know Mr. Pryor would forgive Miranda very quickly, once it was over and he wanted his housekeeper back. But Miranda shook her head dolefully. "Joe wants me to, but I can't. Mother's last words to me as she lay in her dying bed were, 'Never, never run away, Miranda,' and I promised." Miranda's mother died 2 years ago, and it seems, according to Miranda, that her mother and father actually ran away to be married themselves. To picture Whiskers on the Moon as the hero of an elopement is beyond my power, but such was the case, and Mrs. Pryor at least lived to repent it. She had had a hard life of it with Mr. Pryor, and she thought it was a punishment on her for running away. So she made Miranda promise she would never, for any reason whatever, do it. Of course you cannot urge a girl to break a promise to her dying mother, so I did not see what Miranda could do unless she got Joe to come to the house when her father was away and marry her there. But Miranda said that couldn't be managed. Her father seemed to suspect that she might be up to something of sort, and he never went away for a long time, and, of course, Joe couldn't get leave of absence at an hour's notice. "No, I shall have to let Joe go, and he will be killed. I know he will be killed, and my heart will break," said Miranda, her tears running down and copiously bedewing the vermin shirts. I am not writing like this for lack of any real sympathy with poor Miranda. I've just got into the habit of giving things a comical twist if I can, when I'm writing to Jem and Walter and Ken, to make them laugh. I really felt sorry for Miranda, who is as much in love with Joe as a China blue girl can be with anyone, and who is dreadfully ashamed of her father's pro-German sentiments. I think she understood that I did, for she said she had wanted to tell me all about her worries because I had grown up so sympathetic this past year. I wonder if I have. I know I used to be a selfish, thoughtless creature, but how selfish and thoughtless I am ashamed to remember now. So I can't be quite so bad as I was. But I wish I could help it, Miranda. It would be very romantic to contrive a war wedding. and I should dearly love to get the better of Whiskers on the moon, but at present the oracle has not spoken. End of chapter 17.
Chapter 18 of Rilla of Ingleside. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Samantha Gubitz. Rilla of Ingleside by Lucy Maud Montgomery, 18. A War Wedding. I can tell you this, Dr. dear, said Susan, pale with wrath, that Germany is getting to be perfectly ridiculous. They were all in the big Ingleside kitchen. Susan was mixing biscuits for supper. Mrs. Blythe was making shortbread for Jem, and Rilla was compounding candy for Ken and Walter. It had once been Walter and Ken in her thoughts, but somehow, quite unconsciously, this had changed until Ken's name came naturally first. Cousin Sophia was also there, knitting. All the boys were going to be killed in the long run, so Cousin Sophia felt in her bones. But they might better die with warm feet than cold ones, so Cousin Sophia knitted faithfully and gloomily. Into this peaceful scene erupted the doctor, wrathful and excited over the burning of the Parliament buildings in Ottawa, and Susan became automatically quite as wrathful and excited. "What will those Huns do next?" she demanded. "Coming over here and burning our Parliament building? Did anyone ever hear of such an outrage?" "We don't know that the Germans are responsible for this," said the doctor, much as if he felt quite sure they were. "Fires do start without their agency sometimes, and Uncle Mark McAllister's barn was burnt last week. You can hardly accuse the Germans of that, Susan." "Indeed, Doctor dear, I do not know." Susan nodded slowly and portentously. Whiskers on the moon was there that very day. The fire broke out at half an hour after he was gone. "So much is a fact, but I shall not accuse a Presbyterian elder of burning anyone's barn until I have proof. However, everybody knows, Dr. dear, that both Uncle Mark's boys have enlisted, and that Uncle Mark himself makes speeches at all the recruiting meetings, so no doubt Germany is anxious to get square with him." "I could never speak at a recruiting meeting," said Cousin Sophia solemnly. "I could never reconcile it to my conscience to ask another woman's son to go, to murder, and be murdered." "Could you not?" said Susan. "Well, Sophia Crawford, I felt as if I could ask anyone to go when I read last night that there were no children under 8 years of age left alive in Poland. Think of that, Sophia Crawford." Susan shook a floury finger at Sophia. "Not one child under 8 years of age." "I suppose the Germans has ate 'em all," sighed Cousin Sophia. "Well, no," said Susan reluctantly, as if she hated to admit that there was any crime the Huns couldn't be accused of. "The Germans have not turned cannibal yet, as far as I know. They have died of starvation and exposure, the poor little creatures. There is murdering for you, Cousin Sophia Crawford. The thought of it poisons every bite and sup I take." "I see that Fred Carson of Lowbridge has been awarded a Distinguished Conduct Medal," remarked the doctor over his local paper. "I heard that last week," said Susan. "He is a battalion runner, and he did something extra brave and daring. His letter telling his folks about it came when his old grandmother Carson was on her dying bed. She had only a few minutes more to live, and the Episcopal minister who was there asked her if she would not like him to pray. "Oh, yes, yes, you can pray," she said, impatient-like. She was a dean, Dr. dear, and the deans are always high-spirited. "You can pray, but for pity's sake pray low and don't disturb me. I want to think over this splendid news, and I have not much time left to do it." That was Almira Carson all over. Fred was the apple of her eye. She was 75 years of age and had not a gray hair in her head, they tell me. "By the way, that reminds me. I found a gray hair this morning, my very first," said Mrs. Blythe. "I have noticed that gray hair for some time, Mrs. Doctor dear, but I did not speak of it. Thought I to myself, She has enough to bear. But now that you have discovered it, let me remind you that gray hairs are honorable. I must be getting old, Gilbert. Mrs. Blythe laughed a trifle ruefully. People are beginning to tell me I look so young. They never tell you that when you are young. But I shall not worry over my silver thread. I never liked red hair. Gilbert, did I ever tell you of that time years ago at Green Gables when I dyed my hair? Nobody but Marilla and I knew about it. Was that the reason you came out once with your hair shingled to the bone? Yes. I bought a bottle of dye from a German Jew peddler. I fondly expected it would turn my hair black, and it turned green. So it had to be cut off. You had a narrow escape, Mrs. Doctor dear, exclaimed Susan. Of course, you were too young then to know what a German was. It was a special mercy of Providence that it was only green dye and not poison. It seems hundreds of years since those Green Gable days, sighed Mrs. Blythe. They belonged to another world altogether. Life has been cut in two by the chasm of war. What is ahead I don't know, but it can't be a bit like the past. I wonder if those of us who have lived half our lives in the old world will ever feel wholly at home in the new. Have you noticed, asked Mrs. Oliver, glancing up from her book, how everything written before the war seems so far away now, too? One feels as if one was reading something as ancient as the Iliad. This poem of Wordsworth's, the senior class have it in their entrance work. I've been glancing over it. Its classic calm and repose and the beauty of the limes seem to belong to another planet, and to have as little to do with the present world welter as the evening star. The only thing I find much comfort in reading nowadays is the Bible, remarked Susan, whisking her biscuits into the oven. There are so many passages in it that seem to me exactly descriptive of the Huns. Old Highland Sandy declares that there is no doubt that the Kaiser is the Antichrist spoken of in Revelations. But I do not go as far as that. It would, in my humble opinion, Mrs. Doctor dear, be too great an honor for him. Early one morning, several days later, Miranda Pryor slipped up to Ingleside, ostensibly to get some Red Cross sewing, but in reality to talk over with sympathetic Rilla troubles that were past bearing alone. She brought her dog with her, an overfed, bandy-legged little animal, very dear to her heart because Joe Milgrave had given it to her when it was a puppy. Mr. Pryor regarded all dogs with disfavor, but in those days he had looked kindly upon Joe as a suitor for Miranda's hand, and so he had allowed her to keep the puppy. Miranda was so grateful that she endeavored to please her father by naming her dog after his political idol, the great Liberal chieftain, Sir Wilfrid Lawyer, though his title was soon abbreviated to Wilfie. Sir Wilfrid grew and flourished and waxed fat, but Miranda spoiled him absurdly, and nobody else liked him. Rilla especially hated him because of his detestable trick of lying flat on his back and entreating you with waving paws to tickle his sleek stomach. When she saw that Miranda's pale eyes bore unmistakable testimony of her having cried all night, Rilla asked her to come up to her room, knowing Miranda had a tale of woe to tell, but she ordered Sir Wilfrid to remain below. "Oh, can't he come too?" said Miranda wistfully. "Poor Wilfie won't be any bother, and I wiped his paws so carefully before I brought him in. He is always so lonesome in a strange place without me, and very soon he'll be all I have left to remind me of Joe." Rilla yielded, and Sir Wilfrid, with his tail curled at a saucy angle over his brindled back, trotted triumphantly up the stairs before them. "Oh, Rilla," sobbed Miranda when they had reached sanctuary. "I'm so unhappy. I can't begin to tell you how unhappy I am. Truly, my heart is breaking." Rilla sat down on the lounge beside her. Sir Wilfrid squatted on his haunches before them with his impertinent pink tongue stuck out and listened. "What is the trouble, Miranda?" Joe is coming home tonight on his last leave. I had a letter from him on Saturday. He sends my letters in care of Bob Crawford, you know, because of Father. And, oh, Rilla, he will only have 4 days. He has to go away Friday morning, and I may never see him again.
Does he still want you to marry him? Asked Rilla.
Oh, yes. He implored me in his letter to run away and be married. But I cannot do that, Rilla, not even for Joe. My only comfort is that I will be able to see him for a little while tomorrow afternoon. Father has to go to Charlottetown on business. At least we will have one good farewell talk, but oh, afterwards, why, Rilla, I know Father won't even let me go to the station Friday morning to see Joe off.
Why in the world don't you and Joe get married tomorrow afternoon at home? Demanded Rilla.
Miranda swallowed a sob in such amazement that she almost choked. Why, that is impossible, Rilla.
Why?
Briefly demanded the organizer of the Junior Red Cross and the transporter of babies in soup tureens. Why, we never thought of such a thing. Joe hasn't a license. I have no dress. I couldn't be married in black. You. Miranda lost herself altogether, and Sir Wilfrid, seeing that she was in dire distress, threw back his head and emitted a melancholy yelp. Rilla Blythe thought hard and rapidly for a few minutes. Then she said,
Miranda, if you will put yourself into my hands, I'll have you married to Joe before 4 o'clock tomorrow afternoon.
Oh, you couldn't.
I can, and I will, but you'll have to do exactly as I tell you.
Oh, I don't think... Oh, Father will kill me.
Nonsense. He'll be very angry, I suppose, but are you more afraid of your father's anger than you are of Joe's never coming back to you?
No, said Miranda with sudden firmness. I'm not.
Will you do as I tell you then?
Yes, I will.
Then get Joe on the long distance at once, and tell him to bring out a license and ring tonight.
Oh, I couldn't, wailed the aghast Miranda. It would be so indelicate.
Rilla shut her little white teeth together with a snap. Heaven grant me patience, she said under her breath. I'll do it then, she said aloud. And meanwhile, you go home and make what preparations you can. When I phone down to you, come up and help me, so come at once. As soon as Miranda, pallid, scared, but desperately resolved, had gone, Rilla flew to the telephone and put in a long-distance call for Charlottetown. She got through with such surprising quickness that she was convinced Providence approved of her undertaking. But it was a good hour before she could get in touch with Joe Milgrave at his camp. Meanwhile, she paced impatiently about, and prayed when she did get Joe, there would be no listeners on the line to carry news to Whiskers on the Moon. Is that you, Joe? Rilla Blythe is speaking. Rilla! Oh, never mind. Listen to this. Before you come home tonight, get a marriage license. A marriage license. Yes, a marriage license. And a wedding ring. Did you get that? And will you do it? Very well. Be sure you do it. It is your only chance. Flushing with triumph, for her only fear was that she might not be able to locate Joe in time, Rilla rang the Pryor ring. This time she had not such good luck, for she drew Whiskers on the Moon. Is that Miranda? Oh, Mr. Pryor. Well, Mr. Pryor, will you kindly ask Miranda if she can come up this afternoon and help me with some sewing? It is very important, or I would not trouble her. Oh, thank you. Mr. Pryor had consented somewhat grumpily, but he had consented. He did not want to offend Dr. Blythe, and he knew that if he refused to allow Miranda to do any Red Cross work, public opinion would make the Glen too hot for comfort. Rilla went out to the kitchen, shut all the doors with a mysterious expression which alarmed Susan, and then said solemnly, "Susan, can you make a wedding cake this afternoon?" "A wedding cake?" Susan stared. Rilla had, without any warning, brought her a war baby once upon a time. Was she now, with equal suddenness, going to produce a husband? "Yes, a wedding cake. A scrumptious wedding cake, Susan. A beautiful, plummy, eggy, citron-peely wedding cake. And we must make other things, too. I'll help you in the morning, but I can't help you in the afternoon, for I have to make a wedding dress. And time is the essence of the contract, Susan." Susan felt that she was really too old to be subjected to such shocks. "Who are you going to marry, Rilla?" she asked feebly. "Susan, darling, I am not the happy bride. Miranda Pryor is going to marry Joe Milgrave tomorrow afternoon while her father is away in town. A war wedding, Susan. Isn't that thrilling and romantic? I never was so excited in my life." The excitement soon spread over Ingleside, infecting even Mrs. Blythe and Susan. "I'll go to work on that cake at once," vowed Susan with a glance at the clock. "Mrs. Doctor, dear, will you pick over the fruit and beat up the eggs? If you will, I can have that cake ready for the oven by the evening. Tomorrow morning we can make salads and other things. I will work all night if necessary to get the better of Whiskers on the Moon." Miranda arrived, tearful and breathless. "We must fix over my white dress for you to wear," said Rilla. "It will fit you very nicely with a little alteration." To work went the two girls, ripping, fitting, basting, sewing for dear life. By dint of unceasing effort they got the dress done by 7 o'clock, and Miranda tried it on in Rilla's room. "It's really very pretty, but oh, if I could just have a veil," sighed Miranda. "I've always dreamed of being married in a lovely white veil." Some good fairy evidently waits on the wishes of war brides. The door opened, and Mrs. Blythe came in, her arms full of a filmy burden. "Miranda, dear," she said, "I want you to wear my wedding veil tomorrow. It is 24 years since I was a bride at old Green Gables, the happiest bride that ever was, and the wedding veil of a happy bride brings good luck, they say." "Oh, how sweet of you, Mrs. Blythe," said Miranda, the ready tears starting to her eyes. The veil was tried on and draped. Susan dropped in to approve, but dared not linger. "I've got that cake in the oven," she said, "and I'm pursuing a policy of watchful waiting. The evening news is that the Grand Duke has captured Erzurum. That is a pill for the Turks. I wish I had a chance to tell the Tsar just what a mistake he made when he turned Nicholas down." Susan disappeared downstairs to the kitchen, whence a dreadful thud and a piercing shriek presently sounded. Everybody rushed to the kitchen. The doctor and Mrs. Oliver, Mrs. Blythe, Rilla, Miranda in her wedding veil. Susan was sitting flatly in the middle of the kitchen floor with a dazed, bewildered look on her face, while Doc, evidently in his Hyde incarnation, was standing on the dresser with his back up, his eyes blazing, and his tail the size of 3 tails. "Susan, what has happened?" cried Mrs. Blythe in alarm. "Did you fall? Are you hurt?" Susan picked herself up. "No," she said grimly, "I am not hurt, though I am jarred all over. Do not be alarmed. As for what has happened, I tried to kick that darned cat with both feet. That is what happened." Everybody shrieked with laughter. The doctor was quite helpless. "Oh, Susan, Susan," he gasped, "that I should live to hear you swear." "I am sorry," said Susan in real distress, "that I used such an expression before 2 young girls. But I said that beast was darned, and darned it is. It belongs to old Nick." "Do you expect it will vanish some of these days with a bang and the odor of brimstone, Susan?" "It will go to its own place in due time, and that you may tie to," said Susan dourly, shaking out her rattled bones and going to her oven. "I suppose my plunking down like that has shaken my cake so that it will be as heavy as lead." But the cake was not heavy. It was all a bride's cake should be, and Susan iced it beautifully. Next day she and Rilla worked all the forenoon, making delicacies for the wedding feast, and as soon as Miranda phoned up that her father was safely off, everything was packed in a big hamper and taken down to the Pryor house. Joe soon arrived in his uniform and in a state of violent excitement, accompanied by his best man, Surgeon Malcolm Crawford. There were quite a few guests, for all the manse and Ingleside folks were there, and a dozen or so of Joe's relatives, including his mother, Mrs. Dead Angus Milgrave, so called cheerfully to distinguish her from another lady whose Angus was living. Mrs. Dead Angus wore a rather disapproving expression, not caring overmuch for this alliance with the house of Whiskers on the Moon. So Miranda Pryor was married to Private Joseph Milgrave on his last leave. It should have been a romantic wedding, but it was not. There were too many factors working against romance, even as Rilla had to admit it. In the first place, Miranda, in spite of her dress and veil, was such a flat-faced, commonplace, uninteresting little bride. In the second place, Joe cried bitterly all through the ceremony, and this vexed Miranda unreasonably. Long afterwards, she told Rilla, "I just felt like saying to him then and there, 'If you feel so bad over having to marry me, you don't have to.' But it was just because he was thinking all the time of how soon he would have to leave me." In the third place, Jims, who was usually so well behaved in public, took a fit of shyness and contrariness combined and began to cry at the top of his voice for Willa. Nobody wanted to take him out because everybody wanted to see the marriage, so Rilla, who was a bridesmaid, had to take him and hold him during the ceremony. In the fourth place, Sir Wilfrid Laurier took a fit. Sir Wilfrid was entrenched in a corner of the room behind Miranda's piano. During his seizure, he made the weirdest, most unearthly noises. He would begin with a series of choking, spasmodic sounds, continuing into a gruesome gurgle, and ending up with a strangled howl. Nobody could hear a word Mr. Meredith was saying, except now and then, when Sir Wilfrid stopped for breath. Nobody looked at the bride except Susan, who never dragged her fascinated eyes from Miranda's face. All the others were gazing at the dog. Miranda had been trembling with nervousness, but as soon as Sir Wilfrid began his performance, she forgot it. All that she could think of was that her dear dog was dying, and she could not go to him. She never remembered a word of the ceremony. Rilla, who in spite of Jims, had been trying her best to look rapt and romantic as beseemed a war bridesmaid, gave up the hopeless attempt and devoted her energies to choking down untimely merriment. She dared not look at anybody in the room, especially Mrs. Dead Angus, for fear that all her suppressed mirth should suddenly explode in a most unladylike yell of laughter. But married they were, and then they had a wedding supper in the dining room which was so lavish and bountiful that you would have thought it was a product of a month's labor. Everybody had brought something. Mrs. Dead Angus had brought a large apple pie, which she placed on a chair in the dining room and then absently sat down on it. Neither her temper nor her black silk wedding garment was improved thereby, but the pie was never missed at the gay bridal feast. Mrs. Dead Angus eventually took it home with her again. Whiskers on the Moon's pacifist pig should not get it anyhow. That evening, Mr. and Mrs. Joe, accompanied by the recovered Sir Wilfrid, departed for the Four Winds Lighthouse, which was kept by Joe's uncle, and in which they meant to spend their brief honeymoon. Una Meredith and Rilla and Susan washed the dishes, tidied up, left a cold supper and Miranda's pitiful little note on the table for Mr. Pryor, and walked home, while the mystic veil of dreamy, haunted winter twilight wrapped itself over the glen. "I would really not have minded being a war bride myself," remarked Susan sentimentally. But Rilla felt rather flat, perhaps as a reaction to all the excitement and rush of the past 36 hours. She was disappointed somehow. The whole affair had been so ludicrous, and Miranda and Joe so lachrymose and commonplace. "If Miranda hadn't given that wretched dog such an enormous dinner, he wouldn't have had that fit," she said crossly. "I warned her, but she said she couldn't starve the poor dog. He would soon be all she had left, etc. I could have shaken her." "The best man was more excited than Joe was," said Susan. "He wished Miranda many happy returns of the day. She did not look very happy, but perhaps you could not expect that under the circumstances." "Anyhow," thought Rilla, "I can write a perfectly killing account of it to all the boys. How Jem will howl over Sir Wilfrid's part in it." But if Rilla was rather disappointed in the war wedding, she found nothing lacking on Friday morning when Miranda said good-bye to her bridegroom at the Glen station. The dawn was white as a pearl, clear as a diamond. Behind the station the balsamy copse of young firs was frost-misted. The cold moon of dawn hung over the westering snowfields, but the golden fleeces of sunrise shone above the maples at Ingleside. Joe took his pale little bride in his arms, and she lifted her face to his. Rilla choked suddenly. It did not matter that Miranda was insignificant and commonplace and flat-featured. It did not matter that she was the daughter of Whiskers on the Moon. All that mattered was that rapt, sacrificial look in her eyes, that ever-burning sacred fire of devotion and loyalty and fine courage that she was mutely promising Joe she and thousands of other women would keep alive at home while their men held the Western Front. Rilla walked away, realizing that she must not spy on such a moment. She went down to the end of the platform where Sir Wilfrid and Dog Monday were sitting, looking at each other. Sir Wilfrid remarked condescendingly, "Why do you haunt this old shed when you might lie on the hearthrug at Ingleside and live on the fat of the land? Is it a pose or a fixed idea?" Whereat Dog Monday laconically, "I have a tryst to keep." When the train had gone, Rilla rejoined the little trembling Miranda. "Well, he's gone," said Miranda, "and he may never come back, but I'm his wife, and I'm going to be worthy of him. I'm going home." "Don't you think you had better come with me now?" asked Rilla doubtfully. Nobody knew yet how Mr. Pryor had taken the matter. "No. If Joe can face the Huns, I guess I can face my father," said Miranda daringly. "A soldier's wife can't be a coward. Come on, Wilfie. I'll go straight home and meet the worst." There was nothing very dreadful to face, however. Perhaps Mr. Pryor had reflected that housekeepers were hard to get, and that there were many Milgrave homes open to Miranda. Also, that there was such a thing as a separation allowance. At all events, though he told her grumpily that she had made a nice fool of herself and would live to regret it, he said nothing worse, and Mrs. Joe put on her apron and went to work as usual, while Sir Wilfrid Lawyer, who had a poor opinion of lighthouses for winter residences, went to sleep in his pet nook behind the woodbox, a thankful dog that he was done with war weddings. End of Chapter 18. Recording by Samantha Gubitz.
Chapter 19 of Rilla of Ingleside. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Rilla of Ingleside by Lucy Maud Montgomery. They shall not pass. One cold, gray morning in February, Gertrude Oliver wakened with a shiver, slipped into Rilla's room, and crept in beside her. "Rilla, I'm frightened as a baby. I've had another of my strange dreams. Something terrible is before us, I know." "What was it?" asked Rilla. "I was standing again on the veranda steps, just as I stood in that dream on the night before the lighthouse dance, and in the sky a huge, black, menacing thundercloud rolled up from the east. I could see its shadow racing before it, and when it enveloped me I shivered with icy cold. Then the storm broke, and it was a dreadful storm. blinding flash after flash, and deafening peal after peal, driving torrents of rain. I turned in panic and tried to run for shelter, and as I did so, a man, a soldier in the uniform of a French army officer, dashed up the steps and stood beside me on the threshold of the door. His clothes were soaked with blood from a wound in his breast. He seemed spent and exhausted, but his white face was set, and his eyes blazed in his hollow face. "They shall not pass," he said in low, passionate tones, which I heard distinctly amid all the turmoil of the storm. Then I awakened. "Rilla, I'm frightened. The spring will not bring the big push we've all been hoping for. Instead, it's going to bring some dreadful blow to France. I am sure of it. The Germans will try to smash through somewhere." "But he told you that they would not pass," said Rilla seriously. She never laughed at Gertrude's dreams as the doctor did. "I don't know if that was prophecy or desperation, Rilla. The horror of that dream holds me yet in an icy grip. We shall need all our courage before long." Dr. Blythe did laugh at the breakfast table, but he never laughed at Miss Oliver's dreams again, for that day brought news of the opening of the Verdun offensive, and thereafter, through all the beautiful weeks of spring, the Ingleside family, one and all, lived in a trance of dread. There were days when they waited in despair for the end, as foot by foot the Germans crept nearer and nearer to the grim barrier of desperate France. Susan's deeds were in her spotless kitchen at Ingleside, but her thoughts were on the hills around Verdun. "Mrs. Doctor, dear," she would stick her head in at Mrs. Blythe's door at the last thing at night, to remark, "I do hope the French have hung on to the crow's wood today." And she woke at dawn to wonder if Dead Man's Hill, surely named by some prophet, was still held up by the poilus. Susan could have drawn a map of the country around Verdun that would have satisfied a chief of staff. "If the Germans capture Verdun, the spirit of France will be broken," Miss Oliver said bitterly. "But they will not capture it," staunchly said Susan, who could not eat her dinner that day for fear lest they should do that very thing. "In the first place, you dreamed that they would not. You dreamed the very thing that the French are saying before they ever said it. They shall not pass. I declare to you, Miss Oliver dear, when I read that in the paper and remembered your dream, I went cold all over with awe. It seemed to me like biblical times, when people dreamed things like that quite frequently." I know," said Gertrude, walking restlessly about. "I cling to a persistent faith in my dream too, but every time bad news comes it fails me. Then I tell myself, mere coincidence, subconscious memory, and so forth." "I do not see how any memory could remember a thing before it was ever said at all," persisted Susan. "Though of course I am not educated like you and the doctor. I would rather not be, if it makes anything as simple as that so hard to believe. But in any case we need not worry over Verdun, even if the Huns get it. Humphrey said it has no military significance." "That old sop of comfort has been served up too often already when reverses came," retorted Gertrude. "It has lost its power to charm." "Was there ever a battle like this in the world before?" said Mr. Meredith one evening in mid-April. "It's such a titanic thing we can't grasp it," said the doctor. "What were the scraps of a few Homeric handfuls compared to this? The whole Trojan War might be fought around a Verdun fort, and a newspaper correspondent would give it no more than a sentence. I am not in the confidence of the occult powers." The doctor threw Gertrude a twinkle. "But I have a hunch that the fate of the whole war hangs on the issue of Verdun. As Susan and Humphrey say, it has no real military significance, but it has the tremendous significance of an idea. If Germany wins there, she will win the war. If she loses, the tide will be set against her." "Lose she will," said Mr. Meredith, emphatically. "The idea cannot be conquered. France is certainly very wonderful. It seems to me that in her I see the white form of civilization making a determined stand against the black powers of barbarism. I think the whole world realizes this, and that is why we all await the issue so breathlessly. It isn't merely the question of a few forts changing hands, or a few miles of blood-soaked ground lost and won." "I wonder," said Gertrude dreamily, "if some great blessing, great enough for the price, will be the meed of all our pain. Is the agony in which the world is shuddering the birth pang of some wondrous new era, or is it merely a futile struggle of ants in the gleam of a million of suns? We think very lightly, Mr. Meredith, of a calamity which destroys an ant hill and half its inhabitants. Does the power that runs the universe think us of more importance than we think ants?" "You forget," said Mr. Meredith, with a flash of his dark eyes, "that an infinite power must be infinitely little as well as infinitely great. We are neither, therefore there are things too little as well as too great for us to apprehend. To the infinitely little an ant is of much more importance as a mastodon. We are witnessing the birth pangs of a new era, but it will be born a feeble, willing life like everything else. I am not one of those who expect a new heaven and a new earth as the immediate result of this war. That is not the way God works. But work He does, Miss Oliver, and in the end His purpose will be fulfilled." "Sound and orthodox, sound and orthodox," muttered Susan approvingly in the kitchen. Susan liked to see Miss Oliver sat upon by the minister now and then. Susan was very fond of her, but she thought Miss Oliver liked saying heretical things to ministers far too well, and deserved an occasional reminder that these matters were quite beyond her province. In May Walter wrote home that he had been awarded a D.C. medal. He did not say what for, but the other boys took care that the Glen should know the brave thing Walter had done. "In any war but this," wrote Jerry Meredith, "it would have meant a V.C., but they can't make V.C.'s as common as the brave things done every day here." "He should have had the V.C.," said Susan, and was very indignant over it. She was not quite sure who was to blame for his not getting it, but if it were General Haig, she began for the first time to entertain serious doubts as to his fitness for being commander-in-chief. Rilla was beside herself with delight. It was her dear Walter who had done this thing, Walter, to whom someone had sent a white feather at Redmond. It was Walter who had dashed back from the safety of the trench to drag in a wounded comrade who had fallen on no man's land. Oh, she could see his white beautiful face and wonderful eyes as he did it. What a thing to be the sister of such a hero! And he hadn't thought it worth while writing about. His letter was full of other things, little intimate things that they two had known and loved together in the dear old cloudless days of a century ago. "I have been thinking of the daffodils in the garden at Ingleside," he wrote. By the time you get this, they will be out, blowing there under that lovely rosy sky. Are they really as bright and golden as ever, Rilla? It seems to me that they must be dyed red with blood, like our poppies here, and every whisper of spring will be falling as a violet in Rainbow Valley. There is a young moon tonight, a slender, silver, lovely thing hanging over these pits of torment. Will you see it tonight over the maple grove? I am enclosing a little scrap of verse, Rilla. I wrote it one evening in my trench dugout by the light of a bit of candle, or rather it came to me there. I didn't feel as if I were writing it. Something seemed to use me as an instrument. I've had that feeling once or twice before, but rarely and never so strongly as this time. That was why I sent it over to the London Spectator. It printed it and the copy came today. I hope you'll like it. It's the only poem I've written since I came overseas. The poem was a short, poignant little thing. In a month it had carried Walter's name to every corner of the globe. Everywhere it was copied, in metropolitan dailies, in little village weeklies, in profound reviews and agony columns, in Red Cross appeals and government recruiting propaganda. Mothers and sisters wept over it, young lads thrilled to it. The whole great heart of humanity caught up as an epitome of all the pain and hope and pity and purpose of the mighty conflict, crystallized in 3 brief immortal verses. A Canadian lad in the Flanders trenches had written the one great poem of the war. The Piper, by Private Walter Blythe, was a classic from its first printing. Rilla copied it into her diary at the beginning of an entry in which she poured out the story of the hard week that had just passed. "It has been such a dreadful week," she wrote, "and even though it is over, we know that it was all a mistake. That does not seem to do away with the bruises left by it. And yet it has, in some ways, been a wonderful week, and I have had some glimpses of things I never realized before, of how fine and brave people can be even in the midst of horrible suffering. I am sure I could never be as splendid as Miss Oliver was." Just a week ago today she had a letter from Mr. Grant's mother in Charlottetown, and it told her that a cable had just come saying that Major Robert Grant had been killed in action a few days before. Oh, poor Gertrude! At first she was crushed. Then, after just a day, she pulled herself together and went back to her school. She did not cry. I never saw her shed a tear. But oh, her face and her eyes! "I must go on with my work," she said. "That is my duty just now. I could never have risen to such a height." She never spoke bitterly except once, when Susan said something about spring being here at last, and Gertrude said, "Can the spring really come this year?" Then she laughed, such a dreadful little laugh, just as one might laugh in the face of death, I think, and said, "Observe my egotism, because I, Gertrude Oliver, have lost a friend. It is incredible that the spring can come as usual. The spring does not fail because of the million agonies of others, but for mine, oh, can the universe go on?" "Don't feel bitter with yourself, dear," Mother said gently. "It is a very natural thing to feel as if things couldn't go on just the same when some great blow has changed the world for us. We all feel like that." Then that horrid old Cousin Sophia of Susan's piped up. She was sitting there, knitting and croaking, like an old raven of bode and woe, as Walter used to call her. "You ain't as bad off as some, Miss Oliver," she said, "and you shouldn't take it so hard. There's some as has lost their husbands. That's a hard blow. And there's some as has lost their sons. You haven't lost either husband or son." "No," said Gertrude, more bitterly still. "It's true I haven't lost a husband. I have only lost the man who would have been my husband. I have lost no son, only the sons and daughters who might have been born to me, who will never be born to me now." "It isn't ladylike to talk like that," said Cousin Sophia, in a shocked tone. And then Gertrude laughed right out, so wildly that Cousin Sophia was really frightened. And when poor tortured Gertrude, unable to endure it any longer, hurried out of the room, Cousin Sophia asked Mother if the blow hadn't affected Miss Oliver's mind. "I suffered the loss of two good kind partners," she said, "but it did not affect me like that." "I should think it wouldn't. Those poor men must have been thankful to die." I heard Gertrude walking up and down her room most of the night. She walked like that every night, but never so long as that night. And once I heard her give a dreadful sudden little cry, as if she'd been stabbed. I couldn't sleep for suffering with her, and I couldn't help her. I thought the night would never end, but it did, and then joy came in the morning, as the Bible says. Only it didn't come exactly in the morning, but well along in the afternoon. The telephone rang and I answered it. It was old Mrs. Grant speaking from Charlottetown, and her news was that it was all a mistake. Robert wasn't killed at all. He had only been slightly wounded in the arm and was safe in the hospital and out of harm's way for a time anyhow. They hadn't learned yet how the mistake had happened, but supposed there must have been another Robert Grant. I hung up the telephone and flew to Rainbow Valley. I'm sure I did fly. I can't remember my feet ever touching the ground. I met Gertrude on her way home from school in the glade of spruces where we used to play, and I just gasped out the news to her. I ought to have had more sense, of course, but I was so crazy with joy and excitement that I never stopped to think. Gertrude just dropped there among the golden young ferns as if she had been shot. The fright it gave me ought to make me sensible, in this respect at least, for the rest of my life. I thought I'd killed her. I remembered that her mother had died very suddenly from heart failure when quite a young woman. It seemed years to me before I discovered that her heart was still beating. A pretty time I had. I never saw anybody faint before, and I knew that there was nobody up at the house to help, because everybody else had gone to the station to meet Dee and Nan coming home from Redmond. But I knew, theoretically, how people in a faint should be treated, and now I know it practically. Luckily the brook was handy, and after I had worked frantically over her for a while, Gertrude came to life. She never said one word about my news, and I didn't care to refer to it again. I helped her walk up through the maple grove and up to her room, and then she said, "Rob is living," as if the words were torn out of her, and flung herself on her bed and cried and cried and cried. I never saw anyone cry so before. All the tears that she hadn't shed all the weeks came then. She cried most of last night, I think, but her face this morning looked as if she had seen a vision of some kind, and we were all so happy that we were almost afraid. Dee and Nan are home for a couple of weeks. Then they go back to Red Cross work in the training camp at Kingsport. I envy them. Father says I'm doing just as good work here with Jims and my junior Reds, but it lacks the romance theirs must have. Cut has fallen. It was almost a relief when it did fall. We had been dreading it so long. It crushed us flat for a day, and then we picked up and put it behind us. Cousin Sophia was as gloomy as usual and came over and groaned that the British were losing everywhere. "They're good losers," said Susan grimly. "When they lose a thing, they keep on looking till they find it again. Anyhow, my king and country need me now to cut potato sets for the back garden. So you get a knife and help me, Sophia Crawford. It will divert your thoughts and keep you from worrying over a campaign that you are not called upon to run. Susan is an old brick, and the way she flattens out poor Cousin Sophia is beautiful to behold. As for Verdun, the battle goes on, and we seesaw between hope and fear. But I know that the strange dream of Miss Oliver's foretold the victory of France. They shall not pass." End of chapter 19. Chapter 20 of Rilla of Ingleside. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Rilla of Ingleside by Lucy Maud Montgomery. Norman Douglas speaks out in meeting. "Where are you wandering, Anne o' mine?" asked the doctor, who even yet, after 24 years of marriage, occasionally addressed his wife thus when nobody was about. Anne was sitting on the veranda steps, gazing absently over the wonderful bridal world of spring blossom. Beyond the white orchard was a copse of dark young firs, of creamy wild cherries, where the robins were whistling madly, for it was evening and the fire of early stars was burning over the maple grove. Anne came back with a little sigh. "I was just taking relief from intolerable realities in a dream, Gilbert. A dream that all our children were home again, and all small again, playing in Rainbow Valley. It was always so silent now. But I was imagining I heard clear voices and gay, childish sounds coming up as I used to. I could hear Jem's whistle and Walter's yodel and the twins' laughter, and for just a few blessed minutes I forgot about the guns on the Western Front, and had a little false sweet happiness." The doctor did not answer. Sometimes his work tricked him into forgetting for a few moments the Western Front, but not often. There was a good deal of gray now in his still thick curls that had not been there 2 years ago. Yet he smiled down into the starry eyes he loved, the eyes that had once been so full of laughter and now seemed always full of unshed tears. Susan wandered in with a hoe in her hand and her second best bonnet on her head. "I have just finished reading a piece in the Enterprise which told of a couple being married in an aeroplane. Do you think it would be legal, Doctor dear?" she inquired anxiously. "I think so," said the doctor gravely. "Well," said Susan dubiously, "it seems to me that a wedding is too solemn for anything so giddy as an aeroplane. But nothing is the same as it used to be. Well, it is half an hour yet before prayer meeting time, so I am going around to the kitchen garden to have a little evening hate with the weeds. But all the time I am strafing them, I will be thinking about this new worry in the Trentino. I do not like this Austrian caper, Mrs. Doctor dear." "Nor do I," said Mrs. Blythe ruefully. "All the forenoon I preserved rhubarb with my hands and waited for the war news with my soul. When it came I shriveled. Well, I suppose I must go and get ready for the prayer meeting too." Every village has its own little unwritten history, handed down from lip to lip through the generations, of tragic, comic, and dramatic events. They are told at weddings and festivals, and rehearsed around the winter firesides. And in these oral annals of Glen St. Mary, the tale of the Union prayer meeting held that night in the Methodist Church was destined to fill an imperishable place. The Union prayer meeting was Mr. Arnold's idea. The county battalion, which had been training all winter in Charlottetown, was to leave shortly for overseas. The Four Winds Harbour boys belonged to it from the Glen and over harbour, and Harbour Head and Upper Glen were all home on their last leave, and Mr. Arnold thought, properly enough, that it would be a fitting thing to hold a union prayer meeting for them before they went away. Mr. Meredith having agreed, the meeting was announced to be held in the Methodist Church. Glen prayer meetings were not apt to be too well attended, but on this particular evening the Methodist Church was crowded. Everybody who could go was there. Even Miss Cornelia came. It was the first time in her life that Miss Cornelia ever set foot inside a Methodist church. It took no less than a world conflict to bring that about. "I used to hate Methodists," said Miss Cornelia calmly when her husband expressed surprise over her going, "but I don't hate them now. There is no sense in hating Methodists when there is a Kaiser or a Lindenberg in the world." So Miss Cornelia went. Norman Douglas and his wife went too, and Whiskers on the Moon strutted up the aisle to a front pew, as if he fully realized what a distinction he conferred upon the building. People were somewhat surprised that he should be there, since he usually avoided all assemblages connected in any way with the war, but Mr. Meredith had said that he hoped his session would be well represented, and Mr. Pryor had evidently taken the request to heart. He wore his best black suit and white tie. His thick, tight, iron-gray curls were neatly arranged, and his broad, red, round face looked, as Susan most uncharitably thought, more sanctimonious than ever. "The minute I saw the man coming into the church looking like that, I felt that mischief was brewing, Mrs. Dr. dear," she said afterwards. What form it would take I could not tell, but I knew from the face of him that he had come there for no good. The prayer meeting opened conventionally and continued quietly. Mr. Meredith spoke first with his usual eloquence and feeling. Mr. Arnold followed with an address, which even Miss Cornelia had to confess was irreproachable in taste and subject matter. And then Mr. Arnold asked Mr. Pryor to lead in prayer. Miss Cornelia had always averred that Mr. Arnold had no gumption. Miss Cornelia was not apt to err on the side of charity in her judgment of Methodist ministers, but in this case she did not greatly overshoot the mark. The Reverend Mr. Arnold certainly did not have much of that desirable, indefinable quality known as gumption, or he would never have asked Whiskers on the Moon to lead in prayer at the khaki prayer meeting. He thought he was returning the compliment to Mr. Meredith, who, at the conclusion of his address, had asked a Methodist deacon to lead. Some people expected Mr. Pryor to refuse grumpily, and that would have made enough scandal. But Mr. Pryor bounded briskly to his feet, unctuously said, "Let us pray," and forthwith prayed, in a sonorous voice which penetrated to every corner of the crowded building. Mr. Pryor poured forth a flood of fluent words, and was well on in his prayer, before his dazed and horrified audience awaked to the fact that they were listening to a pacifist appeal of the rankest sort. Mr. Pryor had at least the courage of his convictions, or perhaps, as people afterwards said, he thought he was safe in a church, and that it was an excellent chance to air certain opinions he dared not voice elsewhere, for fear of being mobbed. He prayed that the unholy war might cease, that the deluded armies, being driven to slaughter on the western front, might have their eyes opened to their iniquity and repent while yet there was time, that the poor young men present in khaki, who had been hounded into a path of murder and militarism, should yet be rescued. Mr. Pryor had got this far without let or hindrance, and so paralyzed were his hearers, and so deeply imbued with their born and bred conviction that no disturbance must ever be made in church, no matter what the provocation, that it seemed likely he would continue unchecked to the end. But one man, at least, in that audience was not hampered by inherited or acquired reverence for the sacred edifice. Norman Douglas was, as Susan had often vowed crisply, nothing more or less than a pagan, but he was a rampantly patriotic pagan, and when the significance of what Mr. Pryor was saying fully dawned on him, Norman Douglas suddenly went berserk. With a positive roar he bounded to his feet in the side pew facing the audience, and shouted in tones of thunder, "Stop! Stop! Stop that abominable prayer! What an abominable prayer!" Every head in the church flew up. A boy in khaki at the back gave a faint cheer. Mr. Meredith raised a deprecating hand. But Norman was past caring for anything like that. Eluding his wife's restrictive grasp, he gave one mad spring over the front of the pew and caught the unfortunate Whiskers on the moon by his coat collar. Mr. Pryor had not stopped when so bidden, but he stopped now, perforce, for Norman, his long red beard literally bristling with fury, was shaking him until his bones fairly rattled, and punctuating his shakes with a lucid assortment of abusive epithets. "You blatant beast!" shake. "You malignant carrion!" shake. "You pig-headed varmint!" shake. "You putrid pup!" shake. "You pestilential parasite!" shake. "You Hunnish scum!" shake. "You indecent reptile! You Norman choked for a moment. Everybody believed that the next thing he would say, church or no church, would be something that would have to be spelt with asterisks. But at that moment Norman encountered his wife's eye, and he fell back with a thud on Holy Writ. "You whited sepulchre!" he bellowed, with a final shake, and cast Whiskers on the moon from him with a vigour which impelled that unhappy pacifist to the very verge of the choir entrance door. Mr. Pryor's once ruddy face was ashen, but he turned at bay. "I'll have to have the law on you for this," he gasped. Do, roared Norman, making another rush, but Mr. Pryor was gone. He had no desire to fall a second time into the hands of an avenging militarist. Norman turned to the platform for one graceless triumphant moment. "Don't look so flabbergasted, Parsons," he boomed. "You couldn't do it. Nobody would expect it out of the cloth, but somebody had to do it. You know you're glad I threw him out. He couldn't be let go on yammering and yodeling and yelping sedition and treason. Sedition and treason. Somebody had to deal with it, and I was born for this hour. I've had my innings in church at last. I can sit quiet for another 60 years now. Go ahead with your meeting, Parsons. I reckon you won't be troubled with any more pacifist prayers." But the spirit of devotion and reverence had fled. Both ministers realized it, and realized that the only thing to do was to close the meeting quietly and let the excited people go. Mr. Meredith addressed a few words to the boys in khaki, which probably saved Mr. Pryor's windows from a second onslaught, and Mr. Arnold pronounced an incongruous benediction. At least he felt it was incongruous, for he could not at once banish from his memory the sight of gigantic Norman Douglas shaking that fat pompous little Whiskers on the moon as a huge mastiff might shake an overgrown puppy, and he knew that the same picture was in everybody's mind, although the Union prayer meeting could hardly be called an unqualified success. But it was remembered in Glen St. Mary, when scores of orthodox and undisturbed assemblies were totally forgotten. "You will never, no never, Mrs. Dr. dear, hear me call Norman Douglas a pagan again," said Susan when she reached home. "If Ellen Douglas is not a proud woman this night, she should be." Norman Douglas did a wholly indefensible thing, said the doctor. Pryor should have been let severely alone until the meeting was over, then later on his own minister and session should deal with him. That would have been the proper procedure. Norman's performance was utterly improper, and scandalous and outrageous. But, by George, the doctor threw back his head and chuckled, by George and girl, it was satisfying. End of chapter 20.